Mr. Speaker.
Order. Questions for oral answer. Mr. Ang Wei Nung.
Question 1, sir.
Speaker, government agencies are required to conduct procurement in a fair manner. To guide agencies, the Ministry of Finance provides templates with contractual terms and conditions which set out the responsibilities of the parties. These templates are developed in consultation with key sector agencies to reflect industry norms, particularly for major categories like construction and ICT. For example, the Standard Consultancy Agreement, or SCA, used by the government agencies for construction-related consultancy services state that agencies will pay for additional services not covered by the contract.
Mr. Ang.
Thank you, Ministers, for the reply. I would like to first declare that I am the CEO of Strike Premier, a company that from time to time participates in government tenders. I understand that the government departments have the duty to safeguard public money and not overpay private companies that provide services through government contracts. At the same time, the government also has a responsibility to support SMEs, especially during the current climate of economic uncertainty. Thus, I hope the Minister will consider my supplementary question to remove or tweak some 3 common clauses in government contracts or tenders that SME find hard to comply with. Firstly, the clause on unlimited liability, regardless of contract value, similar to the clause required by SUSS, as reported in the press. Such a clause can be onerous to our SMEs and can even bankrupt them. Secondly, some other clauses in the government contracts have limited milestone payments. Very often, government agencies will only make the bulk of the payments at the end of the project, creating potential cash flow problems for SME participating in government's tender. And thirdly, some government tenders require contractors to make unlimited changes to design requirements without additional payment, similar to those required by SUSS. So it's in a tender documents that say that they will make changes and the changes will not be paid, even though as what ministers say that what is not stated in the tender is supposed to be paid, but because tenders say that it will not be paid in the first place. So any design change will cost money and someone has to pay for it. There's no free lunch. Thus, I hope Minister could advise the various government departments consider tweaking such demanding clauses. Thank you.
Minister Indrani.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his supplementary question, which raises a couple of important points, and let me address them in turn. The first is to make a distinction between SUSS and government. Strictly speaking, SUSS is an autonomous university. Autonomous universities are independent corporate entities and not government agencies, and this gives them the autonomy to handle operational and corporate service matters according to their own policies and procedures. Nevertheless, autonomous universities are expected to adhere to fundamental procurement principles of value for money, transparency, and open and fair competition, and we encourage them to align broadly. So I just want to make that distinction because in the particular instance that Mr. Ang is referring to, I won't go into the details, obviously, because it's between different parties, but my understanding is that that contract or those contract terms are not in exactly the same terms as the government standard contracting terms. That's the first point. Second point is that for such contracts, there are really three broad groups. One is pure government. Then there are those which are not exactly government, but like SUSS or other agencies, which are expected to follow government but have a much broader leeway to depart or set their own terms. And then third, there's private sector. So I will come back to these three, but just let me address first the specific points or specific queries that Mr. Ang had raised. We do recognize the need to support enterprises in this economic environment, even as we continue to achieve value for money for public spending. So on the point about making unlimited design changes, I had shared earlier that under the Standard Consultancy Agreement, or SCA, which is what the government follows, and that the one that's used for construction-related consultancy services, agencies will pay for additional services not covered by the contract, such as further charges after design sign-off. Then, with respect to unlimited liability, in November 2024, we added an option in the SCA to limit consultants' contractual liability, and then, as announced by Minister for National Development, Mr. Chee Hong Tat, last month, we will be making this mandatory starting from 1st December 2025. So in other words, going forward, there will be limited liability. Though these changes have only been applied to the SCA, agencies are expected to be fair to suppliers in all their contracts, facilitated by standard contract templates, such as the tender-like conditions of contract. Government agencies typically make payments to their, and on the question of milestones, government agencies typically make payments to their suppliers at specified milestones during the course of the project. For instance, construction contractors are usually paid every month based on monthly progress payments. MOF has also provided agencies with guidelines for more frequent payment milestones. Besides this, government has introduced Tender Lite to simplify procurement in tenders with estimated procurement value up to $1 million. This makes it easier for businesses, especially SMEs, to access government procurement opportunities. MOF has worked closely with partners, including the Singapore Business Federation, the Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, and sector-specific trade associations to develop Tender Lite. We will continue to partner industry to look for ways to ease doing business with government. That said, Mr. Ang's SPQ raises a broader issue, which is that of fair contracting. And the government is actually encouraging the industry, especially construction industry, but across the board, to have collaborative contracting and fair clauses. The old way of approaching contracts is very much a win-lose. The lawyers on one side will want to get everything for their client. The lawyers on the other side will obviously want to do the same. But contracts for such procurement should not be win-lose. You should try to see how you can make it win-win. Because if every party has an interest, a vested interest in the contract to make it succeed, that would be better. And if it's completely one-sided, then after a while, the other side will either not want to participate or, the relationship will break down. And this needs a change of mindset. So many of the contracts out there, especially in private sector, but some which are not mandated by government, are in old standard forms. And, it's very difficult to get lawyers to shift from standard forms. They like their precedents. And my message really to the industry, especially the built environment industry, is that we are trying to effect change. That change is collaborative contracting, where it's win-win, and fair clauses. That leads to the question of what is fair. Usually that is a matter of negotiation, but it is difficult when you have parties who have uneven resources and of different sizes, which is the reason why the standard consultancy agreement and other government standard contracts can and should be the base reference. You can depart from it, but that should be the standard for what is the expected norm. And government has the ability, by putting in certain clauses, to signal, firstly to practice it for ourselves, but also to signal to the market what is considered fair. And of course, if we get feedback that clauses are not fair or are too onerous, then we can always review and adjust as needed.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Question 2. Mr. Speaker, my response will also address related questions by Ms. Sylvia Lim, Mr. Louis Chua, and Ms. He Ting Ru from yesterday and today, as well as a written question by Mr. Abdul Malik, scheduled for tomorrow's sitting. Sir, Singapore upholds high regulatory standards in our financial system aligned with international standards. It is one reason why many investors view Singapore as a trusted financial hub. Like other global financial centers, having high standards does not mean there will be zero cases involving entities and individuals who break the rules or who fail to comply with our regulatory requirements. What is key is that where wrongdoing is identified, the authorities will investigate thoroughly and take firm enforcement action in accordance with the law. The money laundering investigations by the police against Chen Zi and related associates are ongoing. Enforcement operations were conducted on 30th October 2025. Arising from the enforcement operations, the police have issued prohibition of disposal orders and seized a range of assets, including properties, cars, bank accounts, and securities accounts. Prior to the indictment of Chen Zi by the US, our police had been conducting probes into Chen Zi and his associates. Thus far, MAS has identified 2 single family officers or SFO funds granted tax incentives that are linked to the sanctioned individuals. MAS has seized the tax incentives. As investigations are ongoing, I seek members' understanding that I'm not able to comment further on the details at this stage. Based on available data, over the past 3 years, about 3% out of 1,300 applications were rejected. Besides the rejected applications, some potential applicants also withdrew their interest to apply before submitting a formal application when questions were posed and requirements were clarified at the pre-application stage. As part of the tax incentive application process, individuals and entities are screened against databases to check that there are no reports on their involvement in illegal activities such as money laundering and terrorism financing. The SFO fund is also required to open and maintain an account with an MAS licensed bank and be subject to the bank's customer due diligence and ongoing monitoring checks, including detecting any unusual or suspicious transactions. MAS regularly reviews and refines its regulatory regime. It consulted on proposed changes to the SFO regulatory regime in July 2023. In addition to now requiring all SFOs based in Singapore, whether they are receiving tax incentives or not, to maintain bank accounts, SFOs will need to notify MAS upon the commencement of their operations and submit annual returns to MAS. The returns supplement MAS's ongoing surveillance efforts to maintain the integrity of our financial system. MAS and the financial industry will continue to review our surveillance and detection capabilities. But we need to adopt a sensible and calibrated approach and should refrain from a knee-jerk overreaction when cases happen from time to time. Similar to all major international financial centers, it is not possible to have zero incidents given the complex nature of the financial services industry and a high volume of daily transactions. In addition, combating financial crime requires a global effort, as illicit fund flows are often cross-border in nature. In the Prince Holdings case, the US seized $15 billion in bitcoins, US 15 billion in bitcoins, and the UK froze 19 properties. It was announced yesterday that Hong Kong and Taiwan have also recently moved to seize substantial amounts of assets and have made arrests. All major financial centers have to remain vigilant and work together to combat financial crimes. Sir, SFOs linked to individuals convicted of money laundering offences represent a very small proportion of the overall sector, at less than 1%. We have to remain open to bona fide family office and genuine investors to continue growing our financial services industry and creating good jobs for our people. As at end 2024, the wealth management and private banking functions in banks employed more than 13,000 locals, and high net worth clients also use other service providers such as legal and tax advisors, fund administrators, and accounting firms. Compared to other financial centers, many industry stakeholders already consider Singapore to have more stringent due diligence standards for high net worth clients. If we were to tighten further to the point where the processes become overly cumbersome, it will affect our competitiveness, deter legitimate investors, and put many local jobs at risk. This is not the outcome we want for Singapore. There's a Chinese saying that when we open the windows, some flies may also enter. The solution is not to shut our windows and block out sunlight and fresh air. What matters is that we act swiftly to deal with the flies that enter, while also letting in sunlight and fresh air. This is the approach we take in Singapore: risk proportionate, not zero risk. MAS will continue to take a risk proportionate approach to maintain our status as a trusted financial center. MAS expects our financial institutions to do the same, so that we collectively maintain high standards while keeping our system efficient and competitive. Singapore will also continue to work closely with our international counterparts to deter and enforce against bad actors who operate across different jurisdictions.
Mr. Kenneth Leong.
Thank you, Speaker. 3 SQs for the Minister. Given that Prince Group's scam operations were publicly documented by English language investigative media as early as February 2024, and even earlier in July 2022 in Chinese court notices, did MAS conduct any midterm reviews of DW Capital Holdings between 2018 and the US action in October 2025? And if not, why not? Second SQ. I thank the Minister for his metaphor. I think there are a lot of flies in the house. So as more cases of criminality associated with family offices that have been set up in Singapore have come to light, will the government start to work on the assumption that illicit money generated by scams and other cross-border crime has already penetrated Singapore? And therefore, will the government mandate enhanced due diligence on existing client relationships across all regulated financial sectors, not just new client onboarding? Third SQ, further to my previous question, will MAS require all existing 13O and 13U tax incentive holders, and not just new applicants, undergo mandatory rescreening?
Minister Chi.
Speaker, before I answer the questions, may I ask Mr. Tiong to clarify if the Workers' Party's position is that we should adopt a zero-risk approach, or would he agree with me that we should adopt a risk-proportionate approach, set high standards, but also maintain the efficiency and competitiveness of our financial system?
Mr. Tiong.
there's a pattern of ministers and political office holders asking very rhetorical zeros, like rhetorical questions which have no meaning, which are
Mr. Tiong, you could just respond to him, to Minister.
So the answer is no, and I don't think it is the minister's point of view that you should, in fact, have a zero-risk approach, because it's impossible. So he's asking a stupid question.
Minister Chi.
So I think it is not quite appropriate for Mr. Tiong to use the word stupid when we are having a discussion in this House. I asked him a question to clarify what is his position, and I respectfully ask him to withdraw that comment and to apologize.
Mr. Tiong.
I do withdraw that comment. I will maintain that that question is not a meaningful question. Thank you.
Minister Chi.
Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed that Mr. Tiong chose to conduct this discussion in this manner. I only wanted to clarify the position so that I can give him a considered response. And, earlier, some of his other colleagues, including Mr. Pritam Singh, the leader of the opposition, said that the Workers' Party will be a responsible opposition party. And I hope Mr. Tiong bear that in mind in our future discourse. So I thank the Workers' Party, Mr. Tiong, for agreeing with me that we should not adopt a zero-risk approach. I think that's the key point that I wanted to clarify. So he could have just said that and not add on all the other additional comments. So if we agree with that it is not practical to adopt a zero-risk approach, then I think we can take a look at then what are some of the moves that we can make to maintain high standards on one hand. That's important. We want to remain a trusted financial center, and at the same time, remain efficient and competitive. Having high standards is not at odds with being efficient and competitive. If Mr. Tiong believes that being inefficient, being overly cumbersome, adopting a zero-risk approach, being overly risk-averse is the right way to go, I think if we follow his advice, our financial hub status is at risk. We need to take a risk-proportionate, calibrated approach, just like all other major international financial centers. Maintain high standards, deter bad actors, take action against them when we discover wrongdoings. No doubt about that. That is our position. But at the same time, welcome genuine investors, legitimate family offices who want to set up and grow our financial services industry here and create jobs for our people. That is the approach that Singapore wants to take. Now, with regard to the first SQ from Mr. Tiong, the reports that have surfaced, I mentioned in my main reply that the banks have also been taking action in monitoring the situation, and we do reject some of the applications. We do reject some of the applications, and some of them they withdrew after we asked questions. The banks asked questions, and there's also a system whereby the financial institutions would file suspicious transaction reports, or what they call STRs. And this was something that the banks, the financial institutions have been doing earlier. But we need to bear in mind that STRs on their own do not equate to offenses being committed. It is just a suspicious transaction that is being highlighted. So for the police would have to take a look at these early signals, and including the STRs that are filed, and conduct further inquiries on their own, including looking at financial intelligence that they have picked up. And this is what the police had done. They have also worked with their foreign counterparts to gather further information on the case, because, as I mentioned in my main reply, this case involves not just Singapore, but many other jurisdictions. And after the news broke in October 2025, SPF reached out to international counterparts to gather more information on criminality with nexus with Singapore to further its investigations, and then took action on 30th of October, as I mentioned in my main reply. Mr. Tiong also asked, I think he made a comment that there are many flies in the house. I don't know which house Mr. Tiong is referring to, but as far as we are aware, the House of Singapore, we do not have many flies. I mentioned earlier that the SFOs that are involved in money laundering and are convicted for money laundering represent less than 1%. So if we accept that we do not want to have zero risk, and we accept that when we open the windows to let in sunlight and fresh air, that there will be some flies, I think less than 1%, to me, doesn't mean that there are many, many flies in this house. And I also mentioned that when we detect those flies, we'll deal with them firmly. I think that is the key. Not to aim for zero, not to go for zero risk, but when we detect any cases of wrongdoing, when we detect any flies, we go for them. We take a firm enforcement approach. MES will continue to review our rules and our procedures. I think Mr. Tiong is mistaken that we only do the checks at the point of application and not on an ongoing basis. I mentioned earlier that the banks do file STRs, and we are also in the process of reviewing what our rules should be so that we are able to maintain high standards, we are able to deter bad actors from wanting to come to Singapore, and importantly, maintain our competitiveness as a financial center.
Mr. William.
Thank you, Speaker. I have one question for Minister. It was reported in July that Minister in his capacity in the MAS had announced that there was an intention to shorten the process of registration for family offices, I think from 12 months to 3 months, to make it faster for these officers to open bank accounts and to claim their tax incentives. So I'm just trying to understand whether this shortened process means that banks would have less time to do their due diligence, and in that sense, I mean, there is a possibly increased risk that money laundering indications could slip under the radar in that sense.
Mr. Chi.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Ms. Lim for her supplementary question. The announcement that I made earlier this year, I made it clear, and this is in the public domain, on public record, that we want to look at how we can streamline some of the processes so that the waiting time is not too long. But at the same time, I emphasize this, we must maintain high standards. Why? Because Singapore is not competing on the basis of being the quickest, the one with the lowest standards, the easiest to set up an account. That's not our competitive advantage. Our competitive advantage is that we are a trusted financial center. And if we want to achieve that, we need to maintain high standards. So that's why I emphasize that any process change and any streamlining should not compromise our high standards. Now, having said that, the process changes that we're looking at are also not at odds with maintaining high standards. So I want to assure Ms. Lim that it is not to ask the financial institutions to skip steps or to not look out for certain suspicious reports in their due diligence checks. I think we must maintain high standards in that area. But it is really to clarify, so what are we looking for? To avoid a lot of toing and froing and second guessing. And it is also to look at how we can streamline the processes so that we, through the use of technology, through the use of information sharing, make it more efficient so that we don't deter the genuine cases, but we block out and we don't admit the ones that are suspicious and have problems that will affect our high standards and reputation. It is a fine calibration, but I want to assure Ms. Lim that what we recently announced is meant to simplify the requirements and improve operational efficiency. It does not change the anti-money laundering checks that we subject the applicants to, and they are still screened, they are still checked. They will continue to be required to open and maintain a bank account in Singapore, which means that the account will continue to be subject to the bank's customer due diligence and ongoing monitoring checks. And that was my clarification to Mr. Tiong earlier. It's not just at the point of application, it's an ongoing check as well. So this is something which I hope the Workers' Party, if you agree that we shouldn't adopt a zero-risk approach, it's a risk-proportionate approach, then I think we need to strike that balance. We do want our financial services industry to remain competitive, our wealth management industry to remain competitive. I mentioned in my main reply that this sector supports at least 13,000 local jobs and may grow further. But at the same time, we don't want to do it in a manner which will compromise high standards and affect our reputation. That is the balance we want to strike.
Mr. Louis Cho.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me first declare that I'm working in a financial institution which, to my understanding, does businesses with family offices. Just one SQ for Minister. I agree with Minister that we should act swiftly in such cases. But at the same time, I'm also concerned that, yes, while we did carry out the enforcement actions within weeks of the US press release, it may give the impression that we are only doing so after the US has commenced action. And so I wanted to understand, based on what Minister has shared and based on the SPF's press release, that from the time we received the STR notification in 2024, what has been the reasons for the delay in terms of the actions taken against this group, and whether it's because of the lack of evidence or what were the rationale behind the 1 year plus delay? Thank you.
Minister Chi.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Chua for his question. It's kind of similar to what Mr. Tiong asked earlier, and I did explain the process of how we deal with STRs that are filed by the financial institutions. But please allow me to maybe reiterate some of the key points. So the FIs, the financial institutions, filed STRs earlier. This was before the US made public that they are taking action against Chen Tze and his associates. And these STRs are part of what the authorities would take into account in assessing whether further investigation will be required and further action will be required. I think Mr. Chua is familiar with how this works. He's from the financial services industry. STRs on their own may not equate to an offense being committed. It is just to highlight that there could be what looks like a suspicious transaction. So it's an early risk signal that will need to be looked into, but on its own does not constitute an offense has been committed. So the police will need to look at that and consider other sources of relevant information, including working closely with their international counterparts. If you look at what's happening to this Prince Holdings case, it is not just in Singapore, where the authorities have taken action in recent weeks. I mentioned in my main reply that Hong Kong, Taiwan, UK are also some of the other jurisdictions that have done the same. So I think this is the nature of such operations. We need international collaboration. We need to share intelligence and information with our counterparts. And depending on how they structure their complex operations, we then work together to see how we can put a stop to it. It requires global cooperation.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I heard the minister accurately, so I just want to ask for good order. When application is before the SFO, does the office will the office do a first round of AML search, anti-money laundering search, that is usually required by all financial institutions, law firms, or accounting firms when a client approach with a new business? And if not, could I request that the government consider requiring the SFO to do so? Because after all, it is the first gatekeeper in any of this relationship with a new family office. Thank you.
Minister Chi.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Tan for his clarification. So we did put up a consultation paper entitled Proposed Framework for Single Family Offices, whereby MAS will take a look and we make some proposals on how we can subject the SFOs to a class exemption, licensing class exemption framework, which will require them to notify MAS of their presence and to comply with specific requirements, such as the SFO and its fund vehicle maintaining a Singapore bank account, and thereby subjecting all SFOs to anti-money laundering controls. So this is something which we'll be sharing more details on the day of implementation, and also to look at what are the changes to the legislation that we will need. The point that Mr. Tan mentioned earlier about doing the checks, we do that at two levels. So the banks will, on their own, do some of these checks with the clients before they allow them to open the accounts, and that is part of their due diligence checks. And for MAS, we will do another check if they are applying for tax exemption. So that is on top of what the banks will check. Thank you.
I'm going to move on to the next question, but before I do so, I would just like to inform Mr. Tiong that I am quite disappointed by the exchange just now. I note that you've withdrawn your earlier comment, but I would like to remind you and all members of the House, Standing Order 50, Section 4. And let me read what it says. It shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of Parliament. I consider what you had said just now to be quite insulting, and it is beneath the dignity of this House to use such language. So I remind all members again, you have withdrawn that comment, which is obviously correct. I would have expected that an apology, but I accept that. You did not, you withdrew that comment. Okay, Mr. Tiong, hang on. I will let you say, all right? But I again want to remind everyone, front bench, back bench, about what we are all here for a purpose. We want to maintain dignity and decorum in this House, and the use of such language about a fellow member of Parliament is not par for the course. Mr. Tiong?
Yeah, I would like to apologize to the Minister for the comment.
Kindly stand up when you speak.
I would like to apologize to the Minister for my comment on his question.
Minister Chi.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Tiong for his apology. I accept it, and I hope that we can, in future, have such discussions in a civilized and polite manner, respectful manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tiong. Thank you, Minister Chi. Mr. Chang Cho.
Question 3, please.
Minister Lee.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm answering in my capacity as Minister in charge of Social Services Integration. May I have your permission, sir, to answer questions 3 to 25 in today's order paper together?
Yes, you may.
Sir, my reply will also cover related questions filed by members for subsequent sittings. Members who had filed those questions may wish to withdraw their questions after this session. Thereafter, Minister of State for Home Affairs, Goh Pei Ming, will, with your permission, sir, address questions number 26 and 27 in today's order paper.
All right, so for all members who have filed questions, we will take supplementary questions after MOS Goh Pei Ming has addressed PQs 26 and 27.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, this House would be familiar with the tragic case of Megan Kong. She died in February 2020 after months of abuse by her mother and her mother's boyfriend. All the agencies concerned, the MSF Child Protective Service, the Early Childhood Development Authority or Agency, EGDA, the Singapore Police Force, Beyond Social Services, and HART at Fei Child Protection Specialist Centre accept the panel's findings in full. There were opportunities to pick up on the abuse which might have prevented Megan's death. Our responses clearly fell short. As Minister Masagos and I had said on the 23rd of October, MSF is the lead for the national child protection ecosystem. On behalf of all the agencies and organizations concerned, we are deeply sorry for the outcome and for the lapses at the Child Protective Service and the Singapore Police Force, as well as the missed opportunities at EGDA. We should have done much better. Mr. Speaker, our social workers confront the pain of child abuse cases every day. Their emotional burden of separating parents and children and managing cases resulting in tragic outcomes is a heavy one, which they have chosen to bear. To our social workers, thank you for your commitment to protecting vulnerable children. Let us carry this burden together as a sector and as a society. Before I answer members' questions, I would like to set out how the child protection system works. And might I add, it is quite similar for vulnerable adults as well. For child protection, it rests on the foundational principle that parents are primarily responsible for their children. And in most families, parents do their best for their children. We do not and should not intervene unnecessarily. Families encountering the child protection system often find the experience stressful. They may be questioned by teachers, healthcare professionals, social workers, and the police, which can feel intrusive and accusatory, especially if eventually no abuse is found. Social workers aim for a collaborative relationship with the families that they work with. They support parents to care for their children, intervening only when the child is at risk. When there are reasonable grounds to believe that a child is in need of care and protection, the law empowers child protection officers to step in, to implement safety plans, or even remove the child from the home and from the family. Protecting children requires society's collective effort. We depend on neighbors, friends, relatives to offer help to parents facing caregiver stress and to report suspected abuse by calling NAVH, or the National Anti-Violence and Sexual Harassment Hotline. Alongside them, preschools, schools, hospitals, healthcare institutions, and social service agencies also play critical roles in identifying abuse. Over the years, MSF and our partners have worked to strengthen the child protection ecosystem. Megan's death 5 years ago had already prompted further enhancements to protocols. The system has evolved since then, but there is still much more that can be done. My response to members' questions will be in 3 parts. First, enhancing frontline capability. Second, strengthening systems and oversight. And third, responding to the review panel's recommendations.
Mr. Speaker, let me start with frontline capability. We will enhance frontline capability and empower professionals who are our first line of defense. In particular, we will continue to manage practitioner workload and ensure social workers are adequately resourced. The risk of burnout is real, and it is difficult to attract and retain people in child protection work. Over the past 3 years, the average caseload ratio for the sector has been fairly stable, at around 18 to 21 cases per worker. But the variation across centres is significant, ranging from 12 to 30 cases per worker. For the Child Protective Service, now known as PSV or Protective Service, we have doubled our child protection officers from around 45 in 2019 to more than 90 in 2040, and we are continuing to expand. The additional resources have helped bring down the average caseload per officer, down from around 40 to 35 today. We have also redesigned the job to reduce the workload on our protection officers. Support staff were brought in and services were outsourced to handle ancillary tasks and augment resourcing for critical work. This enables our protection officers to focus on social investigations as well as supervision. We will continue to step up training and competency development to give our practitioners the skill and the confidence to detect child abuse and make sound decisions that keep children safe. Now, some members raise concerns about early and accurate identification of child abuse and the liability issues that may arise when making a report. There are already laws mandating reporting of child abuse. For example, the Early Childhood Development Centres regulations require preschools to report suspected child abuse, and failure to do so is an offence. Section 424 of the Criminal Procedure Code also mandates the reporting of certain serious offences, such as grievous hurt and sexual offences, and this includes offences against children. If professionals and members of the public report child abuse in good faith, the CYPA, or Children and Young Persons Act, protects them from civil or criminal liability. That said, professionals may find themselves in a difficult position to report abuse, not only for legal reasons, but for fear of having the families cut them off, resulting in them not having sight of the vulnerable person. They may also be concerned about undermining the trust that they have painstakingly built up with their families that has enabled them to keep the child safe. MSF will therefore look into how we can better foster a safe environment for professionals to report suspected child abuse cases. To better identify child abuse, we are also studying analytic tools to help us connect the dots and see trends across agencies. This allows us to target our efforts on higher risk cases. But having said that, we have to carefully validate these tools to avoid excessive false positives, which could overwhelm the system, and to avoid reinforcing stereotypes. Some members asked us about intervention thresholds and highlighted the need for balanced decision-making. Determining when and how to intervene requires difficult judgment calls, balancing child safety with preservation of the family. Members' questions reflect a range of views. Some members advocate for earlier intervention or child removal, while others caution against overreach, which may cause distress to otherwise reasonably well-functioning families. The approach to child protection occurs on a continuum. When concerns arise, the community can offer informal support. A neighbor can check in, family members can ask if help is needed, lend a listening ear, and so on. But as concerns escalate, the child protection system progressively steps in. From social workers educating parents on child management strategies and caregiver stress responses, to state intervention in serious cases of child abuse. Generally, the existing thresholds are appropriate. However, we will make clear that while we respect the role of parents in disciplining their children, excessive physical discipline will be considered and reported as abuse. I would also like to address a concern about reporting thresholds. Members can be assured that the role of those making a report is simply to flag concerns. It is the job of our social workers to support parents who may be struggling with caregiving, and the job of the police and child protection specialists to ascertain if abuse has occurred. The second set of issues raised by members touch on how we will strengthen our systems and our oversight. One area is to regularly audit agencies managing child abuse cases, including the Protective Service, so as to ensure accountability and transparency and to foster continuous improvement. The Protective Service has been working with child protection case management agencies to surface cases where they assess that the risk level exceeds what the agencies were designed to handle. We have also started to contact other social service agencies and organizations that are not child protection case management agencies to surface all suspected child abuse cases. This will be done progressively and expeditiously. Today, the Protective Service conducts periodic practice reviews with external consultants to assess whether officers have made accurate case assessments and complied with protocols. We intend to further strengthen our quality assurance framework by increasing the frequency of practice reviews and expanding the audit scope. MSF will implement the enhanced measures by 2026. Several members suggested having more centralized coordination and data integration. Indeed, MSF will be setting up a new social service coordination center supported by technology. It will help us better detect, sense-make, and connect the dots for cases from different touchpoints, such as the social services, education, preschool, community, and other sectors. We are also working to improve protocols and coordination with the police for missing children, something mentioned by Mr. Victor Lai. Today, child protection case management agencies have to lodge a police report within 24 hours and concurrently alert the Protective Service, or PSV. The Protective Service also reports cases to the police within 24 hours. When a case of suspected child abuse is reported to the police will assess the case based on the facts and circumstances. For cases assessed as higher risk, for example, involving serious physical harm or sexual abuse, the police will immediately intervene to ensure the child's safety. The Protective Service will keep a close watch on missing children reports made to the police by case agencies and work closely with the police. When the police come across a case of suspected child abuse, besides conducting police investigations, they will also inform MSF for safety planning and social intervention. The new Social Service Coordination Center, which I mentioned earlier, will also provide tighter links to police operations. Finally, let me address questions from members on the government's response to the panel's recommendations. MSF fully accepts the panel's recommendations. They focus on three broad areas. First, improving the clarity of roles within the child protection ecosystem. Second, fostering a stronger learning culture. And third, providing more structured support for social service practitioners. We will consult and work closely with the social sector to implement the recommendations progressively and complete the implementation by end 2026. Sir, some of our responses to the panel's recommendations have already been set out earlier in my reply. For example, the establishment of the Social Service Coordination Center, the use of analytic tools and technology to track cases and connect the dots, and working with agencies which are not child protection case management agencies to surface cases to child protection management agencies so that we can handle them. I will briefly set out our responses to the other recommendations for completeness, and since members have asked. In recommendation 2, the panel proposed establishing an appeals mechanism to address cases where agencies have differing views on risk levels and case management. This has to be done quite quickly. So MSF will set up a triage assessment panel by the first quarter of 2026 to do this and to determine which agency is best placed to manage the case and then move. In recommendation 3, the panel proposed that MSF should review EGDA's role in triaging potential intrafamilial child protection cases. We agree. By early next year, preschools will report such cases directly to the NAVH. In recommendation 4, panel recommended that we correct the wrong perception that only family members can make a police report of a missing child and to create a safe culture of reporting. Since 2020, MSF has put in place formal protocols for cases where a child is unsighted or missing. There is now a common understanding within the sector that anyone can make a police report of a missing child. But we will continue raising public awareness and understanding of this issue, such as through the Break the Silence campaign. In recommendation 5, the panel proposed that lessons learned from critical incidents should be routinely shared with community agencies. In the past, MSF would carry out bilateral reviews of incidents with the relevant social service agencies. In future, all deaths of children known to social services will be independently reviewed with lessons shared across the sector. We will consult with the sector on how best to do this. On the final recommendation about providing more structured support for social service practitioners, I would like to assure members that MSF is taking steps to bolster the morale of our protection officers and the social services sector. As recommended by the panel, employers can do more to create a safe and supportive work environment for protection practitioners. To enable this, MSF will set up a Protection Practitioners Care Fund to implement capability building and well-being initiatives for protection practitioners. Further details will be announced next year. Sir, let me conclude. MSF will continue to engage and work closely with stakeholders to strengthen our internal systems and communication across agencies. We must carefully calibrate our efforts even as we do more. Protocols and structured tools are important, but they should guide and not replace critical thinking, judgment, and relationship building. We must never reduce child protection work or vulnerable protection work to a mere checkbox system. Instead, we need to build trust and relationships over and on top existing systems and procedures between parents, the community, social services, and the government. As individuals and as a society, let us look out for those who may be struggling. Parents and caregivers who need support in parenting and child caregiving. Turn to our community and social service agencies for help and guidance. Each time a tragedy like Megan's occurs, we feel anger, sorrow, and regret. Whether we are members of society or social work professionals, we must work together and do our utmost to protect our children. Let us rededicate ourselves to protecting every child and vulnerable person, never forgetting those whom we have lost.
MS, go.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your permission to answer together questions 26 and 27 filed by Mr. Jackson Lam and Mr. Gabriel Lam on today's order paper.
Please go ahead.
My reply will also cover questions for written answer filed by Ms. Valerie Lee and Ms. Diana Pang for today's sitting. Megan Kong's case was a tragedy. Minister Desmond has earlier set out the government's view on it. In 2020, after Megan's death was uncovered, the police reviewed their handling of the case. There were 2 rounds of police reports filed. The first report was made in January 2020 by Megan's grandmother. Further police reports were made in July 2020, by Megan's grandmother and father. The investigation officer, the IO, who dealt with the first police report, and her supervisor failed to follow police procedures to escalate the case to the regular case review sessions for monitoring and guidance. The IO had assessed this as a case of child discipline with low safety concerns based on the information that she was presented with at that time. Following the report, the IO attempted to contact Megan's mother over the next 2 weeks, but could not reach her. She did not follow up beyond that because she was then redeployed for COVID-19 related duties. Despite this, the case would normally have been followed up if the IO and her supervisor had escalated the case to the regular case review sessions in the first place. The subsequent police reports concerning Megan were referred to the regular case review sessions, and this eventually led to the discovery of Megan's death and the arrest of the perpetrators. Police commenced internal investigations once the case came to light in 2020 and disciplined both the IO and her supervisor. The IO resigned subsequently. The review panel has corroborated these findings. For missing person reports, the police have established procedures to guide the follow-up. Specifically, the police accord priority to missing vulnerable persons as they may be at higher risk, regardless of the duration they have been missing. And this includes young children. Cases of missing vulnerable persons are escalated to the regular case review sessions with supervisors for monitoring and guidance. It is standard procedure for the police to work with other government agencies to locate missing persons, including sharing the data of the missing persons. Where necessary, the police may also issue appeals for information to seek the public's assistance. The police do not track the duration taken to close a case. There are many factors that can affect the length of an investigation. This includes the wide range of offences with varying complexities, as well as the need to work with different partners as part of the investigation process. There are internal controls in place to ensure that cases are followed up promptly. These include a daily case review process for supervisors to provide guidance to the cases, and multiple levels of supervision and regular checks throughout the investigation. But the police have also continued to strengthen these processes and systems. In particular, the police have made several enhancements. In 2020, they introduced the family violence training package for all frontline and investigation officers to adopt a sensitive approach to family violence cases, including child abuse cases, and to recognize and escalate and work high-risk cases together with the Ministry of Social and Family Development. In 2023, the police formed family violence teams, or FVTs, at all land divisions to give focus to family violence cases, including child abuse cases. Specialized training is provided to FVT officers to equip them with the knowledge and skill sets to handle these cases, such as how to engage the victims sensitively, as well as how to work closely and more integrated with other agencies. In particular, when the police come across a case of suspected child abuse, or when MSF receives an urgent report on high-risk cases through their National Anti-Violence and Sexual Harassment Helpline, the police will work with MSF Protective Services for safety planning and social intervention for the family and child. This may include the activation of MSF's Domestic Violence Emergency Response Team, or DVET, a round-the-clock service launched in 2023 to provide immediate help to high-risk domestic violence cases with immediate safety concerns. DVET officers will respond on-site to conduct a professional assessment and make urgent arrangements for the victims to be relocated or placed in alternative care for their safety if necessary. DVET officers are also empowered under the Women's Charter to issue emergency orders, or EOs, at the scene and to provide immediate safety for the victim. To strengthen IO's efficiency and supervisory capabilities, the police have also harnessed technology for the review of cases. They have implemented technological solutions to trigger automatic notifications to IOs and their supervisors to complete time-sensitive investigations promptly. Our frontline police officers bear a heavy responsibility to protect lives. They take this responsibility seriously and perform their duties with commitment and professionalism. The demands on our police officers continue to increase. They often have to make difficult judgment calls every day in the course of their duties. When under pressure, mistakes can happen. In this case, the lapse arose because two officers who were under pressure did not follow the established operating procedure. It was a serious breach, and it resulted in a tragic outcome. The police will learn from this and reinforce procedures and training for its officers.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, PQs 3 to 27 cover an important topic, but I notice there is less than 25 minutes left to the end of question time. As it is an important topic, I'm going to move to extend question time so that the issue can be properly addressed and SPQs can be raised. Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that question time at this day's sitting be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order number 22-1 so as to enable questions for oral answer to continue until the completion of question number 27, including relevant supplementary questions thereon.
I give my consent. Does the leader have the general assent of honourable members present to so move? Aye. Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding Standing Order number 22-1, question time at this day's sitting continue until the completion of question number 27, including relevant supplementary questions thereon.
The question is as moved by the Leader of the House. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Mr. Xie Yao Chen.
Thank you, sir. So I thank the Minister and MOS for their heartfelt and comprehensive replies. I welcome in particular the groundbreaking step that all child losses in future will be independently reviewed. Yet, we must also do so in a way that sensitively protects the officers directly involved in each child loss case because they bear the emotional brunt of these cases. And so I think the only way we can do so is if we have first, in the child protection ecosystem, a culture of collective ownership. And this must go beyond taking collective responsibility when things go bad. It must mean a culture of ever more equal partnership when things are not bad, so that when things do go bad, we have the capacity to first band together, grieve together, cope together, and support each other first. So beyond system enhancements, my question is, how does the ministry plan to build up and strengthen this culture of collective ownership in our child protective ecosystem? So my second SQ is on Megan's case and the independent review into Megan's case. Now, the decision was taken after MSF's first statement on the case on 8 April 2025. So may I seek the Minister's clarifications on the timeline and how the decision to independently review Megan's case was made only after 8 April 2025. Thank you.
Minister Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his important questions, but before I proceed, may I just make a correction to what I said earlier. I mentioned in my response that for CPS, now known as Protective Service, we have doubled our child protection officers from 45 in 2019 to more than 90 in 2040, and we're continuing to expand. I meant to say 2024, not 2040. Now, with that correction behind us, sir, I will address the member's two questions. I thank him for his sensitivity to the work that is being done by our frontline officers, both in MSF as well as in the social sector. This is prevention work. The sector is working together and working with the community and the public to prevent harm from occurring. It is a challenging and difficult and onerous responsibility which the sector bears and must bear for the protection of children and vulnerable persons, whether spouses, persons with disability, the elderly, and so on. And when a tragic outcome happens, whether hurt, serious hurt, or a death, everyone who has or might have had an opportunity or a touch point feels this not just organizationally and sectorally, but individually. And it's a question of what ifs. And as I said, it's prevention work, and our officers, both frontline as well as in the community, engage a lot of people all the time. So that for us, in handling cases like these, it's a balance between, on the one hand, transparency and accountability, which is important to maintain public trust and confidence by parents that children will be taken care of, and by the community. And on the other hand, making sure that the morale, the determination, and the will of our frontliners and our social workers is not broken. Because if they are demoralized, if they feel that this work is too much to bear, then it will be even harder for us to maintain this sentinel system to protect the most vulnerable amongst us. So the member is quite right in that when things go wrong, and in this case, things went wrong, we bear it as a sector, we bear it as agencies responsible, having interacted with or having had opportunity to interact with the cases. Certainly when officers have breached protocols, as you've heard MOS go, and as mentioned earlier, internal reviews and action have to be taken. But the burden is on the whole sector, as well as on the organizations concerned. So we strike a balance between both very paramount considerations. And we must keep building that. When I gave my response earlier, you would see graphically in your mind that child protection work involve rings of concentric circles. And they all have to work collectively together. The wider circle being members of the public, neighbors, colleagues, strangers, lending a helping hand, or reporting abuse. So that the inner rings, community organizations like schools, preschools, GPs, clinics, community organizations can take a closer look and also report for an even inner ring of child protection case management agencies, including the Protective Service, to be able to intervene, offer help, protect the child through safety plans, and in the most high-risk cases, intervene statutorily with the police, with the courts if necessary. For all that to work, we need to continue to build up this culture of collective ownership, of relationships between organizations in this safety net. As I said in my reply at the end, we certainly have protocols and SOPs and common language and screening guides. All these are important so that things don't get missed, so that people can have the benefit of experienced people who have come up with these protocols for us to follow, so that our system can get better. But that is no substitute for the importance of a strong interagency collaborative relationship between one another, all wanting to work together, all knowing each other, and all imbibing that common vision and mission of taking care of the most vulnerable. So I agree with the member that this work is underway, and it's a continuous work in progress as new officers join the system. The member asked why there was a review in 2025. I think Minister Masagos, as well as MSF, had explained previously that in 2020, internal reviews had been carried out by the organizations concerned, as well as bilaterals with MSF. But in 2025, both during and after the sentencing of the perpetrators involved in Megan's death, new information had surfaced, for example, photographs, as well as new information from some of the agencies concerned. And MSF decided, notwithstanding the bilaterals done earlier, to convene an independent panel in order to strengthen the safeguards in our system and to look into the new facts that had surfaced.
I know many members have many questions. I'll run through the list of all those who have filed questions, so just be patient. Mr. Tsai Ing-tou.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the ministers for their reply. I'd like to seek a few clarifications. The first is on the case of Megan's case. The initial reporting of the case in media kind of pinned the blame on the social service agency beyond that was involved. And a few community and social practitioners actually spoke up on social media about the optics of the reporting. And I think retrospectively, the question is then, how can we better report and comms when such tragedies, sorry, I repeat, how can we better report or comms when such tragedies happen in light of also encouraging collective ownership and culture? My second question refers to conversations with preschool educators. And on one hand, one anecdote was as much as educators want to balance building rapport with parents, and they do ask when they find injuries on the children, and they need to ask in a polite and non-offensive way to just clarify how injuries that might have occurred when they bring their child to the center. So the question is, how does ministry help support preschools in kind of balancing this rapport with parents that preschool educators have to constantly balance? Another question by preschool educators was when a child with nonverbal or with special needs might present with injuries that parents may attribute to falls, and it is only the parent's account that is taken into consideration. What advice would you give to preschools to assess in those cases how much of parents' accounts to believe and whether or not to make a report with NAVH nevertheless? Last question on the from preschool educators is, after the abused child returns to the center, they may also exhibit some of this abusive or violent or inappropriate behavior to their peers as well. How can teachers be better prepared for these scenarios? My last SQ references an initiative by MSF and COFU that was launched in August this year, where 77 food court managers were trained by MSF to also highlight and to be the eyes and ears of the community and highlight NAVH hotline and the work that they do. So my question is, how do we expand such initiatives and, like Min mentioned, the rings of concentric circles where it's society's collective responsibility to protect the vulnerable? Thank you.
Minister Lee.
I thank the member for his observations and his questions. The The balance, as I said earlier, is between setting out the facts as to what happened and, on the other hand, keeping the sector cohesive as a whole. And the aim is to reflect on what happened and see how those gaps should be closed. And so there was not and should not be an intention to point fingers. At the same time, the public expect some accountability and laying out of the facts. That is what happened in the report of the independent panel, and we've read the report and seen what happened. And so, to the extent that there was a misunderstanding, that there was finger pointing, we have apologized to the relevant agencies, including Beyond Social Services, for the misunderstanding that had occurred. It was not the intention, but if that was perceived, we have apologized as well. For preschools, because they deal with very young children, from infants to the age of 6, sometimes it is very hard to discern what is actually happening. And that is why we need two things. On the one hand, with experience, we produce protocols, guides to empower our frontliners, including preschool leaders and preschool teachers and carers, to be able to identify concerns and possible child abuse. So as I said earlier, if they detect something of concern, they can report. It will be for the social workers to offer more targeted support and for the protection agencies to intervene and make safe for the child. Having said that, I understand that there is a relationship between the preschool and the preschool teachers and the parents and children. They come to school every day or almost every day, and you want to maintain that relationship. So with the sector-specific screening guides, which we endeavor to train and have been training many frontliners, including in the preschools, it gives them some guide to look at in order to assess whether this is a case of concern. No doubt, concerned teachers and school leaders will ask questions, will show concern, and that is the right thing to do. But when enough of the dots are connected, and you see that in the SSSG, sector-specific screening guide, then the guidance to our agencies and preschools is report, have this looked at more closely. The third question that the member has is initiatives like the one he mentioned. We welcome more hands on deck. We welcome community organizations, even corporates, who want to play a part in strengthening public education, strengthening awareness, and helping in this collective effort to look out for the vulnerable amongst us, whether it's children, persons with disability, seniors, and so on. And we would like to encourage them, step forward if you want to play a part, and we'll work with you.
Notwithstanding that we've extended the question time today, I request all members and also ministers to keep your replies succinct. Mr. Zulkarnain Abdurrahim.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. I welcome Minister's announcement of the new Social Service Coordination Center by MSF and the usage of analytic tools to help with the detection and reporting. I do believe that any risk factor shouldn't, while it can be a predisposition, it could not be a predetermination of outcome. So I have two SQs, sir, but let me set out the context first. I asked about reforms which include independent oversight bodies, because when there's clear independence and separation between report monitoring and service delivery, there could be uplifting of standards and quality and trust. So my first question, I think, arises from other jurisdictions. In New Zealand, there's a Children's Monitor, independent Children's Monitor, that looks into compliance and of child protection laws, and it is an independent Crown entity that reports to the public. In the UK, there's also the Office for Standards in Education, Children's Services and Skills, or Ofsted. It is a non-ministerial department of the government of UK, but it reports directly to the Parliament. And so my first SQ is this, Minister, will in next year's review, and will the Ministry also study similar jurisdictions and approaches to further strengthen accountability and coordination in our child protection system? Of course, there are some differences. Ofsted not just look into early childhood education, but the whole gamut of the child growing up years as well. The second SQ, Minister, sir. Minister mentioned about audit agencies and broadening of the audit scope just now, and that MSF will announce the enhanced measures come next year, 2026. Will the Ministry set out clear timelines, audit and review mechanism, and public reporting expectations for these enhancements so that agencies are held to consistent standards across and families can have this confidence and trust, especially in suspected child abuse cases, so that they are not missed or delayed in reporting? Thank you.
Minister Lee.
So on the first question, as I said earlier, the follow-up on the panel's recommendations, we accept all the recommendations, but in terms of follow-up, we will work closely with the sector, consult them, and implement them by the end of next year. And whether it's a comparative study of overseas jurisdictions or engaging our sector to better strengthen our system, which we have been doing and will continue to do, all that will be taken on board, and I thank the member for his suggestions. Likewise, for audit, I talked about practice audits, I talked about various ways in which we ensure some consistency across the whole sector, because there are many organizations and many individuals involved in protection work. As I said earlier, there are screening guides, there are reporting guides, there are protocols in place. All these are important ways, on top of practice audits, to maintain and uphold standards. And I take the member's suggestions on board.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for a very comprehensive reply. Following the review panel's findings, practitioners such as the social workers were very quick to point out that there needed to be greater support for professionals in the child protection space, rather than simply having more standard operating procedures, guidelines, protocols, as what Minister has said. I fully agree with this. So I'd like to ask, what are the plans to upskill practitioners in child protection, and how can we elevate the persistent workload concerns in the sector? My second question is, how does the Ministry intend to address the review panel's findings that there appeared to be some fear of reporting to the authorities? We must surely do all we can to encourage cases to be reported and to inculcate a no-fault culture, even if suspicions of child abuse later turn out to be inaccurate. My last question, the review panel flagged interagency coordination failures as one of its findings. There seems to be no clear system for sharing updates among CPS, ACDA, BSS, the preschool, and even the police. And because of that, agencies appeared to have treated concerns as somebody else's responsibility, and therefore resulting in some form of inertia. And therefore, the panel recommended establishing a centralized case management platform for high-risk child cases. Minister have mentioned that MSF is working on this. So I'd like to ask, when would this platform be established? And in the meantime, in the absence of such a platform, what is being done to ensure coordination among all these agencies?
Minister Lee.
I had mentioned in my reply that the system is can work only if our frontliners have the skills, the judgment, the experience, and the morale to keep this sentinel safety net strong. And therefore, that is a priority, and therefore capability building and strengthening resourcing was point number one in my response. I won't repeat what I said earlier, bearing in mind Speaker's admonition about long replies. Fear of reporting, I'd also address that in my reply. In the Break the Silence campaign, we aim to encourage members of the public. If you hear something, see something that's not right, if you hear children screaming, hear shouting, beating, if you know your neighbor, ask if they need help, if they need some support, and if you're concerned, report. Report. There's NAVH, and we will act. For frontline agencies like preschools, schools, there is outreach, there's engagement. For preschools every year, for leaders, protective service will go out and do a refresher. There are protocols in place. There are timelines for reporting. All these are in place, but ultimately it's about their sense of collective responsibility and mission, which I also mentioned earlier. Sharing of updates, the panel had a very good recommendation, is to make sure that when things go wrong, you don't just do a bilateral with the organization, you don't just do an internal review, share it more widely with the sector so that we all can strengthen our processes and benefit, and we will endeavor to do so.
Mr. Victor Lai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'd like to thank the Minister's MOS for their replies. I just have two SQs, one on a recommended response, and then the second on reporting. On response, can we consider in the review requiring a protocol where physical verification of a child who's subject of a report, either missing or suspected child abuse, is actually closed within a certain timeline before the case is closed or escalated to the next level? The second SQ relates to reporting. Can we consider a mandatory child safety reporting framework so as to go beyond guidelines and to refine it with a tier 1 where it imposes a legal obligation on professionals and frontliners, say teachers, doctors, childcare operators, to report any such cases? It's a high bar, but it helps us close the gap. And on the second tier, we could cover community leaders, volunteers, neighbors even, and protect them with a good faith protection clause so as to remove any fear of reporting or repercussions. These two aspects on response and reporting could help us close the gap on this very important issue. Thank you.
Minister Lee.
The member asked about the need for physical sighting of the child. If there are concerns, the answer is yes. That is the current requirement. To see the child physically, not just to hear the child's voice or be assured by some third party, including a caregiver, or a Zoom kind of verification. Is physical, in-person sighting for children of concern, children at risk. For legal reporting, I think I've answered that earlier in my response. There are legal thresholds that mandate reporting, both for certain institutions as well as for public. But having said that, we're talking about raising concerns even at lower thresholds. You know, when a child comes to school or to childcare center or goes to a community organization with bruises, as a very young child, and the first thing you ask is, caregiver and parents, what happened? And you know, quite often the response is fell down, you know, child discipline, and for most people, well, okay, we take the parents' word for it. And then over time, if there are certain dots that you connect them, then you realize that actually this is a bit more concerning. Does the parent need help? Is there caregiver stress? Is there some trigger that might be more sinister than discipline or an accident? And it's got to do with judgment. Yes, we have protocols in place, and these, I won't say tick boxes because it does give a wrong impression, but they indeed are based on past cases and experience, and they guide frontliners in deciding what to ask, when to ask, when to raise concerns, and who to raise concerns to. So we are talking about not just that, you mentioned high bar of reporting, but to be able to raise concerns with the family, with social workers, and with NEVH, so that we can act. And we want to make sure that all of these are in place and people understand that they can do so and seek help and report so that we can take a look.
Ms. Diana Pang.
Dear Ministers, it pains me as a mom to hear what has happened, and it continues to pain me every day. I hope this will be first and the last time I hear this and this will ever happen again. I would like to know the following. What are the criteria for selecting those who receive this specialized training to better support these cases? And what is considered as alternative care arrangement under this new framework, given that these families may have family issues, they cannot find alternative care. With so many agencies and parties involved, what are too many ingredients to actually spoil the soup? So who is ultimately in charge of this and what they can do when this happens again? Thank you.
Minister.
I think the member is right in that when there is an abuse case or suspected abuse case, often one of the contributing reasons could be caregiver burdens and stress, though there could be other triggers, and I don't want to oversimplify things. And therefore, when they need help, we need to make sure that there is help available, both informal in the community, within the family, as well as in the community, through social service organizations, community organizations, and so on. But when a case is a high risk, a tier 2, or for that matter, a tier 1 case, where the child protection management agencies come in, there are a number of organizations involved, and ultimately there is a case lead for each of these cases, tier 2, tier 1, so that there is consistency, so that there's the centralized decision making, but in partnership with the other organizations and community groups, particularly when A, a safety plan has to be established, and B, removal must take place, one or the other. And when a safety plan is brought in, next of kin may be asked to be involved, to keep an eye, cite the child stay over with the next of kin rather than with the parent who may be dealing with issues or may be a person of concern to the authorities. So a safety plan. There could be more intrusive measures that may need to be taken to safekeep the child, including removing the child from parent or parents and putting them either with next of kin, with foster families, or in children's homes, while the issues are being addressed and being worked through. So that is how it's carried out on the ground, and a lot of judgment and empathy is involved. Having said that, the centrality of child safety is foundational.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I've always been very inspired by how our Municipal Services Office have been improving our neighborhoods, and I'm heartened to know that a similar concept, a Social Services Coordination Center, would help to improve the lives of our people. I have one SQ. Has the government any programs in place aimed at preventing child abuse in the first place, going upstream, with a particular focus on providing support and resources to parents who might face challenges coping with their child's behavior? And these can include targeted counseling services or producing resource guides issued to parents and tailored to the age of their children. Thank you.
Minister.
As I said, the foundational principle is that parents are responsible for children, and by far and away parents do their best for the children. But when they face stressors or when they are grappling with issues, we need to provide help. So upstream work, preventive work is key, not just early risk families, but also parents at large. We have a whole range of programs, both in institutions like in schools and preschools, in programs like Kids Start and others, Triple P and many others that seek to empower or provide useful information to parents in their caregiving of their children. So that is available, and we'll continue to work with partners to strengthen this.
Mr. Jackson Lam.
I thank Min for these replies. I understand that MSF has plans to train up the frontline officers, but before we get there, will MSF consider getting an independent auditor to review the records, the hotline records, so that the case registration failures are not only flagged out internally, but also externally verified?
Minister.
All calls to the NAVH are automatically recorded, logged, and transcribed. So that is the first safeguard. And as I said earlier in my main response, it's not just within the child protection management agencies who are looking at the cases. They are progressively and expeditiously reaching out to community organizations and social service agencies that are not within the core child protection management agency group to ask them to surface cases and have another look.
Ms. Henny-So.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to first declare that I'm a family law practitioner. I thank the Minister for his substantive reply, but I note that my PQ number 16, the questions have not been addressed yet, specifically in relation to when was the deceased father first being informed of the situation and whether the Ministry will consider requiring the parents of an affected child to be informed by relevant agencies and be involve both parents in any safety plan regardless of their marital status. The reason why I ask this is more often than not in the situations of a potential child abuse case, the relevant stakeholders more often than not tend to assume that the parent without the custody, care and control should not be first informed, or any of the relevant informations may not be revealed to him at the earliest instance. And there are situations where there are cases where in the event of a parental alienations, child abuse cases, the parent that was affected by parental alienations will only get known of the situations at being the last person in the situation.
Minister.
I can assure the member that when a case involving a child enters the Child Protection Management Agency's ambit of work, they will put in their best efforts to engage both the child's biological parents for safety planning where feasible, and I mentioned it earlier in response to Member Diana Pang's question. You may need one or the other parent to step in to part of the safety plan, especially if the parent is required to observe safeguards put in place or is in a position to support the child's safety and well-being. For cases that are taken up by the protective service in MSF, it will contact and engage both parents and or all caregivers to ensure the child's safety and well-being regardless of their marital status.
Miss Cassandra Lee, did you raise your hand earlier? No, I'm giving priority to those who have filed questions. So, Mr. Andre Loh, I know you filed a question for tomorrow. You may ask your SQ.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister and MOS. My first question is actually relating to the substance of my PQ, which is filed for tomorrow, which has not been addressed, which is, I understand Minister has mentioned many prospective actions that will be taking in response to the review panel's recommendations. My question was more, has there been any retrospective review of ongoing or past cases, whether it be in 2020 or recently in response to the review panel's findings, to make sure that we haven't overlooked any other similar cases to avoid another tragedy? And I have two SQs. Firstly is, I understand that Child Protective Services and Adult Protective Services were merged into the Protective Services Department earlier this year. I think it was implicit in the Minister's response, but I would like to confirm if the officers continue to specialize in their respective specialties. And secondly, on supply of social work professionals, is there a whole of government approach to increase the supply of social work professionals, be it through incentives or making the profession something more attractive to individuals to consider? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank the member for his questions. I think the first question, it was in my main reply as well as in my SQ reply to Member Jackson Lam, in terms of look back and reaching out to organizations to surface cases that may be of concern. If he's asking about past child deaths, each time there's a child death, there is a review and actions taken to close the gaps, tighten the processes. The second question he asked is about specialization in PSV. It is now a unified protective service, but there are officers who specialize in certain kinds of communities, whether it's children, seniors, and so on. But it's a service as a whole, and there is a benefit in common protocols, even as we seek to specialize in certain areas. And the third is about strengthening the social work profession as a whole. For protective work, as I said earlier, there's a real risk of burnout, so lots of measures need to put in place, including care for the officers, time away from the front lines, mental health support, and constant training and refreshment so that we upskill and continue to be encouraged to continue this challenging work. SUSS, which recently launched its social work and social development faculty, has a specific concentration or specialization, so-called, in their undergraduate course on protection. So we want to work with SUSS and our IHLs to continue to train caring Singaporeans who want to come into this work of protecting vulnerable people. But as a whole, for the whole social sector, there continue to be need for more social work professionals, social workers, case workers, counselors, and so on. And the work of the NCSS and the ministry continues on this front to ensure that we have a steady pipeline.
Mr. Fu Zhexiang, I know you also file a PQ on this tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. So I welcome the formation of the new Social Services Coordination Center. But for each specific case on the ground, it is really the child protection officer that will need to coordinate across the different agencies. And a good one will be able to think of and think for the activities of many different stakeholders. So I remember Minister mentioning earlier that the number of cases per officer has been reduced from 40 to 35, if I recall correctly. My question is whether the ministry has a target to reduce this even further, quite substantively, to, for example, 25 or even 20. And the reason why I ask is because, number one, the actual caseload is an issue to manage the child, but because of the coordination work that is required, because of the mind space that the officer will need to have, I believe that the number of cases is still too high at 35. Thank you.
Minister.
So I said in my main reply that we had expanded the number of child protection officers as well as PSV, Protective Service officers, increased the number. The workload is high, it has come down, and we'll continue to, we brought in auxiliary support services, not just increasing manpower, but brought in additional services to help transform and improve the way in which our protective service officers work. And I've said earlier that we will continue to expand.
Okay, we've gone past question time by almost 20 minutes. I believe I've cleared all those members who have filed PQs on this. I will now just allow for two last SQs. Mr. Christopher D'Souza, you've been raising your hand from day one, so you have the floor.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is a difficult and emotional topic, and I want to thank Minister Desmond Lee and MOS Goh Pei Ming for your heartfelt responses. I felt the emotion in them. And I just wanted to ask my SQ as one of balance. In my own personal dealings with the SSO and MSF, they are excellently diligent and hardworking people. You've worked with me at 2 a.m. on cases, likewise Home Affairs officers visiting homes where there's abuse. So I'm genuinely concerned, and I'm mounting my supplementary question, that we do not forget the excellent hard work of the many diligent officers. And yes, there have been a number of difficult gaps that have aligned, and Megan is no longer with us. But I hope we will not throw the baby out with the bathwater. And my question to the good minister and the good Minister of State is, how are we going to take care of our diligent, exceptional, dedicated officers who are the vast majority in each of these institutions and have their morale kept high, while in parallel we close the gaps that have led to this tragedy? I do not wish to underestimate the impact of Megan on all of us, but how do we walk this tightrope of encouraging and uplifting the morale of these excellent officers in both ministries, while at the same time plugging the loopholes? Thank you.
Minister Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I'll respond briefly for the social sector, and MOS will respond for the police. And I thank him for his care and consideration for our frontline officers. It is difficult work, and the best way to support them is to affirm their work, know that while there were lapses and mistakes, we will continue to close the gap, learn from them, and resolve collectively as a sector to do better. And that collective responsibility that Member Seah Chen spoke about is important, even as we retain trust of members of the public through transparency and accountability. Other forms of support involve making sure that their well-being is taken care of, giving them respite, support, taking care of their mental well-being, training them well and effectively, putting in place SOPs and protocols both within the organization and externally, supervision and support and mentorship so that they continue to do their work well.
MOS Goh.
I thank the member for his compliments and acknowledging that the work that the police force does is a very difficult one. The load is heavy, the responsibility is heavy, and at the same time, every police officer signs on knowing that is a mission that he has to do for his fellow citizens and deliver that duty to the people who respects the uniform and respects the police force for what they do. So I thank the member very much for the compliments, for the professionalism and the commitment of all our police officers out there. I know every police officer will strive to do his best. Every case is important, and they've sworn to protect lives and to keep the nation, Singapore and Singaporeans safe and secure. At the same time, I think what the organization and what I guess members of parliament can also help to do is to acknowledge the hard work that they do. All members of parliament also have close relationship with police officers in your own constituencies. And I think that relationship, the close communication, understanding what are the challenges, the progress of work, and perhaps supporting if there's a need for them at the ground is important. From the ministry, we will continue to support and make sure that feedback loops are closed. We'll make sure that we hear and listen to the police officers. From time to time, we do surveys. We do, and through the appraisal reports, for example, we do get feedback on how we can best support our officers. Two areas of immediate follow-up. One is in terms of the overall technology adoption. I mentioned earlier, we are always especially as a professional force, eagerly looking into how we can better adopt technology to enhance our processes, our procedures, improve efficiency, and in fact, even shorten what we can do to close every single case and to get back to every single resident. I think that's the first. The second is, of course, overall manpower allocation. We're also looking into how we can best allocate and optimize manpower assignments in terms of what are the areas of priority, areas of emphasis, and to make the corresponding allocations or to grow the force where we need to. Thank you.
Ms. Alisa Chen, I apologize. I know you also filed a PQ for a subsequent sitting. You will be the final member to ask SQ on this.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd also like to declare that I'm the Executive Director of Campus Impact. It's a social service agency that works with children, some of whom are child protection cases. I acknowledge also and I thank the Minister for sharing about the heavy emotional burden borne by child protection officers and welcome the news of a new social services coordination center supported by technology to detect, sense, make, and connect the dots for cases from different touch points. I'd like to also highlight that it requires a strong culture and process to ensure that data is recorded and input into the system. The issue in Megan's case was about the follow-up action, so the tech system has to do more than sense-make, but also ensure that follow-up action is clearly flagged to be done with the clear task owners and requiring supervisor clearance in line with the protocols that have been set up. I have 3 questions. How will the government measure the success and effectiveness of this new coordination center in improving child protection outcomes? Are there specific indicators such as faster case detection, earlier intervention, or reduced recurrence of child harm that will be tracked? And how will MSF ensure that frontline social workers and community partners benefit directly from the improved coordination rather than being burdened by additional administrative layers? Thank you.
Minister Lee.
The Social Service Coordination Center and the use of technology, these should augment the work of the Child Protection Network. But in and of itself will not be a silver bullet. We hope that with some technology, with coordination, we can better focus on at-risk cases. Because the workload is high, we encourage people to report, and officers will be understrained to deal with many more cases that are surfaced, some of which would be false positives. And that is the way it is designed, so that we take a look and dive a bit deeper. But being able to connect some of these dots across multiple agencies and organizations will enable the system as a whole to be able to sense-make better. Sometimes, in its discrete self, a piece of information may not cause a flag to go up. But when you are able to better connect the dots, you might feel that, well, this is one which crosses the threshold, better go in and take a look. So how to measure the success of these tools? I would say let's look at the overall cohesiveness of the sector, the ability to coordinate the work more effectively, the ability to identify earlier high-risk cases and to intervene. It's early days yet. As we consult with the sector, as we engage with them, as we work with them, we will better be able to unpack what capabilities we specifically seek to achieve.
MOS
Speaker, I earlier, in my initial PQ reply, mentioned that the police had made several enhancements, one of which was the introduction of the Family Violence Training Package for all frontline and investigation officers. I may have misspoke, citing that the year this was introduced was 2020. I wish to correct myself. It should be 2022. Thank you.
Order. End of extended question time. Introduction of government bills. Coordinating Minister for Social Policies and Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker,
On behalf of the Coordinating Minister for Social Policies and Minister for Health, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a National Electronic Record System for the Safe and Secure Contribution, Collection, Storage and Disclosure of Health Information about individuals to facilitate the collection, disclosure and use of health and other information about individuals to maintain and improve their physical and mental health and well-being, and to make a related amendment to the Human Organ Transplant Act 1987.
Health Information Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Minister for Digital Development and Information.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Digital Development and Information, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Sector Governance Act 2018 to provide for directions on the sharing and use of information under the control of Singapore public sector agencies, to make related amendments to the Personal Data Protection Act 2012, and to make consequential amendments to certain other acts.
Public Sector Governance Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Minister for Social and Family Development.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Social and Family Development, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Council of Social Service Act 1992 and to make related amendments to the Income Tax Act 1947 and the Public Sector Governance Act 2018.
National Council of Social Service Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Order, the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Item 1, Corporate and Accounting Laws Amendment Bill, second reading.
Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time. The Corporate and Accounting Laws Amendment Bill has 5 objectives. First, to tighten rules against the misuse of companies for unlawful purposes. Second, to safeguard shareholder interests. Third, to strengthen the regulatory framework for companies. Fourth, to reduce regulatory burden for companies. And fifth, to enhance the regulatory regime for public accountants. The amendments proposed in the bill arose from ACRA's regular review of its regulatory functions to foster a trusted and vibrant business environment. The bill's key amendments relate to the following acts: the Companies Act of 1967, the Limited Liability Partnerships Act of 2005, or LLP Act, and the Accountants Act of 2004. Let me now highlight the key amendments. The first set of amendments strengthens safeguards against the misuse of companies for unlawful purposes. Under the Companies Act 1967, the Registrar of Companies may refuse registration of a company if it is likely to be used for an unlawful purpose or for purposes prejudicial to public peace, welfare, or good order in Singapore, or if its registration contravenes national security or interests. I'll refer to these conditions as grounds for refusal for short. However, the law currently does not explicitly require the courts or the registrar to deny applications for restoration of struck-off companies, foreign companies, or limited liability partnerships based on the grounds for refusal. While struck-off entities with the aforementioned risks are typically not restored, Clauses 84, 86, 93, 117, and 119 of the bill now expressly specify grounds for such refusal in the Companies Act of 1967 and the LLP Act 2005 for avoidance of doubt. This aligns with the existing criteria for refusing company registrations under the Companies Act 1967 and for winding up a company under the Insolvency, Restructuring and Dissolution Act of 2018. The second set of key amendments are aimed at safeguarding shareholder interests. Currently, a company may purchase its own shares through a selective off-market purchase conducted outside of a securities exchange or not under an equal access scheme. This requires approval by a special resolution with at least 75% of voting rights in favor, excluding the votes of the shareholders whose shares are being acquired. However, in situations where a company has different classes of shares, this process may not sufficiently account for the interests of shareholders in the affected class who are not part of the selective off-market purchase. To better safeguard shareholders' interests, Clause 50 of the bill introduces a two-tier approval process for selective off-market purchases. Tier 1, which is an existing provision in Section 76D of the Companies Act, requires the approval by all shareholders, regardless of class of shares, excluding the shareholders whose shares are being acquired. Tier 2, which is newly introduced under this bill, requires the consent by the relevant shareholders within the affected class of shares, but excluding the shareholders whose shares are being acquired. This allows for shareholders within the affected class of shares to have a larger say in approving the selective off-market purchase. Both tiers require a 75% approval threshold. To simplify implementation for the new Tier 2 approval, companies can obtain written consent from affected shareholders and do not need to convene a separate class meeting. The third set of amendments strengthen the regulatory framework for companies. Section 157 of the Companies Act requires a director to manage the company and act in its best interests, honestly, and with reasonable diligence. A breach of the provision is an offence, and currently the penalty is a fine not exceeding $5,000 or imprisonment for up to 12 months. However, when compared to penalties for equivalent offences in other leading common law jurisdictions, we found that there was scope for an upward revision of the penalties. Clause 58 of the bill increases the maximum fine to $20,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months, or both. This provides stronger penalties to deter potential offenders. The fourth set of key amendments reduce the regulatory burden on companies. Since inception of the Companies Act, a company's registered office must be open to the public for at least 3 hours each business day. This was primarily intended to facilitate access to company records by any persons entitled to inspect them. To reduce the regulatory burden on companies while maintaining the rights of those who need access to company records in the company's registered office, Clauses 52, 89, 90, 99 of the bill abolish the minimum opening hours requirement. Instead, the bill provides that persons entitled to inspect any company record must give the company reasonable notice of their intent to do so. Upon being given such notice, companies must then make such records available for inspection for at least 2 hours during each of the relevant business days. This will give companies more flexibility to determine the operating hours of their registered offices. For avoidance of doubt, the proposed amendment will not affect service of documents at the company's registered office. The Companies Act allows a document to be served on a company by leaving it at or sending it by registered post to the registered office of the company without requiring the registered office to be physically open. The final set of amendments are intended to enhance the regulatory regime of public accountants. Currently, audit reports are usually signed off by accounting entities rather than the specific individual public accountant who performed the audit. The identity of the public accountant primarily responsible for the audit engagement is not disclosed in the audit report itself, though this information is available in the Register of Auditors on ACRA's BizFile. To promote greater personal accountability for public accountants and transparency in the auditing profession, Clause 32 of the bill inserts a new Section 59A to the Accountants Act to require the public accountant who is primarily responsible for an audit engagement to be identified in the audit report itself. The other provisions in the bill make technical related and consequential amendments, including to the ACRA Act and the Limited Partnerships Act, the Variable Companies the Variable Capital Companies Act, Exchanges, Demutualization and Merger Act, the Insolvency, Restructuring and Dissolution Act, and the Securities and Futures Act. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the proposed amendments in this bill are part of our ongoing efforts to enhance our corporate governance and regulatory framework, reinforcing our position as an efficient and trusted business hub.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Edward Chia.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd first like to declare that I'm a business owner and hold directorships in enterprises registered with ACRA. I rise in support of the Corporate Accounting Laws Amendment Bill 2025. This bill represents another important step to keep Singapore's corporate and accounting frameworks progressive, trusted, and competitive. It modernizes key provisions in the Companies Act and Accountants Act. It strengthens governance, enhances transparency, and ensures our laws continue to support enterprise growth and innovation in a fast-changing business environment. Mr. Speaker, first, I commend the Ministry for many pro-business and practical reforms in this bill. This bill removes outdated rules, such as statement in lieu of prospectus and all requirement for offices to stay open 3 hours a day for public inspection. Replacing that with a flexible 2-hour access window subject to reasonable notice is a sensible update that reflects today's digital practices. I also welcome the potential exemption from full Singapore finance reporting standards for smaller entities. If applied with clear criteria, these can make accounting simpler and more cost-effective for SMEs while preserving transparency. Taken together, these are forward-looking moves that make compliance easier, reduce friction for businesses, and strengthen Singapore's standing as a trusted and efficient business hub. However, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight several practical concerns from the perspective of SMEs, which make up the vast majority of registered companies in Singapore. First, the bill formalizes public access to private companies' electric register of members. It removes the right to inspect physical documents, but retains the right for anyone to obtain an electronic copy or extract from ACRA. Some shareholder details, such as names, shareholdings, and addresses, are already available in ACRA BIS profile. However, this change expands both the mode and depth of access. This electronic register contains more detailed information, including share transfer dates, ownership history, and in some cases, residential addresses where no business address is listed. By allowing anyone to easily obtain these details through ACRA, the bill could increase the exposure of personal and commercial data. For smaller family firms and investing holding companies, this raises legitimate concerns about privacy, confidentiality, and data protection. Mr. Speaker, sir, I acknowledge that the bill remains consistent with the Personal Data Protection Act. Disclosures required under the Companies Act are exempt from PDPA consent rules. However, while this legal alignment is clear, the policy implications merit attention. As the electronic register becomes more accessible, ACRA should continue to apply data protection principles in practice, such as masking residential addresses, limit access to essential information, and ensuring robust safeguards against misuse or data scraping. A privacy by design approach will preserve transparency while protecting the trust and personal data of business owners. I therefore urge the Ministry to work with ACRA to implement appropriate redaction and access safeguards. For instance, masking residential address or limiting sensitive information to request-based access rather than automatic downloads. Second, the bill introduces stricter report and notification requirements coupled with higher penalties. Companies must now report disqualifications or changes in key appointments promptly and accurately. Fines for administrative oversight, such as failing to update a registered office address, can reach up to $5,000. These measures strengthen accountability and corporate discipline. However, smaller firms without compliance staff may find it challenging to keep pace with the new requirements. A single delay, even if unintentional, could result in penalties that feel disproportionate to their scale or intent. Third, while the bill empowers the minister to exempt certain classes of companies from full accounting standards, the criteria for exemption have yet been defined. Without clearer thresholds or guidance, SMEs may be unsure whether they qualify or how they apply for such exemptions. This uncertainty could lead to confusion and inconsistent compliance when the changes come into force. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to offer 3 suggestions to support smooth implementation and uphold our pro-business intent. First, for the members' register, apply proportionate safeguards such as making residential address or limiting sensitive data to request-based access. This preserves transparency while reducing the risk of misuse. Second, as stricter penalties or shorter reporting timelines take effect, consider a 6 to 12-month grace period for first-time or unintentional breaches. ECRA could also publish clear, plain English compliance guides with templates, calendars, and examples of reasonable notice for record inspections. Third, if the intent is to ease compliance for smaller firms, publish the qualifying thresholds such as revenue size or asset size well in advance. Complement this with outreach through SME centers and professional bodies so businesses can prepare their systems ahead of time. In closing, Mr. Speaker, this bill strengthens Singapore's reputation as a place where governance is strong, business is trusted, and laws are modern and fair. It strikes a balance between transparency and privacy, between accountability and practicality. As we refine our laws, it is worthy to note that smaller enterprises form the backbone of our economy. When rules are clear, proportionate, and supported by guidance, they do more than ensure compliance. They build confidence, innovation, and resilience. With thoughtful implementation and continued dialogue with our business community, this bill can both enhance fairness and empower enterprises. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lee Hong Chun.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of the Corporate and Accounting Law Amendments Bill 2025. In particular, what it means for our small and medium enterprise, SME in short, which are true backbone of Singapore economics. SME are not just statistics. They make up over 99% of all businesses, contribute nearly half of our GDP, and employ about 70% of our workforce. They are our innovators, job creators, and community builders. When SME do well, Singapore does well. But when they struggle, the ripple effects are felt across our economics and society. This bill seeks to strengthen corporate governance, enhance financial transparency, and align our frameworks with international standards, including the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations on ownership disclosure and anti-laundering measures. These are important goals. Accountability matters. Transparency matters. But even as we pursue higher standards, we must ensure that our SME, which form the heartbeat of our business ecosystem, are able to comply effectively and affordably. Many SME in Singapore are lean operations, often family-run, entrepreneur-driven, with small teams juggling multiple roles. While stronger reportings and record keepings can improve transparency, they can also raise compliance costs, especially for smaller firms with limited resources. If compliance becomes too complex or expensive, the risk discouraging innovation and entrepreneurship. Funds that could go into hiring, product development, or market expansion may instead be channeled into paperwork, audits, and consultancy fees. We must therefore ensure that transparency and efficiency progress hand in hand, especially for SME. Good governance enhances credibility and access to capital. However, if SME find the new requirements difficult to fulfill, they may appear riskier to lenders or investors, ironically reducing their access of financing or grants. In an economics where many SMEs depends on trade finance, venture capitals, and government grants, the risk is real to them. That said, Mr. Speaker, this bill also presents great opportunities for SME. Enhanced corporate governance and ownership transparency will build investor confidence, attract long-term capital, and reinforce Singapore's standing as a trusted and competitive global business hub. Done right, this bill will not only uphold our clean and credible reputation, it will also empower SME to grow on a stronger and more sustainable foundation. The key lies in implementation, ensuring proportionality, support, and flexibility. Recently, I had the privilege of engaging in a dialogue with a group of predominantly Chinese-speaking SME owners at the Society of Modern Management Singapore. They share valuable insights about their experiences and challenges in doing business locally, and they offer many constructive views. They express confidence in the future and strong support for our national policies. At the same time, they thank the government for its long-standing commitment to supporting SME through various policy and initiatives. This consistent policy support has given SME a strong foundation to navigate in this increasingly complex global environment. Thus, allow me to offer 5 practical recommendations to make the implementation more SME-friendly. 1. Tiered compliance requirements. Adjust requirements based on company size, revenue, or staff strength. Larger firms can meet full reporting standards, while micro and small enterprise should simplify templates that maintain accountability without excess cost. 2. Digital enablement and simplified filing. Enhance Accra BizFile Plus platform with easy-to-use template and automation tools. Where possible, integrate SME accounting software directly with Accra systems to reduce manual data entry and errors. 3. Capacity building and advisory support. Provide training, webinars, and advisory hotlines to help SME comply efficiently. Equip local accounting firms and trade associations to mentor and guide smaller businesses. 4. Financial assistance measures. Consider targeted grants, subsidized to offset initial compliance costs, especially for digital reporting or first-time audits. 5. Phased implementation. Allow a reasonable adjustment period for SME to familiarize themselves with the new ownership disclosure and filing requirement, ensuring smooth and confident adoption. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin. 议长先生，中小企业是新加坡经济的重要支柱，占全国企业总数99%以上，贡献近1半的国内生产总值，并创造约70%的就业机会。中小企业的成长与活力，直接影响我国的经济稳健与韧性。可以说，当中小企业茁壮成长，新加坡就会更加繁荣。最近，我在新加坡现代企业管理协会与一群以华语为主的中小企业老板进行交流，大家分享了当地经商的经验与挑战，也提出了许多建设性的看法。这次的交流让我深刻感受到我国企业家的创新精神、灵活思维与坚毅决心， 是推动新加坡经济持续转型与增长的重要动力。他们对未来充满信心，对国家的政策也表达了肯定与支持。同时，他们也赞扬政府长期以来对中小型的关注与扶持。政府通过企业转型计划等多项措施，积极推动数码化、创新与国际化，为中小企业提供宝贵的资源与方向。这次的公司与会计法修正法案2025，进一步显示政府持续完善的营商环境、提升治理水平的决心。这些措施不仅能提升新加坡的国际声誉，也将巩固我国作为诚信、稳定、可靠的商业枢纽地位。当然，我们也要关注中小企业在落实新规时可能面对的人手和成本压力。我们相信政府会采取务实包容的方式，确保新措施既能提升透明度，又不会增加中小企业的过度负担。通过简化流程、加强培训、提供财政资源，以分阶段落实，我们能帮助中小企业顺利过渡，让改革取得更全面的成效。Mr. Speaker, the goal must be balanced. Corporate transparency is essential to preserve trust in our market. Yet, we must also protect the agility and entrepreneurial spirits that define Singapore SME. If we calibrate this bill thoughtfully, we can achieve both robust governance and vibrant enterprise. Let us pass legislation to strengthen accountability without stifling ambition, and empower our SME to grow, innovate, and continue to contribute to Singapore's prosperity for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill with this consideration in mind. Thank you.
Minister Indrani.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank Mr. Edward Chia and Mr. Lee Hong Chuang for their comments and support for the bill. They have spoken on two main themes relating to compliance costs for companies and the importance of data protection, and I will address these in turn. Let me start by taking Mr. Chia's and Mr. Lee's comments on the importance of striking a balance between strengthening corporate governance while ensuring compliance costs do not unduly stifle business growth. MOF and ACRA regularly review the corporate regulatory framework to reduce compliance costs for companies. In my opening speech, I mentioned that the bill removes the requirement for a company's registered office to be open for at least 3 hours every business day. And this, well, let me explain how this can help reduce compliance costs for SMEs. By removing the requirement, we're giving companies more flexibility in managing their operations and reduce unnecessary staffing costs. For example, some companies can cease engaging corporate secretarial services if they were engaged solely to meet the minimum operating hours requirements, even when their business operations do not actually require the registered office to be open. Most of the amendments relating to strengthening the regulatory framework for companies are existing obligations under the Companies Act. Companies are already required to file their annual returns and maintain proper accounting records. Mr. Chia mentioned that the bill introduces stricter reporting and notification requirements. The new reporting requirement Mr. Chia mentioned relates to the amended Section 173A of the Companies Act. Currently, Section 173A requires companies to report changes in position holder details within 14 days. The amendment clarifies that this requirement includes reporting when a director has been disqualified from acting as a director. However, I emphasize that companies only need to report a director's disqualification after becoming aware of the director's disqualification, and companies have 14 days to do so. Both Mr. Chia and Mr. Lee asked if financial reporting and auditing requirements could be simplified for SMEs. The current regulatory framework already provides for this. For example, small companies can prepare their financial statements using a simplified financial reporting framework. The Companies Act also exempts companies from audit requirements if their revenue, assets, and/or employees are below certain thresholds. ACRA will continue to review these compliance requirements to see if more companies can benefit from these simplified frameworks or exemptions. ACRA is also studying how to make digital filing for financial statements simpler. On the suggestion by Mr. Chia and Mr. Lee for a grace period for companies and individuals to comply with new requirements in this bill, most of the provisions of the bill are only targeted to be commenced after 6 months. This will give companies and individuals time to prepare. In addition, when ACRA enforces these requirements, it will do so in a measured manner and ensure that any sanction is proportionate to the circumstances of the breach. Next, let me address Mr. Chia's questions on data protection. He asked whether replacing the right to inspect the registrar's physical documents with electronic access would change the scope of personal and company data exposed to the public. To clarify, the amendments do not expand the scope of access to personal or company data. For example, members of the public can already inspect a private company's electronic register of members upon payment of the prescribed fees under Section 12(2)(d) of the Companies Act. These amendments simply update the mode of access by replacing physical inspection with electronic access to the same information. This removes an obsolete requirement without prejudicing or expanding rights. In relation to privacy and data protection concerns raised by Mr. Chia, ACRA is mindful of the need to balance corporate transparency with personal data protection. For example, ACRA implemented the filing of a contact address last year to enhance personal data protection. As the registrar will make public the contact address and not the residential address, I encourage shareholders and position holders to file a non-residential contact address to better protect their personal data. In other words, ACRA needs to know the residential address. That's for ACRA's purposes. But sometimes when you need to have personal service of court documents, for example, you can put a contact address which documents can be served, and that is what is made publicly available. In conclusion, this bill demonstrates our commitment to continually strengthen the robustness of our corporate regulatory framework and ensure Singapore remains a good place to do business. Mr. Speaker, I seek to move.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Lee, any clarifications from Minister? No. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Corporate and Accounting Laws Amendment Bill.
Committee stage what day, Minister?
Now, sir, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 156 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
Question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Corporate and Accounting Laws Amendment Bill. Item 2, Online Safety, Relief and Accountability Bill, second reading.
Before I call Minister Joe, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next item of business will be the second reading of the Online Safety, Relief and Accountability Bill. There are 3 political office holders speaking on the bill. Minister Josephine Teo is moving the bill, and she will cover the broad policy areas. Minister of State Rahayu Mazam, on behalf of MDDI, will be covering the scope of harms covered, and Minister Edwin Tong, in his capacity as the Minister for Law, will be speaking on statutory torts, end-user identification and anonymity. Minister Joe, as the mover of the bill, will have the right to speak twice, to open and to close. However, in the ordinary case, other members speaking only have the right to speak once. However, as MOS Rahayu and Minister Edwin will be covering areas for which we anticipate that there will be questions or queries that need to be responded to, I'm therefore moving to allow them to speak twice and also to lift the time limit on their speeches, as there are very many speakers on this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that the proceedings on the item under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order 48.3 to allow Minister Edwin Tong and Minister of State Rahayu Mazam to speak more than once, and Standing Order 48.8 to remove the time limit in respect of Minister Edwin Tong's and Minister of State Rahayu Mazam's speeches.
I give my consent. Does the Leader of the House have the general assent of members present to so move? Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the proceedings on the item under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order 48.3 to allow Minister Edwin Tong and Minister of State Rahayu Mazam to speak more than once, and B, Standing Order 48.8 to remove the time limit in respect of Minister Edwin Tong's and Minister of State Rahayu Mazam's speeches.
The question is as moved by the Leader of the House. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister for Digital Development and Information.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time. Sir, Ms. Hertingru has filed a notice to move amendments to the bill. They relate to the principles and outcomes of the Online Safety, Relief and Accountability Bill. I therefore seek your consent to have the second reading of the debate and the amendments debated together.
Please proceed.
Sir, the Online Safety, Relief and Accountability Bill, or OSRA, is designed to protect victims of online harms. Unfortunately, we know of too many victims. In too many cases, we actually know the victims. We know their families and the pains they suffer. We know, too, that this is a very difficult problem. We want to take further action. But how? This bill is our answer. While the bill is new, members' concerns are not. As far back as 2014, when the Protection from Harassment Bill was debated, Ms. Tin Pei Ling asked about removing offensive content and identifying perpetrators online. In 2019, we amended the Protection from Harassment Act, POHA, to cover online harassment. MPs, including Mr. Chris D'Souza, Mr. Patrick Tay, and MOS Rahayu Mazam, then a first-term MP, asked if victims would be given sufficient assistance when they approached the courts for help. In 2021, deep in the trenches of COVID-19, my ministry set up the Sunlight Action for Alliance, or rather, it is the Sunlight Alliance for Action. It was a serious attempt to address online harms, especially those targeted at women and girls. Members like Senior Minister of State, Sim Ann, and Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim were actively involved. Sunlight shone a spotlight on the prevalence of online harms and their severe impact on victims. Arising from this effort, a new organization, SG Her Empowerment, or SHE, was born. Subsequent studies by SHE showed that 2 in 5 online harm survivors experienced at least one severe form of impact. These include serious emotional, mental, or physical consequences, like depression or self-harm. 3 in 4 victims of online harms choose not to voice their opinions online for fear of being targeted if they did so. In 2022, members debated the White Paper on Singapore women's development. The government made a clear commitment to tackle online harms. Many victims are women and girls, but men and boys have also suffered in silence. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, may I ask the clerk to distribute handouts to members?
Go ahead.
Members may also access these materials through the SG Parl MP mobile app. Members may refer to handout 1. We can see that many victims add up to some very disturbing numbers. An MDDI study revealed that more than 4 in 5 had encountered harmful online content in the past year. This included content supporting illegal activities, sexual content, and violent content. Many of these harms occur on platforms where people go for entertainment, such as Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. In addition to POHA, the government has made several moves to enhance online safety. In 2022, we amended the Broadcasting Act to require social media services to disable access to egregious content, including content advocating suicide or self-harm. In 2023, we introduced the Code of Practice for Online Safety. Designated social media services were required to put in place systems and processes to enhance online safety, especially for children and youth. These laws have helped in some measure to stem the tide of online harms. However, they were not a panacea, nor could they be. The impact of technology evolves and is often understood only with time. We have therefore made it a point to review our laws regularly. Most recently, in January 2024, Parliament debated a motion on building an inclusive and safe digital society. The motion and other parliamentary questions filed by MPs have contributed many useful ideas. They include calls by Mr. Darrell David for victim-centric remediation, Ms. Mariam Jafar and Dr. Wan Rizal for better platform accountability, Ms. Tin Pei Ling for more timely responses and respectful behaviors online, Ms. Nadia Samdin to lift the veil of online anonymity, Ms. Hani So to address the use of deepfakes for extortion, Mr. Yip Hon Wing to firmly combat cyberbullying, and Mr. Abdul Muhaimin to deter hate speech. Mr. Speaker, these calls by members have reinforced where we can do more to strengthen protection for victims of online harms. They align closely with multiple studies conducted over the years by the government, academic, and non-government organizations. Let me share some important findings from these studies. The first important finding is that victims often want quick takedowns of online harms. A study by the IMDA showed that platforms take about 5 days or more to act on valid reports of online harms. Many valid reports are not even acted on. This is highly unsatisfactory to victims. The second important finding is that victims are daunted by the existing channels for seeking remedies, and in particular, they find court processes complex and expensive. The third important finding is that victims face difficulties seeking restitution. This is because they are often unable to confirm who was responsible for the harm. They continue to be in fear and cannot find closure. Today, we are taking a decisive step to introduce legislation. It will give victims of online harms an avenue of timely, effective, and accessible redress. OSRA aims to do this in 3 ways. First, OSRA will establish the Office of the Commissioner of Online Safety. An agency, the Online Safety Commission, OSC, will be set up to support the Office of the Commissioner. The OSC will be empowered to issue directions to communicators of harmful content, administrators of groups or pages, and platforms. These directions require the recipients to act quickly on the harmful content. The OSC will start by tackling online harms that are most prevalent and Singaporeans consider the most severe. Other harms will be dealt with progressively. MOS Rahayu will elaborate on how the OSC is intended to operate. Second, OSRA will introduce statutory torts. This is a major improvement. It provides a legal basis for the OSC to take action. Most importantly, it will allow victims to initiate legal proceedings against those responsible for causing or continuing the harm. Sir, studies have shown that Singaporeans see online safety as a shared responsibility between tech companies, individuals, the government, parents, and schools. The proposed statutory torts will clarify the duties that users, administrators of groups, and platforms owe to each other. It will significantly reduce ambiguity about what online behaviors are considered harmful and unlawful. Third, OSRA provides victims with a means to identify the person who caused the harm. Not all victims want this, but for those who do, OSRA plugs a gap. Minister Edwin will elaborate on this. Sir, if Parliament passes OSRA, Singapore will be one of only a few countries worldwide to have an agency dedicated to helping victims of online harm. While we have few counterparts to learn from, this does not deter us. In setting up the OSC, we considered various models, such as mediation and dispute resolution. Victims are at the very heart of the OSC's mission. But the OSC's operational model and its oversight process are designed to be reasonable and fair to all. This is balanced against the need to act expeditiously and reduce the possibility of victim re-traumatization. We also need to minimize long-drawn investigations and appeal cases. In designing our setup for the Office of the Commissioner of Online Safety, we drew lessons from Australia's eSafety Commissioner. We learned much from their generous sharing of experience to build a model that works for Singapore. For example, eSafety started small, focusing only on image-based child abuse material and cyberbullying of a child or young person under 18. To put the OSC on a firm footing, we will similarly also start off by tackling the most severe and prevalent harms. MOS Rahayu will share more on the phased implementation approach. While we learned important lessons from Australia's eSafety, I should point out there are differences. For example, the Commissioner of Online Safety in Singapore will be empowered to deal with a wider set of harms. OSRA identifies 13 types of harms which affect Singaporeans from all walks of life. The Commissioner can issue directions other than what is colloquially known as takedown. For instance, it can issue a right of reply direction that will allow the offending content to be seen alongside the victim's reply. The Commissioner can also seek the platform's cooperation to obtain identity information of perpetrators. Sir, I cannot overstate the importance of OSC being able to act swiftly and effectively. This victim-centric approach is the cornerstone of the OSC. After all, what Singaporeans have said they want most is a simple and effective way to protect themselves from online harms. Importantly, it sends a signal that harms to victims inevitably become harms to society. Our collective well-being is compromised when those who are harmed are denied restitution. With online harms becoming more prevalent, our barometer for acceptable online behavior has been steadily eroded. But just as we would not tolerate harmful behaviors in the physical world, we also cannot allow bad behaviors to become normalized online. Through OSRA, we hope to avoid such an eventuality. In its place, we want to lay the foundations for our citizens' online interactions. By fostering trust in online spaces, Singaporeans can participate safely and confidently in our digital society. So we will continue to work with all our stakeholders, from tech companies to community partners, to implement OSRA. We continue to welcome members' views on how we can further improve online safety for Singaporeans. Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to provide a summary in Mandarin, please? 议长先生，网上的有害内容已经严重影响了我们的网络风气，违背我们的社会价值观。互联网安全援助与问责法案主要在3方面加强网络安全和保护国人免受网络伤害。首先，设立互联网安全委员会，将让受害者更快地得到帮助。遇到有害内容时，互联网安全委员会也可以发出指示，要求加害者或平台迅速删除相关内容，并禁止传播。这正是大部分受害者所期待的结果。其次，法案也明确列出网络上违法的行为，让受害者可以对这些行为提出诉讼，并让加害者为他们的所作所为承担法律责任。最后，互联网安全委员会也能帮助受害者获得加害者的身份信息。虽然加害者往往会隐蔽自己的身份，我们正和各平台商讨如何让加害者逃得了一时，逃不了一时。总的来说，法案的目的不只是为受害者提供及时的帮助，也能帮他们讨回公道。我们也希望法案能起得以儆效尤的作用，规范网络上的行为标准，并打造一个更安全、更富有正能量的网络空间。Sir, our journey towards building a safer online world does not stop with OSRA. We are especially concerned about younger persons and plan to do more to ensure the usage of online services is age appropriate. We know anecdotally and from studies that youths can easily bypass age restrictions online. They use false birthdays, spam email accounts, or borrowed credentials for verification. When one person figures out how to do so, they teach their friends too. Such behaviors can cause more youths to be exposed to inappropriate content or persons. To moderate such risks, we have introduced age assurance measures on app stores. Hopefully, young users do not download age-inappropriate apps in the first place. But we know this is not enough. A more holistic approach is needed. This means extending age assurance requirements to social media services which attract many young users. We will explore better protections on other platforms, such as online games, where children and youth spend much of their time. In addition, we will look beyond content to address unwanted interactions and excessive time spent on apps. We will review the additional measures needed to better protect younger users online As and when new technology arises, we will study them and update our safeguards where required. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. In the debate to follow, I suggest members keep in mind 3 points. 1. OSRA introduces many new features in our online safety ecosystem. They are novel and meaningful. Nevertheless, there is much work ahead to ensure that these features can be effectively implemented. 2. OSRA is designed to help victims in areas and ways that matter most to them. This was how we determined the types of harms, range of directions, and thresholds of harms. We have also introduced safeguards to prevent overreach of the Commissioner and OSRA. 3. These considerations should therefore inform further proposals and suggestions. We should be careful not to distract the Commissioner and the OSC or impose more conditions which will impede victims from getting timely, effective, and accessible relief. With that, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the debate on this bill. So I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. MOS Rahayu Mazam.
Mr. Speaker, earlier Minister Josephine Teo spoke about the genesis, the intent of the OSRA bill, and the need for more to be done to improve online safety. I will take members through the bill. Let me first give an overview of the structure of the bill. The bill is split into 15 parts. Part 1 consists of standard provisions such as the purpose and interpretation sections. Part 2 establishes the Office of the Commissioner of Online Safety, the Commissioner. Part 3 defines the categories of harm that will fall under the scope of the bill. Part 4 governs the statutory reporting mechanism, and Part 5 the types of directions that may be issued by the Commissioner. Part 6 covers the investigative powers of the Commissioner. Part 7 governs the oversight mechanisms that the Commissioner will be subject to. Part 8 on offences and enforcement. Part 9 consists of provisions relating to service of documents and powers to make regulations. Parts 10 to 13 establish the statutory torts and the damages that may be sought under the torts, which Minister Edwin Tong will speak on later. Part 14 deals with jurisdictional, procedural, and miscellaneous matters, and Part 15 covers amendments made to other acts. In my speech, I will be focusing on Parts 2 to 8 of the bill and will explain how the bill will help to define what behaviours are unacceptable in the online world. Part 3 of the bill will specify 13 categories of harm, with each category defined in legislation to create a common understanding of the scope and definition of each type of harm. These definitions were developed in consultation with the public, platforms, and were guided by a steering committee. The steering committee was chaired by then Minister for Law and Home Affairs Minister K. Shanmugam and made up of government agencies and experienced industry members. Let me now explain each harm in turn. First, online harassment, including sexual harassment. Online harassment is defined as the communication of online material that a reasonable person would conclude is threatening, abusive, insulting, sexual, or indecent, and is likely to cause a person harassment, alarm, distress, or humiliation. Second, doxing, which will cover the publication of a person's identity information that a reasonable person would conclude is likely to have been intended to cause harassment, alarm, distress, and humiliation. Third, online stalking, which will be defined as engaging in a course of online conduct that involves online acts or omissions associated with stalking, and that a reasonable person would conclude is likely to cause harassment, alarm, distress, or humiliation to the other person. Fourth, intimate image abuse or the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, a harm that can result in a severe and lasting impact on victims. This is defined as the communication of online material that contains an intimate image or recording of a person without their consent that a reasonable person would conclude is likely to cause that person harassment, alarm, distress, or humiliation. This includes images or recordings that may have been altered or generated by artificial intelligence, AI, or any other means. An offer to sell or distribute an advertisements of an intimate an offer to sell or distribute an advertisements of an intimate image or recording are also included. Fifth, image-based child abuse. Like intimate image abuse, this will include images or recordings that may have been altered or generated by AI or other means and will cover depictions of both physical and sexual child abuse. Sixth, inauthentic material abuse. With the rapid development in AI technology and the advent of more powerful and easily accessible generative AI models, we have seen more deepfakes being used to cause harm to others. This harm is defined as the communication of inauthentic material that a reasonable person would conclude is likely to cause harassment, alarm, distress, or humiliation because it is false or misleading. The material is regarded to be inauthentic where it is an image, video, or soundbite that has been manipulated or generated through digital means to create a false or misleading depiction of the victim's words, actions, or conduct, and is realistic enough such that a reasonable person would believe that the victim did say such words or engaged in such actions or conduct. This category includes not only express depictions but also implied depictions. Seventh, online impersonation, which is defined as online activity where one person pretends to be another without their consent and would lead a reasonable person to believe that the activity is conducted by the second person. However, parody, satire, or commentary which no reasonable person would believe is made by the victim is not online impersonation. The eighth category is online instigation of disproportionate harm. This harm seeks to address the issue of mob behavior or cancel campaigns, where one individual calls for numerous others to pile on to another person in response to the person's actions or speech, instigating disproportionate harm. This category of harm will not be applicable to statements that tend to rally or call the public to undertake core political activities, such as calling for others to vote for a candidate in a presidential or parliamentary election. The ninth category is the non-consensual disclosure of private information. This harm is defined as the publication of any private information of a person without consent and that a reasonable person would conclude was likely to cause that person harassment, alarm, distress, or humiliation. The types of information that would be deemed as private would be context-specific and would depend on whether the information is already in the public domain. Whether the individual is of the view that the information is sensitive may also be taken into account by the Commissioner. The Minister for Digital Development and Information will also be able to prescribe certain types of information as private information. The 10th and 11th categories are the incitement of enmity and the incitement of violence. Enmity refers to feelings of enmity, hatred, or hostility against any group. Violence refers to unlawful force or unlawful violence. These harms are what we term group harms, as they aim to tackle harmful online content that is likely to harm groups in Singapore. A group will be defined as a group of persons of any description and may include, for example, a group distinguished by race or religion. Lastly, the 12th and 13th categories are the publication of false material and the publication of statements harmful to reputation. The former will cover statements about a person that are false and a reasonable person would conclude are likely to cause harm. The latter will cover statements that a reasonable person would conclude are likely to harm the reputation of the victim and likely to cause any other additional harm to the victim. These two categories of harm differ slightly from the others in terms of the remedies victims may seek. I will touch more on this later. There have been suggestions to include two new categories, namely sexual grooming and the publication of online material that encourages or promotes suicide or acts of self-injury. These harms have not been included at this stage because, firstly, these harms are already addressed through other measures in our broader online safety framework, through the Penal Code for sexual grooming and the Broadcasting Act for online material that encourages or promotes suicide or acts of self-injury. Secondly, the Austria Bill is designed in a way that seeks to stop online harm from occurring, such as through the removal of content. This is made possible because the online harm is identified through a single discrete post, like the 13 categories of harm I described earlier. In contrast, sexual grooming often occurs over the course of communication or exposure to various pieces of content, where each individual piece of content may not be harmful in and of itself. Thirdly, OSTRA is designed in a way that relies on user reports. Recourse can only be provided in cases where the victim recognizes that they are victims. Unfortunately, it is often the case that victims of sexual grooming or consumers of self-harm and or suicide content are not aware that they are victims. However, in such cases where these victims do come to the Commissioner for assistance, the Commissioner will work with the relevant agencies, including the police, to provide the necessary assistance. Members might observe that not all of these 13 categories are new, and some of them are already being addressed by existing law. For example, online harassment is already being covered by the Protection from Harassment Act, POHA. The Penal Code, as well as the Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, which was debated in Parliament earlier, both address intimate image abuse. Such content might also be covered as egregious content under the Broadcasting Act, BA. The suggested additions to the categories of harm would also be covered by the Penal Code and the BA. The group harms have also already been addressed by the Maintenance of Religious Harmony Act, MRHA, and the Maintenance of Racial Harmony Act, RHA, for groups distinguished by religion or race. The Common Law Act of Defamation, as supplemented by the Defamation Act, provides individuals with an avenue of recourse for defamatory statements or statements which harm a person's reputations. OSTRA will complement these existing laws. Some laws address harms that affect the public interest, such as the MRHA, RHA, and the BA. Others provide individual remedies through legal action in courts, such as POHA. However, victims have shared that seeking legal remedies is often a lengthy and expensive legal process, which often deters them from seeking recourse. This can be seen from the SHE's 2023 Online Harms Report, which showed that 28% of the respondents who decided not to take legal action did so due to the cost. The same SHE report also found that most respondents preferred the swift and permanent removal of content over taking legal action. OSTRA is intended to complement this existing legislation by expanding the scopes of harms covered through including new harms such as inauthentic material abuse and non-consensual disclosure of private information, and by allowing victims to seek recourse in a simple and timely manner. We acknowledge that the internet evolves rapidly and the online harms ecosystem may change drastically over short periods, with new harms emerging or with bad actors finding new ways to cause harm. Thus, OSTRA has been designed in a way to allow us to adapt to changes in the online harms ecosystem. The Minister for Digital Development and Information will be able to prescribe additional types of online harms. This power will be vital in ensuring that we address emerging harms as soon as possible. We will ensure that this power is used judiciously and for harms that are particularly egregious to individuals to prevent the unchecked expansion of the scope of OSTRA. Part 2 of the bill establishes the Office of the Commissioner of Online Safety. It will be responsible for administering the statutory reporting mechanism to provide timely relief for victims of online harms. The Commissioner of Online Safety will be appointed by the Minister for Digital Development and Information and will be supported by Deputy Commissioners and Assistant Commissioners. While the Minister may provide broad guidance to the Commissioner will be the final decision maker for all cases. We will also establish a new agency called the Online Safety Commission, or OSC, that will support the Office of the Commissioner for Online Safety. The Commissioner may delegate the exercise of all or any of the functions or powers of the Commissioner to the officers of the OSC to allow them to effectively support the Commissioner. This includes the power to issue directions, which I will speak more on later. However, the Commissioner may not delegate the power of appointment or delegation or the power to issue advisory guidelines. The OSC will be administratively supported by the Infocom Media Development Authority. As announced by the Prime Minister Lawrence Wong during his speech at the Smart Nation 2.0 launch in October 2024 and reiterated by Minister Josephine Teo earlier in March this year, the OSC will be set up in the first half of 2026. We have also considered the importance of transparency. To that end, the Commissioner will consider publishing regular reports for public awareness on online harms and the Commissioner's work, which may include information on aggregated caseloads and anonymized information insofar as these do not re-traumatize victims. Let me now say more about the reporting process, which, as I shared earlier, is governed by Part 4 of the Bill. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, may I ask the Clerk to distribute a set of handouts to the members?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Members may also access these materials through the SG PAL MP mobile app. Members may refer to Handout 2 for an overview of the user journey with the OSC. First, prior to submitting a report to the OSC, victims will generally be required to report the online harm to the platforms. While we are setting up the OSC to provide timely relief to victims of specified online harms, platforms remain the first port of call. Platforms must continue to play an active role and take responsibility for the safety of their users online. Where platforms fail to act on online harms within 24 hours, victims can then file a report to the OSC. The requirement to first report to platforms before reporting to the OSC will, however, not be required for certain egregious harms, such as intimate image abuse and image-based child abuse. This step will also not be required for doxing. Victims of these harms can submit a report directly to the OSC. Our view has always been that platforms should take responsibility for keeping their users safe online. This is evident from the approach we have taken under the Broadcasting Act. For example, under the Code of Practice for Online Safety, Social Media Services, designated social media services, DSMSs, with significant reach or impact in Singapore are already required to submit annual reports to be published on IMDA's website. These reports contain information on the DSMS's measures to combat harmful and inappropriate content and metrics such as the number of reports received from users as well as the response time to act on these reports. There are also other baseline requirements. To be eligible to submit a report, victims must be Singaporean citizens, permanent residents, or have a prescribed connection to Singapore. We intend for this to cover foreigners who are residing in Singapore for the long term at the onset. Where victims are under the age of 18, the parent or guardian of the victim may also submit a report on their behalf. For example, earlier in November 2024, we saw deepfake nude photos of students at the Singapore Sports School being created and circulated by student athletes. In such a case, both the student victims and the parents of the victims depicted in the deepfakes would be able to submit a report to the OSC. We have also considered situations where a victim strongly prefers that the report be filed for them. In such situations, victims will be able to authorize other persons to file reports on their behalf. This includes authorizing employers or public agencies. For example, a hospital, if authorized, may file a report on behalf of a healthcare worker who is a victim of a specified online harm. In the spirit of the reporting mechanism, the OSC will only assess reports submitted. The OSC will not actively monitor and identify cases of online harms. Reports will be submitted through the OSC's website, which will be designed with the user in mind. We are consulting other agencies and third-party organizations such as SHE in designing the website and the reporting form to take into account user-centric language. Accounting for victims' needs early is important, as survivors of online harms may sometimes avoid seeking external support to avoid re-traumatization. The OSC's website will also provide victims and other persons with access to resources on online harms and advice on how to keep themselves safe online. This will include, for example, information on the different types of online harms and what to do when you have experienced them. The OSC is also exploring partnerships with third-party organizations which victims may be referred to for support, such as counseling services or further resources. The details of this are still being worked out, and we will provide more details in due course. Each report will be assessed on its own merits, and the OSC will be able to act on the face of the report submitted. This is to ensure that the OSC can move fast to address the online harm. Where necessary, such as where the information provided in the report is unclear, the Commissioner will be empowered under Part 6 to conduct investigations to better identify the relevant facts of each case. The OSC will also develop internal practices and ensure that case officers are trained to handle each case sensitively. Let me now turn to directions which are listed in Part 5 of the bill. The Commissioner will be empowered to issue directions to stop online harms from continuing to occur or to prevent further online harms from affecting the victim where there is reason to suspect that the online harm was conducted in respect of the victim or the victim group, as the case may be. The threshold for the issuance of directions is modelled after the threshold set for the police to take protective action in the Criminal Procedure Code and the Online Criminal Harms Act. We had considered raising the threshold for the issuance of directions to reasonable grounds to believe. However, we ultimately landed on reason to suspect to ensure that online harms can be stopped in a timely manner. We will be putting in place oversight mechanisms to ensure that OSC directions are only issued where appropriate. I will speak more on the oversight mechanism later. The OSC may issue directions to 3 different parties: the communicator of the online harm, the administrator of a group or location where the online harm occurred, and the platform on which the online harm occurred. Broadly, communicators and administrators may be issued directions that require them to remove specified material or disable a specified location, to restrain them from posting certain types of content or carrying out certain types of conduct, or to require them to put up a victim's reply. Administrators may also be issued other directions, such as directions that require them to put a label to warn visitors that the online location has been subject to previous OSC directions, or to restrict access by a Singapore account to the online location managed by them. Platforms may be issued directions that require them to prevent end users in Singapore from accessing specified content or online locations, to restrict interactions between an account and end users in Singapore, to ban a Singapore account, or to post a victim's reply on its service. As I mentioned earlier, 2 of the categories of harm, publication of false material and publication of statements harmful to reputation, differ slightly in terms of remedies that victims may receive. Generally, victims of these harms will only be able to seek a right of reply direction to allow them to have their side of the story heard. We will be introducing new types of directions requiring recipients to act on content that can be distinguished by unique identifiers such as usernames, keywords, or hashtags. The OSC may also issue what we consider as enhanced directions to certain prescribed online services. These enhanced directions impose additional requirements on the prescribed online service and may require the recipient to act on identical online harmful material, to take further steps to prevent online harm from occurring in the future, or to reduce engagement of its users with a class of material. Members may refer to Handout 3 for the full list of directions that the OSC may issue, and Handout 4 for the illustrations of online harmful activity and possible OSC directions. In deciding whether to issue a direction and the type of directions to be issued for a case, the OSC may consider a basket of factors, including the degree of harm caused or likely to be caused, the number of persons harmed or likely to be harmed, the manner and circumstances in which the online harmful activity occurred, whether the conduct of the online harmful activity was reasonable, such as when a comment or post would be considered a fair comment, the likelihood of further online harmful activity being conducted, and whether the direction would be contrary to any public interest. These factors provide the OSC with much needed flexibility to ensure that appropriate action is taken in every case. The OSC will also publish guidelines detailing the factors that the OSC will consider in its decision-making process. Such guidelines will also include illustrative examples of when the OSC will or will not act. In cases where the OSC is made aware of non-compliance of its directions, the OSC may take further escalatory actions. These actions include the issuance of orders following non-compliance, such as access blocking orders, which may be issued to providers of internet access services to disable Singapore end users' access to an online location, or app removal orders, which may be issued to providers of app distribution services to remove the specified app from the Singapore app stores. As these orders may affect all users in Singapore, since they will no longer be able to access the apps or websites, they may only be used after careful consideration. Part 8 of the bill provides for offences and enforcement. The directions and orders issued by the OSC are legally binding, and non-compliance with these directions and orders will be a criminal offence. Where there has been non-compliance, the Commissioner will be empowered to conduct further investigations, such as requesting information or documents from individuals. These are the same Part 6 investigative powers that the Commissioner may exercise when assessing reports in the first instance. In developing the penalties under the OSTRA Bill, we have referenced other existing legislation, such as the Broadcasting Act, the Online Criminal Harms Act, and the Penal Code. For example, the penalty for non-compliance with directions will be a fine of up to $20,000 or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 12 months, or both for individuals. Individuals will also be subject to a continuing fine of up to $2,000 for each day the offence continues after conviction. Entities will be subject to a fine of up to $500,000 and a continuing fine of up to $50,000 for each day the offence continues after conviction. The provision of false information to the Commissioner or the OSC will also be an offence. Individuals found guilty of this offence will be subject to a fine of up to $20,000 or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 12 months, or both. Entities will be subject to a fine of up to $50,000. In some cases, it may be more appropriate to focus on rehabilitating the perpetrator rather than prosecuting them for non-compliance with an OSC direction. To that end, the Commissioner may put in place an online harms remedial initiative. This initiative could include the completion of volunteer programs by the perpetrator, which may be taken into account when considering prosecution for non-compliance with the OSC's directions. As I mentioned earlier, we will be putting in place oversight mechanisms which will be governed by Part 7 of the bill. These mechanisms ensure that the OSC will be able to move quickly and with confidence on the face of the information it has received. Victims, recipients of directions or orders, and other prescribed persons will have access to a two-step appeal process. Eligible persons may first apply to the Commissioner to reconsider the OSC's decision. Thereafter, eligible persons may appeal against the OSC's reconsidered decision to an independent appeal panel that will be appointed by the Minister for Digital Development and Information. For the reconsideration process, the OSC will reassess the relevant case afresh and may also take into account any new information that may be presented by the relevant parties after the initial assessment was conducted. Applicants will be able to submit such new information to the OSC. When a decision has been made, the OSC will inform the applicant and other affected parties of their reconsidered decision. The OSC may affirm, revoke, vary, or substitute any earlier decision, direction, or order issued. The appeal panel will consist of individuals from academia, society, and industry across different areas of expertise and will focus on assessing whether a specified online harm had occurred and whether the reconsidered decision made by the OSC is proportionate and justifiable. Where the victim, recipient, or prescribed person is dissatisfied with the OSC's reconsidered decision, they may submit an application to the appeal panel to appeal against the OSC's reconsidered decision. Similar to the reconsideration process, the appeal panel will be able to affirm, revoke, vary, or substitute decisions of the OSC in relation to the issuance or non-issuance of a direction. The appeal panel will also be able to hear appeals on the issuance of an order following non-compliance. Each individual will be given one chance to have their case heard by the independent appeal panel. Should the individual continue to be dissatisfied with the outcome of the appeal, they may seek judicial review. The establishment of a new office and the statutory reporting mechanism is a monumental task, one that will require close collaboration across government. We have to do the OSC right so that we can do right by the victims. This is why we will be implementing the reporting mechanism in phases. What this means is that we will be bringing the first 5 harms I shared about earlier into force within the first 6 months after the OSC opens its doors. These are intimate image abuse, image-based child abuse, online harassment, including sexual harassment, doxing, and online stalking. The rest of the harms will follow progressively. These 5 harms are prioritized for a reason. They represent the most prevalent and serious harms faced by Singapore users online. These are also the online harms that Singaporeans are most concerned about. For example, the Institute of Policy Studies' 2025 online safety study showed that targeted harassment was seen by Singaporeans as highly harmful. Members may refer to handouts 1 and 5 for a broader overview of recent survey results and studies relating to online harms. This will allow us to better manage the OSC's caseload and to properly develop the necessary guidelines, frameworks, and capabilities to ensure that the OSC's decisions are consistent and appropriate in all cases. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say a few words in Malay. Keperluan untuk menyediakan program-program dan bahan-bahan sokongan yang mudah diakses dan tepat pada masanya kepada mangsa bahaya dalam talian bukanlah sesuatu yang baru. Dari tahun ke tahun, kami telah mengambil langkah-langkah untuk mendidik dan lebih memperkasa warga negara kita untuk bertindak terhadap bahaya dalam talian. Contohnya, pada 2021, kami telah menubuhkan Perikatan untuk Bertindak AFA, Sunlight AFA, bagi menangani bahaya dalam talian. Selama setahun, AFA tersebut telah menganjurkan kempen-kempen bagi meningkatkan kesedaran orang ramai terhadap bahaya dalam talian serta kesannya. Kempen-kempen itu turut melengkapkan golongan para belia agar mereka dapat memberi sokongan yang lebih baik kepada rakan-rakan sebaya mereka yang terjejas. Selaku pengerusi bersama AFA berkenaan, saya dimaklumkan oleh rakan-rakan kongsi kami tentang pengalaman yang dilalui ramai mangsa. Inilah yang mendorong saya hingga ke hari ini untuk membina ruang digital yang lebih selamat. AFA Sunlight turut memberi inspirasi kepada ramai anggotanya untuk meneruskan usaha murni membantu para mangsa. Salah satu contoh ialah penubuhan She Cares at SCWO, sebuah kerjasama antara SG Her Empowerment dan Majlis Pertubuhan Wanita Singapura SCWO. Ia merupakan pusat sokongan sehenti pertama Singapura untuk mangsa bahaya dalam talian. Usaha mempertingkatkan keselamatan dalam talian memerlukan penglibatan setiap lapisan masyarakat dan pemerintah bersedia tampil untuk menggiatkan usaha ini. Dengan tertubuhnya Suruhanjaya Keselamatan dalam Talian, kami akan dapat menyediakan tindakan susulan yang tepat pada masanya kepada mangsa, membantu memintas anasir berbahaya secepat mungkin dan membina ekosistem sokongan yang lebih teguh untuk para mangsa. Mr. Speaker, AUSTRA and the OSC are just one of the many steps that we are taking to enhance online safety. I'm heartened to note that online safety is a matter that both sides of this House are passionate about, and I invite all members of this House and the public to continue our conversations on how we can better enhance online safety. Thank you.
Minister Edwin Tong. Mr. Speaker, sir, today we take an important step to make our online spaces safer and fairer. The bill before this House clarifies duties, provides relief, and also strengthens accountability across the online ecosystem to deal with online harms. My colleagues have earlier taken members through the key aspects of the bill, and I will focus on outlining the new statutory torts framework, as well as the end-user identification measures in this bill. So let me start by reiterating why we saw a need for this bill. The victims of online harms are not just statistics. They may be our children, classmates, colleagues, or neighbors. Their confidence, studies, and indeed their livelihoods can be shaken and seriously affected. For one primary 4 student, cyberbullying reared its ugly head when she started using Instagram. She based her self-esteem on how many likes and follows she had. She would ask her friends to like her photos or follow her account to appear popular, and if a photo did not receive over 100 likes, she would delete them. She began receiving comments about her appearance and hurtful messages from those who were supposedly her friends. Her mental health worsened, she self-harmed, and she was later diagnosed with PTSD when she eventually sought help at IMH. She was on medical leave from school for most of the year. So, this is a sad story, but what's worse is that it is not an isolated case. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, may I ask the clerks to distribute a handout?
Please proceed.
So members may also access these materials through the portal MP@SGPAL app. So handout 6 sets out several other accounts: students, women, working adults, and their loved ones. Online harms affect not only individuals and their families, but also the confidence and the trust of our society as a whole. In the SHE or SHE 2023 study on online harms cited by Mos Rahayu a short while ago, 76% of respondents were not comfortable expressing their personal views on potentially controversial issues and topics online. Women, youths, and minorities are especially vulnerable. 22% of female youths experience sexual harassment, compared to 14% across all respondents. 52% of respondents aged 15 to 24 years old personally experience online harms, compared to 38% across all respondents. 14 to 21% of respondents believe they experience harms because of their identity, such as race and religion. As a result, victims exit from public life, or they choose to stay offline. Their voices and their representation are lost, and proper discourse in the community becomes weaker. If this continues, we will have a divided society and a weakening of our social fabric and collective trust. So in contrast, most Singaporeans feel safe on our streets. About 98% of Singaporeans feel safe walking out alone, even at night. In the offline world, we are mindful of how we behave towards one another. We know not to threaten, to harass, or to insult other people. And in our everyday interactions, there are social norms that we know to abide by, in public spaces, in schools, and also in workspaces. Such norms allow us to function and thrive as a society. But when it comes to the online world, these norms are not quite observed in the same way. The sense of safety we have offline does not translate into the online space. The SHE 23 study found that 58% of respondents reported personally experiencing and/or knowing others who faced online harms. We studied why this might be so, and in the course of our study, 3 issues stood out. First, fragmented standards and weak accountability in the online harms regulation space. Second, economic incentives that unfortunately reward sensational content. And third, online anonymity that emboldens misbehavior. These 3 issues have very much shaped the thinking behind the construct and the framework of this current bill. And let me elaborate that for members. Thus far, the development of the rules and norms of the internet has been largely left to the tech companies. Left on their own, different platforms will apply different rules, largely shaped by their own interest. And in the absence of any common set of enforceable norms, it is not easy to expect or enforce accountability. Instead, These differing standards will continue to exist and operate in a manner which allows wrongdoers to exploit the gaps. This lack of accountability is exacerbated by the structural features of the internet. There is a misalignment between tech companies' profit motive and the need and the desire to enhance online safety. At the Online Harms Symposium co-organized by MinLaw and the SMU Yong Pang Hao School of Law in 2023, former Facebook employee turned whistleblower Francis Horgan spoke about how tech companies do have solutions to address online harms, but implementing them will eat into their profits and hurt their bottom line. Social media platforms profit from the amplification of sensational and inflammatory content. Viral, harmful content draw engagement, higher engagements draw eyeballs, so their removal will impact revenue. We have some basis to believe that online safety considerations might well yield to profit generation if left unregulated. Today, tech companies have community standards which ostensibly address online harms. Members can see some examples of these standards which are set out in Handout 7. However, most platforms do not necessarily adhere to their own community standards. Indeed, in the IMDA study cited by Minister Joe a short while ago, over 50% of legitimate user complaints were not addressed in the first instance. And this, we believe, is far from ideal, as victims are reliant on platforms to stop online harms. At present, there is no framework which can give redress to victims for harms that happen at the speed and the extent to which they happen online. Whilst victims may try and seek relief in court, there is a limit to how fast court proceedings can be, and may also be costly. And we all know that in these types of cases, speed of redress is crucial. And most victims of such harms do not want to have to seek relief in court through the court process. It is also clear that online users behave on the internet differently from the offline world. Perpetrators are emboldened to act with impunity, especially when they can remain anonymous. First, they experience what we call the online disinhibition effect, a term coined by Professor John Suller. Prof. Suller explains that anonymous internet users separate their online persona from their in-person identity, and they do not feel responsible for their behavior online. Second, there is little that victims can do to hold anonymous users accountable, simply because they remain anonymous, and perpetrators know that they are unlikely to get caught and do not fear consequences. Overall, in general, anonymity fuels bad behavior. To address these issues, the government has taken proactive steps. Minister Joe outlined the reforms that protect users. Mos Rahayu explained how the new OSC will provide timely relief to stop harm. Let me address the remaining mechanisms in this bill for members. Sir, we start with the proposition that in some cases, stopping the harm alone might not be enough. Victims might require additional recourse, for example, compensation. And to do that, they will need to know who lies behind that anonymous social media handle. The bill therefore seeks to introduce a framework to close those gaps. It will introduce clear statutory duties for online actors, defining what responsible conduct and therefore what the standard of duty that is expected of them ought to be. It provides civil remedies for breaches of those duties, giving victims the right to seek justice in court, and it creates an additional avenue of relief, complementing the quick administrative recourse that can be obtained through the OSC, so that victims can choose the path that best suits their needs. During the Online Harm Symposium that I referred to a short while ago, Ms. Horgan likened internet and social media regulation today to the evolution of road safety, something that happened several decades ago. In the 1960s, US car manufacturers vigorously resisted safety reforms, but informed legislators persisted with greater regulation, coupled with a very determined push from concerned citizens as well as investors. Through legislative changes, safety was made a core design principle in the manufacturing of cars. And it has been estimated that between 1960 and 2012, over 600,000 lives were saved in the US as a result of this. In a similar way, not exactly the same, but in a similar way, We hope that this bill will make online safety a design principle of the online space upfront and not just an afterthought. So let me now outline how the statutory torts framework is intended to work. At the outset, our focus and the intent is to empower victims. It's a very victim-centric approach. And today, you look at the example of one victim who tries to speak to the platforms. You heard the stats that Minister Joe cited earlier. It is very difficult. And they're pretty much powerless today. At the government level, we have the Broadcasting Act, we have POFMA, we have OCHA, Online Criminals Harms, that empower the government to act in a variety of ways. OSRA provisions will empower private persons to obtain relief. And members might therefore be aware that Clause 4 makes it clear that a public agency cannot commence claims under the statutory torts framework. This is a private citizen's private remedy. I will now explain the type of online harms covered by the statutory torts. This framework will cover the same categories of harms that the OSC will act on, the same categories that Ms. Rahayu took you through earlier, with some exceptions and refinements for coherence. Clauses 83 to 88 cover the following harmful online activities: intimate image abuse, image-based child abuse, online impersonation, inauthentic material abuse, online instigation of disproportionate harms, and incitement of violence. Harassment, doxing, and stalking will continue to be dealt with under POHA for communicators. But the new statutory duties for these harms will extend to administrators and to platforms under this bill, since POHA does not cover them. The online harms omitted from the statutory torts, mainly false material, statements harmful to reputation, and non-consensual disclosure of private information, are already well covered under the existing legal framework, laws on defamation, as well as on privacy and confidentiality. This alignment ensures coherence in our legislation, no overlapping, and no double remedy. In this bill, the statutory torts will also not cover incitement of enmity. We think it is unwise to encourage such matters, which can be potentially explosive, emotive, and divisive, to be dealt with litigiously in a courtroom, and so it will be dealt with by the OSC. The statutory torts will be implemented in phases, as you heard Ms. Rahayu sketch out the OSC's implementation of harms framework earlier, in coordination with the OSC. Second, sir, the bill assigns clear duties to the key actors in the online ecosystem, and they are the communicators, the administrators, and the platforms. Clauses 83 to 88 therefore impose duties on communicators not to make or share any communication which constitutes an online harm. Clauses 90 and 91 impose two duties on administrators. First, they must not develop or maintain an online location in a manner that facilitates or permits online harms to take place, with the intention or knowledge that online harms is likely to take place. This duty covers administrators that are complicit in the online harms, and members might be aware of the infamous chat group SG Nasi Lemak previously. This will cover the administrators of such a chat group. Second, when notified of harm, they must act reasonably. More specifically, they must take reasonable care to assess if there is harm, and if so, to take reasonable steps to address it. Clause 94 therefore imposes a similar duty on platforms to act reasonably when notified of harm. And I want to make clear to members that the duty to take reasonable steps does not require the platform to do constant surveillance and monitoring. Their liability arises only when an actor fails to act reasonably after receiving proper notice. They are not liable if, through no fault of their own, they did not receive the notice sent by the victim. In assessing reasonableness, the court will consider the circumstances of the case, including the seriousness as well as the persistence of the harm. Let me illustrate this. An administrator or platform that receives notice of a harmful post for the first time may act reasonably by simply removing the post, if that's the appropriate remedy under the framework. But if the same account repeatedly causes harm in the same way, simply taking down each time the post is put up may no longer suffice. In such cases, taking stronger action, such as suspending or disabling the offending account, may be the reasonable steps required under clauses 91 and 94. And that's what I meant when I said you assess the entire factual matrix and situation holistically. What is reasonable will therefore depend on the facts. The court can take into account such as the nature of the conduct, the context in which it occurred, and the effect and impact on the victim. For example, putting up a post or creating a website to whistleblow on serious misconduct may well be reasonable if done for a legitimate purpose and in a proportionate manner, even if it might cause harassment or might be considered as online instigation. There are also safeguards to address concerns that administrators and platforms may be inundated with frivolous notice or notices with insufficient information. The bill provides that the particulars which an online harm notice must contain are to be prescribed. You set it out clearly in a prescribed form so that the categories of information is known upfront. And this ensures that only genuine, properly documented cases trigger the duty to act, and the administrators and platforms have enough information to take reasonable steps. Ultimately, it is the court that will look at the facts of each case, weigh the totality of the evidence, and decide whether a claim is made out, and if so, what remedy should follow and against which party. These are all fact-sensitive judgments that reflect the diverse realities of online interaction. The bill therefore avoids the use of fixed or rigid formula to allow the court to develop the law incrementally, whilst at the same time keeping the focus squarely on online safety and responsibility. The bill recognizes that platforms and administrators need not proactively scan for all harms. They only have to act responsibly once notified. Taken together, these duties encourage vigilance without imposing impossible burdens. They reflect a simple ideal embodied in many legal principles, which is, if you control the space, then you must play your part in keeping it safe. Next, sir, let me turn to remedies. If a victim successfully establishes a claim, the victim must have access to effective and to fair remedies. Under Clause 96, victims may seek damages that the court finds just and equitable, and other hits of damages that the minister may prescribe in regulations, such as compensation for loss of earnings or an account of profits where perpetrators benefited from the harm. The intent is to ensure that victims are properly compensated and that wrongdoers are not allowed to benefit from their behavior. For some harms, therefore, the victim's earning capacity or livelihood may be affected, and they should be compensated for loss of future earnings or loss of earning capacity, as the case may be, or as may be appropriate. In other cases, such as where intimate images have been put online and for sale, and perpetrators profit from this harm, then in those cases, an account of profits may be ordered so that the wrongdoer does not get to retain the benefits of the harm caused. The regulations in this bill reduce victims' uncertainty as to what remedies they are entitled to, but ultimately it is for the court to decide on the appropriate orders based on the facts of each case. Clause 98 introduces the concept of enhanced damages and empowers the court to award such damages where a communicator or administrator persists with their conduct despite notice. We think that enhanced damages should apply to those who are the root cause of the harm, such as recalcitrant communicators or administrators who create harmful websites or chat groups. We have therefore excluded the platforms. This framework is intended to incentivize and drive reasonable compliance, and in some cases, as quickly as possible. And the enhanced damages framework also compensates victims for any additional harm resulting from failure to comply. And we hope to drive overall a strong enough messaging with a deterrent impact on the actors on the online space. Therefore, enhanced damages may be awarded to compensate victims for additional harm caused by refusal to stop the online harm, penalize the communicator or the administrator for bad conduct, and the court will consider the overall justice of the situation when assessing whether to impose enhanced damages. In addition, Clause 99 empowers the court to issue injunctions, both interim as well as permanent, to stop harm swiftly. These injunctions operate independently of any direction from the OSC, giving victims complementary routes to relief. The OSC and the courts operate independently of each other, and neither is bound by the decision of each other. The OSC seeks to act quickly and takes public interest into account in making its decisions. The court decides any claim for statutory tort relief based on the applicable legal principles and a framework for remedies. Taken together, sir, we believe that we have fashioned a suite of remedies that strikes the right balance: accountability for wrongdoers, fair recourse for victims, and suit flexibility for the courts. The statutory torts are designed to change and strengthen norms, to make self-responsibility a default in our online space. And so I come back to the time when the first motor safety laws were introduced in the 1960s. There was an American publication, Automotive News, which lamented the passing of these laws with a headline, and I quote, "Tough safety laws strips auto industry of freedom." There was fear, there was resistance in the industry. But with the passage of time, history has proven those laws right. They made cars safer, saved countless lives, changed attitudes and mindsets, and reshaped how the industry designed every vehicle thereafter. We hope that this bill, with a clear framework, can also have the effect of setting the right tone for online behavior, shape mindset and attitudes of both users as well as service providers. They define what is acceptable and what is not. They will guide conduct not only through monetary damages, but through shared expectations made explicit. Overall, our intention is that as our online norms mature, we will rely less and less on reports and lawsuits because, like road safety, the law will have done what it set out to do, not just punish harm, but nurture the habits that prevent harm in the first place. So I move on now to address how the bill handles anonymity. From time to time, anonymity can serve a good purpose. Allows users to speak freely, sometimes obtain assistance, and on occasion allows marginalized groups to speak up. But at the same time, it must not shield wrongdoing. And unfortunately, many online users abuse the power and privacy which online anonymity affords them. I had earlier conveyed and covered how online anonymity is a driver of online harms and leads to the online disinhibition effect. Anonymity also exacerbates the impact of harms on victims. First, victims may become more distrustful of those around them. They wonder who it is posting on their social media sites. They do not know if the perpetrator is indeed someone they might know. Second, victims will not be able to obtain legal recourse from perpetrators. By definition, they cannot commence legal proceedings or enforce court judgments against an unknown person. There are existing mechanisms currently available in court, such as pre-action discovery, non-party discovery. All of these are mechanisms which can be used to obtain information about the identity of wrongdoers. But victims will still need to commence court proceedings, which may be costly and time-consuming. And so we believe the bill's proposed end-user identification measures offers an accessible option. To start with, Clause 49 empowers the OSC to obtain information and documents for the discharge of its functions. This includes identity information of an end user which is in the possession of platforms. This is akin to how law enforcement agencies are empowered to obtain such information for investigative purposes. Akin but not similar. Second, Clause 52 empowers the OSC, where it reasonably suspects a user of committing an online harm, to require prescribed platforms to take reasonable steps to obtain specified information that may identify the user. This can take the form of the user's name, or perhaps verified phone numbers or credit card information, which can then be used to make further inquiries with telcos or with banks. This obligation to collect information is carefully scoped to target those users who are suspected of carrying out online harms. This is following close consultations that we had with industry partners who expressed difficulty with the general obligation upfront for platforms to collect information of all their Singapore users. Third, Clause 53 empowers the OSC to disclose the perpetrator's identity information to a victim or to their authorized representative upon receiving an application from the said victim. At the initial stage, disclosure will be limited to the purpose of enabling victims to bring their claim. We intend to eventually extend this for other purposes as well, such as allowing victims to safeguard themselves from the perpetrators to take proactive future measures. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that some may have concerns that these measures might intrude on users' privacy or go too far. Let me be clear, that is not the case, and we thought about this framework quite carefully. The measures are aimed squarely at those who hide behind anonymity to cause online harm. They are not meant to affect ordinary users who act responsibly. In fact, for the vast majority and for most users, nothing will change. Most platforms today already require some form of verified contact or payment information at the point of registration. Additionally, when the OSC discloses a perpetrator's identity to a victim, there will be safeguards to ensure that the information is protected and not misused. First, the OSC may impose strict conditions on how the information can be used, such as limiting the use of information to seeking protection or pursuing legal remedies. Any breach of those conditions will be a criminal offense. Second, the misuse of information may itself attract legal consequences. For example, if the victim were to use the information obtained from the OSC to dox the perpetrator, that could itself be an offense under POHA or under an online harm under this bill. In short, the bill has inbuilt safeguards. They balance and they protect both the victim's right to know as well as the perpetrator's right against misuse. So this bill is designed, above all, as members can see from how I've articulated the framework and the schema of this bill, to be as victim-centric as possible, to give swift, accessible access to those who have suffered real harm online, and the provisions have been drafted with that goal in mind. Minister Josephine spoke about how the OSC will be empowered to issue directions quickly to address harmful content, and Ms. Rahayu explained the appeal mechanisms available. Sir, the Honourable Member, Ms. Hertingru, has proposed 2 amendments which I would like to address. Her amendments speak to the removal of finality of an appeal committee's decision, and second, to add a right of appeal to the General Division of the High Court. Sir, I would like the House to know that both the MinLaw teams as well as the MDDI teams carefully considered the appeal process, and it includes options similar to Ms. Her's proposals. However, we felt that we could not support them in this bill, and let me explain why. These mechanisms will make the process slower with less finality to the proceedings. It will make it more complex and ultimately less accessible for victims. Let me reiterate that the purpose of the OSC is to deliver speedy, practical relief to give redress to what has objectively been determined to be an online harm. Allowing repeated appeals would prolong litigation, and each new appeal means fresh rounds of arguments, delay, and also uncertainty in dealing with harmful content, as well as renewed anxiety for those already hurt, who quite likely will have to remain engaged throughout the appeal process. We expect that there will be likely higher case volume in OSTRA cases, which also adds to the administrative load of the OSC. And so the further point is this: if a case goes on appeal to the High Court, lawyers will probably be instructed. In such an instance, will there be equality in how this might play out? One can imagine most platforms are very well resourced, and likewise a number of administrators and content creators too. What happens when an individual victim might need to seek redress against one of these giants with deep pockets in court and with lawyers? With the additional prospect of having to bear substantial costs in the litigation if one does not succeed. Overall, we fear that this will dissuade victims from coming forward. And over time, this will render the framework toothless, not because of the provisions, but because individual victims will find it more difficult to seek redress and might shy away. This will make the framework less inclusive, and we hope not to see that. In contrast, we believe that the current framework already strikes the right balance. In the first place, the framework that you heard Ms. Rahayu outline earlier, these are administrative decisions by the OSC, who assess the harm based on the prescribed factors in this framework, and they make a polycentric decision, taking into account policy and public interest considerations when deciding on whether it is a harm, and if so, what the appropriate remedy ought to be. Such administrative decisions are subject to judicial review and not an appeal, and in fact, this is not unusual. So at its heart, this bill, as I said at the outset, is about empowering victims. The OSC's process is deliberately designed to be straightforward, fast, and simple, and focus on stopping harm quickly and hopefully not spending time arguing about it. We think that Ms. Her's proposed amendments, though well-intentioned, would probably make that journey harder and not easier. Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill is pragmatic, proportionate, and principled. It protects victims, sets fair expectation for online actors, and strengthens trust and accountability in our digital commons. If we proceed steadily and work together, government, industry, and users, I believe we can keep our online spaces open, but also safe, vibrant, but also responsible. So we have shown clearly how online harms exact a cost on individuals, on families, and on the social fabric that holds us together. And as technology evolves, new harms will emerge. Our laws must therefore remain future-ready. We must be bold and innovative to stay ahead, but also compassionate in how we protect those who are most vulnerable. And this bill gives victims a clear and practical framework to seek relief when harm occurs. It also sends a clear, unambiguous signal that everyone who shapes our digital spaces in Singapore must act responsibly. Through the OSC, the statutory thoughts framework, as well as the end-user identification provisions, we are building a coherent system of protection and accountability. Each prong complements the other. The OSC is a safety net providing rapid relief to victims of online harms. The statutory thought framework provides private remedies, and it also is a standard setter, encouraging all actors to play their part. And the end-user identification measures ensure that no one can cause harm from behind a mask. Sir, public support for these measures has been strong across communities, professions, and also generations. In a public consultation launched by MinLaw and MDDI in 2024, respondents expressed strong support for establishing a dedicated agency to address online harms, over 90% support. Allowing victims to take legal action, such as seeking compensation in court for private remedies on top of the OSC framework, over 95%. Disclosing a perpetrator's user information to the victim for certain specified purposes, over 80%. Sir, the government started this work a long time ago. We started looking at developing this bill as far back as 2021, even as the amendments to the Broadcasting Act and the Online Criminal Harms Act were being worked on. We spent close to 5 years carefully examining the issues. We conducted numerous surveys and studies into the issue of online harms in Singapore, the findings of which have been presented to this House earlier. We also partnered with the SMU Yong Pang House School of Law to organize the Online Harms Symposium, where distinguished speakers and panelists, including experts on online safety from around the world, shared their insight on key issues and solutions for online harms. In addition to the public consultation exercise, we also met and consulted extensively with over 100 different stakeholders over the years. And these include local and foreign experts, foreign regulators, victims of online harms, social service agencies, lawyers and the judiciary, the MOE, and other educational institutions. We recognize that the impact of online harms may be felt and experienced differently across different communities. We've heard from various segments of society, including the youth, disability, and the community groups, and we learned much from their experiences and their insights and their stories. We also conducted over 20 engagement sessions with tech companies in the past 2 years to ensure that the provisions in the bill are robust, workable, feasible, and can be carried out when the OSC issues direction. We discovered through these extensive engagements a shared belief that the online world should reflect the same values of respect, decency, and fairness that we all know and often assume, and which guides us in the offline space. Around the world, societies are grappling with similar challenges. In Europe, in the UK, in Australia, and the US, we are moving in step with these global efforts, but shaping our own path, our own course, contextualized and nuanced to what Singapore needs. So, ultimately, law and regulation alone cannot keep our people safe. We will require a whole of society effort, and public education must teach users to protect themselves, and every user must take ownership of their safety and behavior online. But if we can do this together, build sound laws, responsible platforms, and a thoughtful public, we will strengthen not only our digital safety, but over time, our social fabric. And in time, our online norms will not erode, but endure, grounded in respect, anchored in responsibility, and guided by the same values that make Singapore strong. So that leads me to express gratitude to a few persons and groups who have contributed deeply to our work. As mentioned by Mos Rahayu, we convened a steering committee who guided our team in shaping our policy. In particular, let me acknowledge two members from the private sector. Ms. Stephanie Yuan Teo, Joint Managing Partner of TSMP Law Corporation, member of Sunlight Alliance for Action, and founder and chairperson of SHE, as well as Associate Professor Eugene Tan from SMU. In addition, SMU Yongpang House School of Law partnered us to organize our online harms symposium. The sharing from the experts and survivors at the symposium informed much of our thinking on this matter. SG Her Empowerment, or SHE's survey and research on online harms and their experience in running She Cares at SCWO, Singapore's first support center for targets of online harms, provided us with data and insights to refine our policy. And finally, all those, many from the public who responded to our public consultation or who have engaged with us with very constructive comments and suggestions, with or written to my ministry to share their stories. Every story helps us to shape the contours of this bill. We thank them for their suggestions over the years. Mr. Speaker, we have in the audience today, in the gallery above, a few who have contributed deeply to our work and gave valuable feedback in developing our proposals. We have members from SHE and She Cares at SCWO, Natalie, Himavali, Lorraine, Saira, and Sihan, who together with their teams served as vital pillars of support for those experiencing online harms today. We also have representatives from Youth Tech SG, Ben, Zoe, Beatrice, and Kok Tong, who together with many others shared the perspectives of young Singaporeans with us. We are very deeply grateful for their partnership and commitment to making our digital spaces safer for all, and we record our thanks and gratitude for the time that they have taken and the experiences that they have so generously shared. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Henry Kwek.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand in support of this bill. Because for victims of online harm, speed matters and justice delayed is justice denied. A deepfake now takes seconds to create. With powerful AI, harm scales fast, and it's not rare. Surveys show that more than 84% of residents have encountered harmful content online, and roughly 1 in 3 has faced harassment or bullying. In particular, as many of our ministers and POHs has mentioned, for our youth, online and offline is our one continuous reality. So harm in one space, whether it's deepfake, doxing, non-consensual, intimate contents, bleeds into the other. Yet removal through current court process can take months and even years, and traces often persist after takedown. And this is the gap where victims suffer, mental health decline, some turn to self-harm, drop out of school or lose jobs. Embarrassments follow, harassments pile on, and cancel culture amplifies the pain. These are real psychological injuries. Sometimes a mental prison is worse than a physical one, and we cannot keep telling victims to wait another 3 more months for relief. And this is why, for years, I've consistently called for legislations to curb this danger. In the 2022 Penal Code debate, I've urged for laws to prevent cancel culture from taking roots. In the 2018 debate on online falsehoods, I argued that democracy depends on facts, transparencies, and truth in public discourse, and warned that social media algorithms turn some of the most sensational content viral, and some of this content are false and harmful, and that's why I welcome this bill. It closes the gap and strengthens trust, the foundation of a we-first society. It protects people. It does not police speech. Expression isn't a license to harass,
and freedom come with responsibilities. It gives our people, especially our youth, room to think and disagree without destruction. A healthy digital commons to engage, create, and learn without humiliation. It delivers timely justice because harm spread fast and hours matter, and the OSC can act in days to remove content, restrict accounts, and disclose identities so victims can seek damages. So for online falsehood, speed is justice. At the same time, I have a number of clarifying questions to the ministers for this landmark bill. 1. Implications of the amendments added on top of this bill. In the amendments put forward, the evidentiary thresholds move from reason to suspect to reasonable grounds to believe. Also, the amendments call for a process to appeal to the General Division of the High Courts. And the amendments also call for the inclusion of serious harms like abatement or encouragement of suicide and sexual grooming in this bill. But I believe that these are already addressed in the criminal law, including the Penal Code Section 306 and 306 and 376E, and the Vulnerable Adults Act 2018. To me, these amendments seem to be a substantive change to the due process proposed by this bill, with implications to the victims, more legal costs, delayed justice. As such, I would like to ask the ministers to inform us the implications of these additional amendments put before Parliament votes. My second point is that no wrong doors. We already have laws on harmful online content, POHA, BA, POFMA, FICA, OCHA. If someone is harmed online, how do they figure out which laws to use? Will OSRA overlap with these or fit in with them? Do victims have to report to several agencies, or will the agencies coordinate? And if the OSC and courts disagree about whether online harm has happened, what happens then? Who has the final say, and how is the conflict resolved? 3, mental health integration. Removing content is necessary, but not sufficient. Victims need healing, not just remedies. Protection and healing must move together. How well will OSC work with community groups and appropriate services to support victims, especially youth, of online harm? Can we consider offering psychological support along legal relief? And how will OSC make sure that the staff are properly trained so that they can help without causing further harm? 4, PDPA and disclosures. Victims need identity disclosures to pursue redress. Platforms must also at the same time meet data protection duties. Will regulations clarify how disclosure directions interact with PDPA obligations, including purpose limitations and legal obligation exemptions? And will good faith compliance with valid directions be recognized so platforms can act quickly without fear of breaching confidentiality? 5, cross-border and evasion. How will OSC enforce its directions outside Singapore? And will claims under the statutory torts actually help in such cases? The bill lets OSC tell platform to collect certain user information, but a person can ignore the requests, ditch old accounts, and open new ones. And in such cases, how will the bill still get the perpetuator's user information? My final point, 6, preventing abuse and protecting identities. What guardrails will prevent the statutory torts being weaponized for lawfare? By that, I mean frivolous claims or claims without merit to harass or pressurize respondents. As the bill empowers the OSC to identify users and disclose that information to purported victims, what safeguards are there to prevent misuse of that disclosed data for reverse doxing? In closing, Speaker Sir, this bill makes our online space safer, especially for our youth. It strengthens trust, delivers speed as part of justice, and hold platforms and perpetrators to account. With these clarifications, I support this landmark bill. Thank you.
Ms. He Ting-Ru.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that members of this House appreciate the growing concerns relating to online harms and also the complex and evolving nature of these potential harms. From cyberbullying, rise in hate speech, to AI-generated content, online exploitation, misinformation, and gender-based violence, we are having to deal with a wide variety of harms which have the added threat of going viral. Singapore has a virtually 100% internet connectivity rate, and consequently, everyone is at risk from online harms. Research in Singapore appears to bear out this fear. A survey released by MDDI last month found that 4 in 5 respondents have encountered harmful online content. In May and June 2023, SG Her Empowerment survey on online harms found that 1 in 2 respondents aged between 15 to 24 reported having been victims of online harms. The same survey also reported that 2 in 5 victims reported experiencing at least one form of severe adverse impacts, including suicide ideation and physical and mental health issues. To further add to this, a World Economic Forum article published at the start of this year noted that there is a broader trend where online platforms move away from centralized content moderations and instead rely more on user contributions to address potentially misleading or harmful content. This has led to various groups being concerned that this shift would worsen the situation for vulnerable groups and create a less safe digital environment. And this is concerning. As I mentioned during my COS MHA cut on Safe AI this year, women and children are 2 groups that have been found to bear disproportionately the harms associated with such online activities. With the subject garnering greater concern in recent years, the Online Safety, Relief and Accountability Bill is now before us. The Workers' Party agrees that tough measures are required to tackle these harms, to allow victims to seek better redress and healing, and to ensure that platforms act responsibly. Whatever the online harms, be they categorized by content, contact, conduct, or contract, or by types of harms such as aggressive, sexual, or extremist values, the thing that unifies them is the effect on victims or witnesses are cross-cutting. All these harms have effects which are threats to physical or mental health, threats to privacy in the forms of violations, or further promote inequalities or discrimination. However, our position is that the bill before us leaves certain areas of concern unaddressed. It is thus in the spirit of strengthening our online protection regime to better protect victims of such harms that we propose these 3 main areas of amendment. First, the bill leaves out certain harms which result in severe impact on victims. Second, we have concerns about the legal procedures enabling the Commissioner to be the final arbiter, and that certain clauses of what constitutes an online harm need further refinement. Third, there should be reporting requirements from the Commission which will enhance public understanding and education about the harms, our protection regime, and ultimately build confidence in what we are doing to tackle it. I will focus my speech on the first set of amendments and how we can better ensure that our tackling of online harms puts victims and vulnerable persons front and center of our efforts. My other Workers' Party colleagues will also cover the other sets of amendments. In our amendments, we proposed a statutory addition of 2 sets of activities in the definition of online harm activities. First, sexual exploitation of children or vulnerable adults, otherwise known as sexual grooming, with wording proposed in a new subsection O to the definition of online harmful activities contained in Clause 3 and expanded definitions of what this comprises in the new Clause A. Second, publication of online material encouraging or promoting suicide or self-harm, with our proposed insertion of new subsection O to Clause 3's definition of online harmful activities and expansions on this in the new Clause B. In a study published by the Institute of Policy Studies in October 2025, child sexual exploitation and promotion of dangerous behaviors were identified as top harms and perceived as online harms of greater security. Yet, the bill before us does not include the publication of online material encouraging or promoting suicide or self-harm. This is concerning, as in September 2025, it was reported that teenagers on Instagram were still able to access content relating to suicide and self-harm, and that its teen accounts function did not appear to be stopping sexual content being uploaded by children. Instagram is not the only platform noted for the risks associated with the promotion of self-harm and suicide. In Singapore, She's survey ranks sexual harassment as the top online harms encountered by survivors and witnesses, with female youth aged between 15 to 34 more concerned about sexual-based harms. MDDI survey also noted that 26% of the respondents reported that they have encountered harmful content of a sexual nature. Thus, with easy access to posts and content online, the high risks of sexual grooming of our minors and vulnerable adults are also of grave concern, but do not appear to be explicitly covered by the provisions of this bill. Even though the Online Criminal Harms Act covers certain sexual offences and various codes of practice have been introduced over the years, these harms do not appear to benefit from the full suite of mechanisms in this bill, which I believe are more responsive and effective in tackling online safety issues that are highly context-dependent and time-sensitive. In particular, I refer to the bill's ability to request to restrain or stop the communication of a class of material by an administrator or communicator. Furthermore, perpetrators seeking to groom minors or vulnerable adults may share online content that encourages, promotes, or provides instructions of sexual communication or sexual activity to minors or vulnerable adults. Additionally, publication or communication of such online content, which may be directed at certain groups of persons, not just an individual, would appear not to be covered by the Online Criminal Harms Act. Thus, by excluding sexual grooming of minors or vulnerable adults under this bill, we miss out an important protection of our children and vulnerable adults in the form of, for example, allowing takedown orders to be made. As the EU has pointed out, the risk is that when a child is exposed to or engages with inappropriate sexual content, they risk ending up at greater risk of related content, be it in the form of becoming targets of or perpetrators of sexual grooming of minors, because it has become normalized or desensitized for them. These children may also then become targets for sexual exploitation or streaming of child sexual abuse material. Thus, the harm posed by content posted to glorify suicide or self-harm and sexual grooming of minors and vulnerable adults is substantial. Thus, we hope that Singapore takes a strong stance against such online content by accepting our proposed amendments and including them under the scope of this bill to provide more tools to tackle these types of online harm. Next, victim protection and support. This is complex, as harassment, humiliation, and abuse of victims comes in various shapes and forms. Harassment, as we all know, is not limited to just physical stalking, sending thousands of text messages, or making dodgy phone calls. For example, our family courts are now also en route to recognizing that it's not just physical abuse that causes real and sometimes lifelong and life-threatening harms to victims. Increasingly, they know that other forms of abuse can be just as harmful, and online media can be one means through which they are propagated. We already have laws on the books regarding self-harm, sexualized grooming of minors, and protecting vulnerable adults, but they do not explicitly extend to online behavior. Our amendments seek to harmonize the laws and extend protections given emergent risks in the online space. Additionally, we have to understand that the harm experienced by victims does not end after a report or complaint is filed. It could also extend beyond when the perpetrator has been sentenced, long after the justice system has taken its course. If there are any parallel processes, such as actions taken out of statutory torts or penal code offences, the victim would often have to relive and recount their experiences, the impact it has had on them, and if there is a trial, subject to cross-examination of the extremely traumatic event or events. This is backed up by SHE's survey, which found that 2 in 5 victims of online harm victims of online harm experience serious emotional or mental health impact, such as depression or fear for safety. Many withdrew from social media entirely, as documented in one of the case studies from the IBS survey. A handful of respondents even contemplated harming themselves physically or attempted suicide. Even more crucially, for each person who steps forward, how many decide against pursuing matters through the justice system because it is daunting, because they are fearful of it, or decide they did not want to re-traumatize themselves by recounting and reliving what has happened to them many times as they go through the systems to seek redress. Thus, we also have concerns about the access to justice for victims who are contemplating pursuing justice under the statutory tort provisions. The inclusion of these statutory torts are welcome and empowering, but we must not forget that to file a civil claim, victims must gather evidence, bear legal costs, and relive the harms done to them time and again. Many would be young people, students, workers who already feel powerless. For them, the idea of commencing a lawsuit is unimaginable. So how do we tackle concerns that a fragmented system of relief may emerge, that those who are resourced can fight, and those without must simply tolerate and try to move on? Would the legal processes be simplified for victims to obtain remedies that they deserve? Directions or orders issued by the Commissioner should also be granted swiftly. And since under the bill, the Commissioner is to wield quasi-judicial powers who will sit in judgment in handling reports and complaints filed by victims or agencies, the Commission must be staffed and resourced like a quasi-judicial body, not a customer service centre. Decisions to be made by the Commissioner are not mechanical, run-of-the-mill decisions. They require legal, psychological, societal, and cultural sensitivity. Will the new agency have specialists such as psychologists who understand trauma-informed approaches, gender-based violence experts, lawyers experienced in not just defamation and harassment law, but who also understand the often insidious and subtle means in which perpetrators of online harms attempt to assert power and coercive control over their targets, sometimes in the context of post-separation abuse. This means that our processes to address online harms and provide redress and justice for victims must incorporate a victim-centric and trauma-informed approach. Staff from frontliners receiving reports from victims to decision-makers within the agency should be supported by professionals who understand how best to continue to support and protect victims. Trying to take a stand against harassment, humiliation, and abuse requires much from victims. It will run contrary to the intent of this bill if victims instead find themselves with no support or even met with disbelief when seeking justice. The principle behind tackling these harms would be to ensure that there is restorative justice, especially for non-criminal harms, which we as a society have decided do not warrant criminalization. As for perpetrators, we too should try to get to the bottom of their motivations and what causes such behavior. Rehabilitation is thus as important as deterrence. As AWARE has recommended, would counseling orders for perpetrators be one of the tools that could be given to perpetrators so that where appropriate, they would receive appropriate treatment to stop them from reoffending after their sentence has been meted out. In this vein, I believe that aside from providing psychological support for victims, the Commission should prioritize education as an inoculator against these harms. For OSC officers, this would mean ensuring evidence-based, up-to-date victim-centric education and training for those handling reports or complaints to continually incorporate latest victim-centric approaches to provide victims the support they need. Ground-up knowledge sharing is also important, given that so much of online behavior is driven by social media culture that is global, fast-changing, and trend-driven. We must continue and step up cross-agency and sectoral education efforts for both children and adults to increase awareness of online harms and the help available to them. These efforts have to continue to be informed by updated research on the evolving nature of the harms, how they are propagated, and take on board the latest trends, online trends, which often move rapidly. Apart from targeting the broad public who may be or were exposed to harmful online content, they should also be proactive in nature and target perpetrators or those at risk of offending. Educational efforts should also be sensitive to and address research findings that those exposed to online harmful content seem to display a higher probability of becoming offenders themselves and be designed to target those who may be causing both criminal and non-criminal harms. Now, I would turn to the other categories of amendments. While we take a strong stance against online harm, we must balance it against the risk that overreach will strip away the normalcy of our online usage. As such, we have tabled amendments to clauses 9, 11, 19, and 26 to ensure that individuals can communicate online material that constitutes fair comment on matters of public interest. The Commissioner can still issue directions or orders when it has reasonable grounds to believe that online harmful activity was conducted. To further strengthen our understanding and faith in the regime, we have also included new clause C, allowing appeals to the judicial system. This will allow both online entities and individual users transparency. My colleague, MCMP Andre Loh, will elaborate more on these points. The final group of amendments that we have tabled call for the Commissioner to prepare and submit an annual report to Parliament and specify the areas which should be covered by the report. These include the number of reports received by the Commissioner, the categories of these reports, the number of directions and orders issued by the Commission, the categories of persons or entities who have been issued with a direction or order, and findings by the Commissioner on the risk assessment and trends of online harm. The proposed new Clause E also gives the Commissioner explicit powers to require online service providers to disclose information about their own measures to tackle online harms. Such information is particularly necessary in line with the IPS findings that 75% think that apart from government end users, tech companies also must do more to tackle online harms, and that the 2024 MDDI survey found that 80% of respondents who reported online harms experience issues with platforms' reporting processes. These proposed amendments are driven by the need to ensure that our laws are better understood and remain ahead of the rapidly evolving landscape of online harms. They also provide that groups disproportionately affected by online harms, women, children, and vulnerable adults, will also have their interests represented. And CMP Eileen Chong will speak more on these amendments. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to emphasize that these proposed amendments aim to strengthen and develop this bill in line with the government's stated intentions. With this bill, we believe that there is an opportunity to act more effectively against material on suicide, self-injury, and sexual grooming of minors and vulnerable adults. We have the chance to legislate more clearly to ensure that victims can efficiently, effectively, and safely get recourse for online harms. We should also work to make online harms less likely to happen in the first place through education, research, and by ensuring platforms are aware of their role in facing up to this challenge, all the while ensuring the justice system works effectively and as intended. I believe that all of us in this House, as parliamentarians, as Singaporeans, and as human beings, wish online harms were less common and less hurtful than they are. That said, we cannot uninvent the internet. And we are at a point in time where the digital world has made it so easy for people to harm each other without having to directly experience the hurt they have caused others. Our duty to remedy harms is highly complicated, and the balance that we seek in legislation and practice will be tested by edge cases, unforeseen circumstances, and changes in trends and technology. But today, to the best of my knowledge, and from speaking to experts, NGOs, and everyday people who have to deal with these harms, we can legislate better with the amendments I have proposed, and I hope that this House will accept them. Thank you.
Mr. Sharil Taha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, for many in my generation and those before, we remember life before the internet when communications meant pagers, and for some lucky few, tumbler handphones, and the familiar sound of a dial-up modem. Some may recall an even earlier time where snail mail is just known as mail. But for today's generation, our children, students, and younger workers, they have grown up knowing only a world that is integrated with online. For most of us, the digital space has become inseparable from daily life. It is where we learn, we create networks, we work, and forms part of our identity. While the digital realm has brought immense good in connecting us, empowering creativity, and expanding opportunity, it has also become a space where real harm can occur. And over the years, we have seen painful examples right here in Singapore that remind us that what happens online can wound deeply offline. In one tragic case, a teenage student took her own life after enduring prolonged cyberbullying from classmates on social media. Hurtful messages and ridicule in the digital space compounded the pressures she faced in the real world. There was also the incident of a national serviceman sentenced to jail after uploading his ex-girlfriend's private images onto a website, tagging her name and social media handle. The images spread within hours, and despite takedown efforts, the victim continued to face humiliation long after. There are many more examples of online harms, and these are not isolated incidents. They show that online harms are not just virtual. They are real, they are lasting, and they are deeply personal. From the early days of Singapore's digital journey, we have always been mindful of the risk that comes with greater connectivity, and many have played their part in building a safer online space. At the ground level, numerous organizations have been promoting digital well-being and online safety education, and many of my fellow PAP MPs have also done so in their constituencies. In Pasir Ris East, we began our digital well-being and safety lessons in 2020, and later expanded them through the M-Cube Goes Digital program to reach out to more members of the minority community. At the legislative level, Singapore has taken progressive and steady steps to strengthen online safety. We enacted the Protection from Harassment Act in 2014, introduced the Online Criminal Harm Act in 2023, and updated the Broadcasting Act and IMDA Codes of Practice to hold online platforms accountable for harmful content. A safe and responsible digital environment has long been a key advocacy point among PAP MPs. In 2024, our Government Parliamentary Committee for Communications and Information, then chaired by Ms. Tin Pei Ling, with members Ms. Henny So, Ms. Jessica Tan, Mr. Alex Yam, and myself, filed a motion titled Building an Inclusive and Safe Digital Society. Together with more than 10 PAP MPs, we called for stronger safeguards against online harms such as cyberbullying and urged platforms to do more to protect users. Hence, our MDDI GPC welcomes the Online Safety, Relief and Accountability Bill, which builds on this foundation, from ground feedback to action to legislation and now continued advocacy in this House. This bill strengthens the framework to ensure that victims of online harm can receive swift, effective and meaningful relief while reinforcing the responsibilities of platforms and perpetrators alike. Globally, jurisdictions such as UK's Online Safety Act, the EU's Digital Services Act, Australia's Online Safety Act, Canada's proposed Online Harms Act, and New Zealand's Harmful Digital Communications Act are grappling with the same question: how to protect users while preserving legitimate expressions. Online harms evolve rapidly. To remain effective, our laws must first and foremost protect victims, provide quick and accessible recourse, for in the digital age, harm spreads faster than healing, and ensure that justice is fair, balanced, and proportionate, shaping a safer and more respectable online space for all. I therefore stand in support of this bill, which takes a pragmatic and, as both Minister Teo and Minister Tong described, as victim-centered approach, something which I agree. It focuses on timely relief, clear accountability, and shared responsibility across all stakeholders in the digital ecosystem. That said, I would like to raise 3 areas for clarification. Firstly, the definition and application of OSRA. Secondly, how can we provide better support for victims of online harms? And thirdly, the possible unintended effects of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the bill defines 13 categories of online harms, of which the first 5, online harassment, doxing, online stalking, intimate image abuse, and image-based child abuse, will be implemented first. Minister Teo shared that the remaining 8 will be followed progressively. The bill defines online harassment as the communication of material that a reasonable person would consider threatening, abusive, insulting, sexual or indecent, and likely to cause harassment, alarm, distress, or humiliation to the victim. While this provides a sound foundation, I seek clarification on how the threshold will be determined for online harassment. Will it depend on the number of incidents, the severity of content, or the type of platform involved, something to which MOS Rahayu alluded to? How will the OSC determine what breach the online harassment threshold, and how will we compare one versus the other? I would also like to seek clarification about the timeline and criteria for introducing the remaining categories. Also, if a victim experiences a form of harm covered only in the later phase, will the OSC have discretion to act on the case? For the law to be effective, the OSC's investigation and directives must be swift and timely. Hence, may I ask, what is the expected caseload under the first 5 categories? And in handout 2, which was distributed earlier, on the USC user journey, what is the expected time between a file reported to OSC to when the OSC may issue direction against the communicator, administrator, and platform? And in the earlier speech, MOS Rahayu shared that victims can file a report after reporting to the online platform where the harm is occurring. How do we ensure that this proactive reporting is not abused? Who will be the caseworkers, and how will the OSC caseworkers assess the incidents? Will they be doing it manually, and how do we scale it up quickly? I guess the key point I'm trying to make is how do we adequately resource the OSC with the expertise, the manpower, the technology required to ensure that victims can get effective and timely relief. We need to set the OSC up for success. Lastly, the bill empowers the OSC to issue directions to the communicator, administrator, or online service provider involved. Can the Minister clarify what qualifies as an online service provider? Will this extend to closed group of platforms such as WhatsApp, Telegram, and WeChat? Many Singaporeans are administrators of private chat groups among friends, colleagues, classmates, or even strangers, such as in the BTO chat groups. Some of the most hurtful cyberbullying can occur within such closed platforms. How will the bill handle cases arising from private or semi-private groups where the boundary between personal and public communication is slightly blurred? Mr. Speaker, while the bill rightly focuses on timely and accessible relief, a truly victim-centric approach must not only enable victims to act against the perpetrators, but also help them recover from the harm. Victims may take civil action through the statutory tort and claim enhanced damages in serious or malicious cases, a clear message that accountability applies equally online. However, the bill does not address psychological and social support, especially for victims of cyberbullying, doxing, or image-based abuse. The emotional scars often outlast the digital content itself. The OSC, let me repeat that again. The OSC can also play a broader and more supportive role in caring for victims of online harm, acting as a one-stop point of contact that connects them to counseling services, community partners, and social agencies that can help provide the help that they need. So in handout 2, it is also noted that counseling support today is self-initiated by victims at the point when the harm is experienced. But we know that for many, this is often the most difficult time to reach out, when the victims may feel alone, frightened, or unsure of what to do next. So perhaps, can I suggest the system could be a bit more proactive? So when a victim files a report with the OSC, could there be an automatic prompt or offer for counseling support so that help is not just available, but actively extended? This small change could make a big difference, ensuring that victims receive structured, compassionate, and timely support at the moment they need it most. Working with MSF, MOE, IMH, and social service providers, the OSC could establish a victim support and assurance framework comprising a confidential helpline or online portal for guidance, access to counseling and trauma support services, and collaboration to track and prevent recurring patterns of online abuse. Being victim-centric means more than punishing offenders. The law must deliver justice, but beyond that, it must also help victims rebuild confidence and trust in our digital space. With such a framework, the OSC can be not just a regulator, but a guardian of digital well-being for all Singaporeans. Mr. Speaker, while the statutory torts clarify duties on online actors, we must be alert to unintended efforts. Clearer legal rights may lead to more frequent or premature litigation as victims, intermediaries, or even platforms resort to the court as a first response rather than the last. We must guard against creating a more litigious society where disputes are too readily taken to court. This will only make it harder for victims, many who are already distressed, who may hesitate to come forward because of the financial, emotional, and psychological toll of litigation and the pain of having to relieve their trauma. Some may also fear losing a civil case and being burdened with legal costs. This concern is even more acute when victims face large, well-resourced companies or global platforms. Such entities could exploit the prohibitive costs of legal action to deter victims from pursuing justice. Many may simply give up, unable to sustain long or expensive proceedings. Hence, I support the approach of limiting appeals to ensure that relief remains timely and accessible. If every dispute were taken into lengthy court processes, many victims would refrain from seeking help altogether, something which Minister Tong has shared earlier too. Justice must never depend on one's capacity to afford it. That said, I urge the government and the OSC to monitor the use of statutory torts closely, ensuring that they empower victims rather than intimidate them, promoting fairness, accountability, and confidence in our online safety framework. Mediation and conciliation should be encouraged as first-line remedies, and the OSC could monitor the civil actions to ensure the law remains fair and accessible to all. Ultimately, this bill must empower victims, not overwhelm them, making justice attainable, not intimidating, strengthening accountability without fostering a culture of fear or excessive litigation. Mr. Speaker, allow me to provide a summary in Malay, please. Tuan Speaker, rang undang-undang ini amat penting kerana dunia digital kini sudah menjadi sebahagian daripada kehidupan harian kita. Ruang dalam talian banyak membawa manfaat untuk belajar, bekerja dan berhubung, tetapi juga boleh membawa bahaya seperti buli siber, penyebaran gambar pribadi tanpa izin dan pendedahan maklumat pribadi yang boleh memberi kesan emosi yang mendalam. Selama ini, pemerintah dan masyarakat telah berusaha untuk melindungi pengguna dalam talian. Kita sudah ada Akta Pelindungan daripada Gangguan, Akta Jenayah dalam talian dan garis panduan MDDI untuk memastikan platform digital lebih bertanggungjawab. Ramai ahli Parlimen PAP juga telah mengadakan program seperti Digital Wellbeing and Safety, dan di M Kuasa 3 Pasir Ris, kami telah mengadakan MQ Coast Digital untuk mendidik rakyat tentang keselamatan siber. Rang undang-undang baru ini melengkapkan usaha tersebut dan memberi pelindungan yang lebih kepada mangsa. Dengan itu, saya telah mengutarakan 3 penjelasan. Yang pertama, tentang cara menentukan gangguan dalam talian dan bila baki kategori, iaitu online HAM, bahaya akan dilaksanakan. Kedua, pentingnya sokongan kepada mangsa, termasuk bantuan kaunseling dan bimbingan yang boleh diselaras oleh OSC. Ketiga, memastikan undang-undang ini tidak membawa budaya saman berlebihan, terutama terhadap syarikat besar yang mampu menakutkan mangsa dengan kos guaman yang tinggi. Undang-undang ini mesti memastikan tindakan cepat dan bantuan segera kepada mangsa, supaya keadilan dapat dicapai dengan mudah. Matlamat kita ialah membina ruang digital yang selamat dan bertanggungjawab untuk semua rakyat Singapura. Mr. Speaker, Singapore's online space must be a place of opportunity, not harm. The Online Safety, Relief and Accountability Bill represents another important step in our collective effort to make our internet a safer and more trusted space for all. This bill builds on more than a decade of sustained progress and advocacy from the ground-up initiatives by community partners, PAP MPs who have championed digital well-being and online safety, to key legislative milestones such as the Protection from Harassment Act and the Online Criminal Harms Act and many others. Together, these efforts reflect our continued commitment to protect Singaporeans from online harm while promoting a culture of digital responsibility. The bill before us today is not a standalone measure, but part of a long-term journey, one that combines education, legislation, and compassion to safeguard every user, especially the most vulnerable. This, Mr. Speaker, is the spirit of our digital future, a connected society that is also a caring one where freedom of expression is matched by responsibility and where justice online is real and reachable as justice offline. I stand in support of this bill and the shared goal it represents, to build a safe, responsible, and inclusive digital Singapore for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Andre Loh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Workers' Party understands the motivations. Before I begin, I would like to first declare that I work for a financial technology company that may fall under the definition of online service provider as envisaged in this bill. Mr. Speaker, the Workers' Party understands the motivations behind this bill, and we deeply wish to support it, but we have some reservations. Ms. Herting-Rue has addressed the first question the bill raises, which is, will it adequately protect the most vulnerable victims? She has outlined how we can strengthen that protection. I support these amendments. I address the second question. Will this bill be fair, accountable, and properly calibrated in its exercise of its powers? The bill grants the Commissioner significant authority to issue directions, compel removal of content, impose obligations on service providers, to reduce engagement with material without the content creator's knowledge. These are necessary powers to address real harms, but they are also powers that should be carefully designed for their intended purpose and appropriately constrained by institutional checks and balances. I will address 3 amendments that address our concerns about the bill's architecture, and 6 areas requiring ministerial clarification. Let me begin with our proposed amendments. First is raising the threshold for state action. Clause 26 of the bill sets the threshold at which the Commissioner may issue directions. The current text reads reason to suspect. We believe that threshold is too low for the powers being granted. Reason to suspect is a subjective test. It permits actions based on intuition or preliminary information without requiring objective evidence. Our proposed amendment raises this to reasonable grounds to believe. This is the same standard used in comparable legislation overseas, including the United Kingdom's Online Safety Act and Canada's proposed Bill C-63, or their Online Harms Act. This requires evidence that would satisfy a reasonable person, not merely a suspicion. Some may argue this is semantics. We don't believe this is so. In the UK Act, they expressly distinguish between reasonable grounds to suspect in order to begin an investigation, as opposed to reasonable grounds to believe to take enforcement action. We believe that this is the right approach. The former permits inquiry, the latter permits coercion. The distinction matters. If we are serious about protecting victims, we must be equally serious about ensuring the Commissioner's enforcement powers rest on evidence, not suspicion. Our amendment achieves both. The second set of amendments I'll be addressing concern legitimate discourse. Clauses 9, 11, and 19 define 3 online harms: online harassment, non-consensual disclosure of private information, and instigation of disproportionate harm. These definitions are necessary, but we think they are incomplete. Let me give 3 scenarios. First, a citizen posts fair criticism of a public official's conduct. It is if a reasonable person were to conclude that that criticism is, quote, abusive or insulting, it is likely to cause the official, it is likely to cause the official distress. Under Clause 9, this could be harassment. Secondly, a victim of harassment publishes text messages from their harasser online as a call for help or perhaps a warning to others. Under Clause 11, this could constitute non-consensual disclosure of private information. In the third scenario, a journalist publishes leaked documents exposing corruption in a government-linked entity. But under Clause 11, this could also fall under the definition of non-consensual disclosure. Mr. Speaker, I do not suggest these outcomes are intended, but the bill as drafted seems to permit them. The definitions contain minimal carve-outs. There's no obvious exclusions for public interests, and they do not go far enough in recognizing that not all disclosures of private information are harmful, and not all uncomfortable speech is harassment. So our amendments insert these safeguards. For Clause 9, we add that communication is not harassment if it constitutes fair comment on a matter of public interest. This is drawn from the established common law defense to the tort of defamation. For Clause 11, we add that disclosure does not fall within the definition of if the public interest in disclosure outweighs the public interest in privacy. We list 7 examples, including exposing wrongdoing, informing the public on matters of significant concern, and protecting public health and safety. This amendment is modeled on a well-established balancing test in comparable common law jurisdictions, including the UK. As drafted, it also reflects, it's also very similar to the test as codified in the Australian Privacy Act. For Clause 19, we add, communication does not constitute instigation if it relates to a matter of public interest. Our amendments do not weaken the bill, they sharpen it. They ensure that the Commissioner's powers are used to protect victims, but not to chill legitimate speech. They prevent this bill from inadvertently silencing criticism, investigative journalism, or public interest disclosures. The third set of amendments that I'll be addressing establishes independent oversight. The bill establishes an interim appeal mechanism. Clause 60 creates an appeal panel whose members are appointed by the Minister. Clause 63 provides the right to appeal Commissioner decisions to an appeal committee drawn from this panel. Crucially, Clauses 63, subsection 5 and 6 state that no further appeals will be permitted beyond this appeal committee. This makes a ministerially appointed committee the final arbiter. Our amendment deletes these two clauses and sub-clauses and inserts a new clause C establishing a right of appeal to the General Division of the High Court. Now, our proposed appeal mechanism is not unlimited. It is confined to 3 grounds: a point of law, secondly, that a harmful activity did not occur, and thirdly, that compliance is not technically feasible. Now, this is similar to the appeal mechanism in POFMA. This ensures that the courts do not become a general review body for every single commissioner decision, but remain available as an independent check on questions of legality, fact, and feasibility. Mr. Speaker, this is not about distrusting the commissioner or the minister. This is about institutional design. When the state exercises coercive powers, especially a power that could affect livelihoods, reputations, and businesses, there must be a route to independent judicial appeal of cases. So some may say that our proposed amendments may introduce additional burdens on the courts. I also appreciate MOS Rahayu and Minister Tong's earlier clarifications as to how the policy considerations at play here. MOS Rahayu referred to the inherent right of judicial review, which is still available as there is no ouster clause within the bill. We appreciate that judicial review is always available, but the scope is generally limited. Especially in this case, it will be generally limited to the process of the commissioner making their decisions and not about the merits of the case itself. The proposed amendment we have tabled is very limited in scope. It proposes expanding this right of appeal to the courts to 3 limited grounds. We understand that balance needs to be struck, and we are striving to achieve that. With reference to Minister Tong's suggestions that there may be a David and Goliath situation where if we avail of appeals to the courts, we believe that the existing provisions within the bill as drafted, notably Section 63, subsection 4, which provides that there's no automatic stay on directions even when an appeal process is proceeding, helps to ameliorate that concern. There will be no continuing harm to victims as the appeals process is proceeding. Furthermore, when we avail of the courts, there are mechanisms that can address some of these concerns as well, such as in-camera private proceedings, as well as gag orders to protect the identities of victims. Mr. Speaker, beyond these 3 amendments, I now turn to 6 areas where the bill requires clarifications from the Minister. First, I'd like to address the scope of doxing. Clause 10 defines doxing as publishing identity information where a reasonable person would conclude was likely to have been intended to cause harassment, alarm, distress, or humiliation. Here's my concern. If a victim identifies their hitherto anonymous harasser online to warn others in the community, could a reasonable person conclude that this was intended to cause the harasser distress or alarm? The bill does not answer this, so I ask the Minister, will victims who expose their harassers in this manner be caught by Clause 10? If not, what safeguards exist in the bill's design to prevent this? Second, I would like to seek clarifications on standing to appeal where directions are given to platforms. Clause 28 sets out that Clause 28 sets out who receives Part 5 directions. Some, including the stop communication and restraining directions, can be issued directly to the communicator, but others, such as access disabling, account restriction, and engagement reduction directions, are issued to platforms or administrators. When a direction is not issued to the communicator directly, can they still appeal? Clause 61, subsection 1E, allows the recipient to appeal, but the communicator is not the recipient. The subsequent subsection says that they may appeal only if they fall within a description the minister may prescribe under Clause 82. So I ask the Minister, will the regulations be made to ensure that communicators have standing to appeal directions that restrict their content, even if those directions were not issued directly to them? Or will this remain subject to ministerial discretion? Third, the meaning of prescribed connection to Singapore. I understand MOS Rahayu has addressed this example. She has given the example of long-term residents in Singapore who will fall under the ambit of this provision. We would like to seek further clarifications. So It's clear that citizens, PRs, and long-term residents are eligible to make a report. How about we would like to understand what else the ambit of prescribed connection in Singapore could mean. Does it cover a foreign spouse on a long-term visit pass harassed by someone in Singapore? Subsequently, does it also cover a former Singaporean resident who has now moved overseas, who is still being targeted by the Singapore-based individual? So I asked the minister who is protected by this bill, who is excluded, and whether the prescribed connection will be made clearer. Fourth, the exemption for public agencies. Clause 4, subsection 2 states that public agencies cannot be given directions or orders under Part 5. Part 5 contains the Commissioner's enforcement powers. This means that if harmful content originates from, is hosted by, or is facilitated by a public agency, the Commissioner cannot compel the agency to act. Clause 4, subsection 3 goes further. Public agencies cannot be sued under the civil proceedings provisions in Parts 10, 11, and 12. So, Mr. Speaker, online harm is online harm, regardless of its source. A citizen harassed through content on a government platform or by a government account experiences the same distress as one harassed on a private platform or by a private account. So I asked the Minister, why are public agencies exempt from the Commissioner's enforcement powers and from civil liability? What is the policy rationale for the asymmetry? And what recourse does an individual have if they experience harassment, perhaps from a rogue public employee using an official account? Fifth, engagement reduction directions and class of material directions. Clause 40 grants the Commissioner power to issue engagement reduction directions. This allows the Commissioner to require a service provider to reduce the engagement of end users with a class of material without removing it. Clause 41, subsection 3 explicitly states that it is not necessary to give any person who may be subject to a Part 5 direction an opportunity to be heard before the direction is given. This means content posters are not necessarily informed. The content stays online. It remains visible to the poster. It also remains visible to the victim. None will be aware that the content's reach has been throttled. The victim will continue to see the harm, wondering if their report achieved anything at all. Mr. Speaker, this is a shadow ban. So my question to the Minister is simple. What is the envisaged use of this particular direction? Surely in cases of legitimate serious harms, one of the other more forceful directions is the better solution for victims. And if this is meant as a less forceful direction, why does the Commissioner see the need to intervene at all? Clause 40, along with clauses 30 and 33, is also a class of material direction. So this raises related concerns. These class of material directions allow the Commissioner to issue stop communication directions against entire categories of content, identified by specific identifiers such as a username, a term, and online location. There is a high risk that this will function as a digital dragnet that may capture legitimate content alongside harmful material. I give an example. If a victim's advocacy group reporting on an emerging category of online harms as a warning to the community posts about it, they may see that their material is swept up by mistake. So on class of material directions, I have two questions. What safeguards exist to prevent over-blocking? And what remedy exists for users whose legitimate content is caught inadvertently by the directions? Sixth and finally, address consistency in decision-making. Parts 10 to 12 of this bill establish statutory torts that will be adjudicated by the courts. These will generate judicial precedents and publish decisions. There will be transparency and consistency through the common law process. But Part 5 directions, which are quasi-judicial in nature, there's no requirement for publishing reasons or directions. There's no public record of how the Commissioner interprets and applies the definitions of harm in Part 3 and other sections. So I ask the Minister, will the Commissioner be bound by prior decisions that they have made, or will each case be decided on fresh discretion? And secondly, will the Commissioner be bound by clarifications given today in this House? If the Minister states that, for example, Clause 10's doxing definition does not capture victims exposing their harassers, can future Commissioners be held to this clarification? Mr. Speaker, this bill introduces fundamental protections for victims of online harm. We support these protections. Our amendments ensure that the powers are exercised on evidence with safeguards for legitimate speech and with independent judicial oversight. But oversight is meaningless if those affected cannot access it. So the bill's ambiguities on doxing, on standing to appeal, on coverage, on public agency exemptions, on shadow bans, on consistency in decision-making, these are not minor. They go to the heart of who is protected, who is excluded, and whether the regime operates fairly. I hope that in the course of this debate that we can get clarity and comfort on these questions. So I urge the Minister to accept our amendments. If the Minister declines, I ask for clear answers to the questions I have raised. I think Singaporeans deserve a regime that protects victims and respects fairness in equal measure. Thank you.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Online Safety, Relief and Accountability Bill because behind every clause of this bill is a face, a family, and a cry for help. This is not just a bill about digital platforms or statutory duties. It is about people, especially our young, our parents, and those whose lives have been shaken by what is said or spread online. Mr. Speaker, the internet moves faster than our feelings can heal, and indeed faster than our reputations can be rebuilt. A harmful post, an exposed address, a doctored photo, once uploaded, it spreads in seconds. That is why the speed of takedown must match the speed of harm. In an earlier debate, I shared the story of a young lady, Ms. K, living in Punggol, who was doxed by her best friend's ex. He had created an account just for doxing and had put up one post with her face, name, place of work, and where she used to study. When she came looking to me for help, the post had been up for 2 weeks. But even with the help of her loved ones, friends, and indeed the extended Punggol family reporting on the doxing, the post was still not taken down even after a month had passed. I reported this as well, but was told 2 weeks after I reported that the platform is experiencing high volumes of reports and that I should report on the post and not the account. Note, this is a one-post account. It finally took several interventions by government agencies and a certain trusted reporter flagger NGO to get the post taken down. By then, the post was already seen by a few hundred people. Ms. K was aghast but relieved and thankful. That is, until a few weeks later, she contacted me again to tell me that her friend's ex had doxed her again, this time on the same account and on another platform. If this House feels weary just hearing about this, imagine how defeated she felt. This Groundhog Day is what many victims face, harm that repeats and hope that fades. And that is why I support the creation of the Online Safety Commission, which is a one-stop center to coordinate government action and issue takedown directions across platforms. Victims should not have to file multiple reports to multiple agencies. The OSC can help victims in navigating and simplifying the reporting process, from navigating which protective online harm statutes to invoke, is it POHA, POFMA, FICA, OCHA, BA, to ensuring that victims do not need to make multiple reports to multiple agencies and multiple social media platforms. I also urge the Ministry to set clear service standards for takedown speed. This should not be measured in days, but in hours. Online harm doesn't wait, and neither should help. Because someone under siege, an hour can feel like forever. Families deserve both a response and a resolution. I have several clarifications for the Minister. A, how will the Commission ensure reports are simple to file, yet protected from false or vexatious submissions? In extreme cases, how do we guard against misuse of the system and prevent it from becoming weaponized against the very same people it has set out to protect? Second, given that platforms themselves face high reporting volumes, how will the OSC manage a potentially large caseload without compromising response speed? And finally, While the first schedule covers harassment and doxing, other categories such as online impersonation and deepfake abuse will only be implemented later. Could the Minister share the timelines and what recourse victims have if their harm type is not yet covered or even identified? Mr. Speaker, I also support the bill's recognition of the different players in the online ecosystem, and in particular, the responsibility of platforms. Platforms are not neutral bulletin boards. They are amplifiers of information, of emotion, and sometimes of harm. When harm is done through them, they must be part of the solution and not silent observers. I hope that with this bill, delays in response will no longer be acceptable. Platforms must design systems that detect and throttle the spread of harmful content, provide real-time cooperation channels within the OSC, and be transparent about how quickly and how often they act on takedown directions. Families should not have to fight for accountability post by post. Responsibility must also rest with those who profit from the platforms that host them. And the bill rightly requires platforms to take reasonable measures once notified of an online harm. But I would like to clarify on how this will be measured, what counts as reasonable, and how the OSC will assess compliance, particularly for major platforms with wide reach and significant influence. Mr. Speaker, laws can set boundaries, but they cannot mend a wounded heart. Real safety depends not just on legislation, but on the strength of our community, one that notices, listens, and steps forward when someone is in distress. In Pongo Shore, we started a community initiative several years ago, the Pongo Positivity Pizza Movement. It began with our youth leaders and families who wanted to create a visible, warm symbol of encouragement for our young residents. Their message was simple: P.S. Pongo Shore, I love you. If you are going through a hard time, please reach out because your community loves you. Through the Positivity Pizza Movement, volunteers from every corner of Pongo Shore, seniors, youths, women groups, sports teams, and religious organizations have come together to crochet pizza plushie keychains with a heartfelt goal to make 20,000 pizzas, one for every young person living in Pongo Shore. Each slice carries a message of solidarity. It is not okay to be not okay. Reach out, and your community has your back. The inspiration for this movement came from a young resident, C, who I met at a local mall. I had known her since her primary school days, and when I asked how she was coping with secondary school, she confided that she was struggling with online bullying and thoughts of self-harm. As we spoke, she noticed a small keychain plushie I had on my bag, and she said softly and shyly to me, "Miss Yeo, that's very cute. May I have it?" So that I know that someone cared enough to stop to ask me if I was okay. To see if you're watching this, thank you. Know that you have started a movement that has touched thousands of lives. Our Pongo Shore handcrafted pizza slices have become small but mighty ambassadors of empathy, connecting neighbors, bridging generations, and providing that kindness, even if it's handmade and in real life, can still go viral. If cruelty can spread fast, then kindness must spread faster. When we see a friend being bullied or humiliated online, don't scroll past. Reach out, report, reassure. When we teach our children to stay safe online, let's also teach them to be kind online. To complement this bill, we, the members of this House, the OSC, the community, must strengthen partnerships with our family service centers, schools, youth networks, and grassroots organizations to build digital literacy, emotional resilience, and first aid for the heart, so that our parents, our seniors, and our young persons alike can learn not only to protect themselves, but also how to support one another. Because real safety, Mr. Speaker, does not come just from stronger laws. It must also come from stronger community bonds. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin. 在网络世界里，一篇有害的天文，一张恶意的照片，可以在几分钟之内传遍全岛，所以我们必须快快行动。有害内容出现就要尽快下架。每拖延1小时，受害家庭的心就多受1分伤害。我们也要互相关心，互相守护。同时，我要呼唤各大网络平台一起努力，让我们携手合作，打造一个安全、有爱、有责任感的网络环境。 有害的内容不是别人家的问题，而是影响每一个新加坡家庭的问题。Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this bill lies our families and children who form the soul of our communities. Our online world must reflect the same values that we keep our physical neighborhoods safe, and that is respect, responsibility, and care. The bill is part of this answer. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Ms. Lin Chong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Mandarin, please. 议长先生，我支持互联网安全援助与问责法案的宗旨。它能够为网络伤害受害者提供更及时的求助渠道，改善网络环境安全，遏制及预防网络伤害行为，并推动理性、负责任的网络行为。我们能够也应该确保受害者可以得到更及时和更全面的援助。与此同时，工人党认为这个法案能进一步优化，因此针对法案提出了多项修改建议。我们建议扩大有害网络内容的定义。法案目前已经包括13类网络伤害，包括较常见的网络骚扰、恶意公开他人隐私、网络跟踪、亲密照泄露以及儿童性虐待影像等。我们建议纳入多2类网络伤害，也就是诱导自残与自杀，以及性诱儿童及弱势成人。这能够加以完善该法案的职权范围。此外，我们也建议加强法案的公平、公正的执行。法案将设互联网安全委员会，通过统一的监管与申诉机制，协助网络伤害的受害者。我们提出修改建议，提倡由法院作为上诉的最终仲裁者，以便完善申诉机制，加强独立监督。另一项建议则是加强机制透明度和问责机制。我们提出修正建议，要求委员会每年提交年度报告给国会。报告内容应该包含所接获举报的数量以及类别、处理时长、发出的指令和指示的内容、网络伤害风险评估以及趋势分析，还有所采取的个人隐私保护措施等等。发布年度报告可以让机制变得更加透明，并让国人安心，证明这个法案是有效的。Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by expressing my support for the intent of the Online Safety Relief and Accountability Bill to provide victims with timely means of redress, promote and improve online safety, deter and prevent online harmful activity, and promote accountability, as well as responsible and reasonable conduct online. The statistics tell us a troubling story. MDDI's Perceptions of Digitalization survey found that 84% of Singapore residents encountered harmful content last year. 1 in 3 experienced harmful behavior directly. SG Her Empowerment report also shows that female youths were twice as likely to experience sexual harassment online. Mr. Speaker, online harms are not a mere inconvenience. They can be severe, life-altering threats to safety and peace of mind. Because online harms can be constant, invasive, and hard to escape, they can be as harmful, if not more harmful, than physical harm. We know that the current system is inadequate. Victims of online harmful activities face challenges reporting such behavior to online service providers. They report the content, they wait hours, usually days. Often, the content stays up. Ministers Teo and Tong referred to the IMDA's 2024 report, which found that platforms took an average of 5 days or more to act on user reports of harmful content that violated their own community guidelines. Still, most platforms acted appropriately on only half of the harmful content reported. For harms that are by nature constant, invasive, and hard to escape, 5 days feel like forever. This bill offers victims more tools, ways to get harmful content taken down faster, and to hold perpetrators accountable. That matters, and I support it. At the same time, a good idea still needs good implementation. Given how this bill grants significant powers to a new agency, the Online Safety Commission, that will safeguard our rights in this fast-evolving space, I believe it warrants further examination of the bill with care and rigor. Mr. Speaker, whether the bill's policy objectives are achieved hinges heavily on the proper functioning of the Online Safety Commission. The Commission will have an extensive mandate. It will receive and triage reports, investigate whether thresholds of harms are met, issue directions and orders, monitor their compliance, and handle appeals. This is a lot of responsibility, and it is crucial to get 3 things right: capacity, independence, and transparency. First, will the Commission have what it takes to do the job? It will be on the front lines dealing with cases that will require an exacting mix of legal expertise, technical knowledge, and sound judgment under pressure, all set amidst the fast-moving digital landscape. Given these responsibilities, I second my colleague Herting Ru's point that the Commission should be staffed and resourced like a quasi-judicial body, not a customer service centre. I look forward to the Minister's clarification of what is the anticipated resourcing for the Commission in terms of manpower and budget. What specific expertise will be recruited? Will it include lawyers and technologists who can keep up with the fast-evolving digital landscape, mental health professionals who understand trauma, and people with lived experience of online harms? Additionally, Minister Teo also rightly pointed out that victims are at the heart of the Commission, and she also importantly flagged the need to minimize re-traumatization of victims. How will the Ministry ensure that there is trauma-informed care and processes for both the victims who engage with the Commission and Commission staff who will have extensive interactions with these victims? Second, will the Commission remain independent when it matters the most? The Commissioner is appointed by a minister and is subjected to ministerial direction. The Commissioner will make important assessments on the factual veracity and reputational harm of statements, a profoundly difficult and at times contentious exercise. Unlike public agencies, political office holders themselves can make reports to the Commission. This means that the Commissioner may find herself having to make judgments about factual accuracy and reputational harm, judgments that could, in some cases, involve content critical of political office holders, possibly including the very minister who appointed her. To be clear, this is not a question about the integrity of any future commissioner or minister. It is about how good governance is not solely built on trust in individuals, but also on systems that work and which remain independent and accountable. For the Commission to become a trusted institution that endures, we need to ensure that it is structurally resilient against potential conflict of interest and/or abuse. I welcome the Minister to clarify what mechanisms there are to ensure that the Commission and Commissioners will remain operationally independent, particularly when handling content that is politically sensitive. Third, how will Singaporeans know that the Commission is working as intended? Mr. Speaker, the powers granted to the Commission can only be justified if Singaporeans can see that they are being used effectively and appropriately. We deserve to know: is the system working? Are reports being handled fairly and quickly? What kinds of harms are the most common, and are we adapting to emerging threats? I invite the Minister to clarify how the Commission's effectiveness will be measured and to whom it will be held accountable. We believe that the Commission can and should do better to counteract the opacity of online service providers in regulating online harms. For this reason, the Workers' Party has tabled an amendment requiring the Commission to publish annual reports. The report should contain the number of reports received, quantity and types of directions and orders issued by the Commissioner, turnaround time for resolving reports, findings on risk assessments, and trends relating to online harms. Now, this is neither radical nor unprecedented. It is the standard practice of the Commission's foreign counterparts with similar mandates: the Australian E-Safety Commission, the UK Ofcom, and the European Union's Digital Services Coordinators. Australia and the EU even go a step further to enshrine mandatory review of the legislation after a fixed period to ensure that they remain relevant. I was heartened to hear MOS Rahayu state that the Commission will consider publishing regular reports for public awareness. I would like to urge this House to go a step further by getting the Commission to commit to doing so by accepting our amendment. Public reports by the Commission will help build public confidence in its work. They will also help researchers, civil society groups, and even government agencies better understanding what is happening online so we can respond more effectively. Transparency is not a burden. It makes good regulation sustainable. And related to transparency is the question of consistency. Beyond aggregate reporting in the form of annual reports, there is also the question of how the Commissioner makes individual decisions for each case and whether they create precedent. As the bill does not require for decisions made by the Commissioner to be published, my colleague Andre Lau has sought clarification on whether the Commissioner will be bound by prior decisions or if each case will be decided with fresh discretion. This matters because consistency in decision-making is fundamental to fairness. Published decisions, even in anonymous or partially redacted form, provides predictability and prevents arbitrary outcomes. Now, I also would like to thank the Minister for his clarification that the framework on end-user identity disclosure is developed through close consultation with industry partners, and I appreciate the graduated approach. One defining feature of the bill is the powers that it grants the Commissioner to unmask anonymous users. Section 52 allows the Commissioner to require an online service provider to obtain end-user identity information, even if it's not already in the provider's possession. Section 53 allows the end-user identity information to be disclosed to victims for a prescribed purpose based on reasonable suspicion that the end-user has engaged in harmful activity. This power has real value. First, it serves as a deterrent. When perpetrators know they can be identified and held accountable, some might think twice before posting their intimate image, sending a threatening message, or coordinating a harassment campaign. Second, it empowers victims. They deserve the option to pursue justice beyond content removal. They will have the option to pursue civil remedies under the new statutory torts. They can seek damages for the harm they have suffered. But none of that is possible if they do not know who they're taking to court. So while I support this power in principle, the bigger question is how it can be implemented responsibly. Because, Mr. Speaker, identity disclosure is a one-way door. Once disclosed, information cannot be undisclosed. And the risks are real, not theoretical. We have seen the bad that can happen when someone's identity is exposed. They include some of the very harms that this bill targets, like doxing, and in extreme cases, even extend to actual physical harms. And this is why the standard matters. I welcome the Minister's assurance that these measures are not meant to affect ordinary users who act responsibly. The bill allows identity information disclosure for a prescribed purpose based on reasonable suspicion of harmful activity, short of a formal determination. This means that someone could be unmasked based on an allegation that may not ultimately be proven. And yes, penalties exist for misuse. But penalties are also reactive. They punish the harm after it occurs. They do not prevent someone from using identity information for vigilantism or sharing it with others in the window before enforcement. Mr. Speaker, Minister has also pointed out that anonymity is not inherently bad. For some users, it serves as protection. Academic literature on online safety recognizes the dual nature of online anonymity. It can enable authentic expression while also necessitating education to promote constructive dialogue. It enables marginalized voices to speak up, facilitates frank discussion of sensitive topics, and protects some from discrimination or violence. And this is why we are not arguing against end-user identity information disclosure. We are urging that we get the balance right so it works as intended. Deter perpetrators while empowering victims, yet also carefully calibrated to prevent misuse and protect legitimate anonymity. The threshold should be clear enough for consistent application, yet flexible enough to account for context and severity. In this regard, I would still appreciate the Minister's clarifications on the following. First, on the standard of reasonable suspicion. What specific guidelines, training, and objective criteria will be used to ensure that the definitions of the various online harmful activities are applied consistently, predictably, and fairly by the Commissioner? Second, on prescribed purpose. Minister had earlier mentioned that it would enable victims to bring their case and eventually consider extending it to other purposes. Could the Minister clarify how broad this scope could be? Additionally, how will the Commission verify that applicants genuinely intend to use the information for a prescribed purpose? And third, safeguards for disclosure. I was heartened to hear Minister mention about limiting its use for legal remedies. What conditions will be imposed on the applicants who receive the identity information? Will there be consequences if they subsequently chose not to pursue the prescribed purpose? How will the Commission intervene if it suspects that information was misused before criminal liability is established? And finally, Mr. Speaker, no enforcement mechanism, however well designed, can eliminate online harms. Our goal should not be to create a system where Singaporeans constantly defer to regulatory power. We must continue to empower Singaporeans young and old to navigate the online world safely, think critically about what they encounter, and act responsibly. While it is important that victims have practical solutions to seek timely recourse, it is equally important to prevent that harm in the first place. How do we build a generation of digitally literate, resilient Singaporeans who can recognize risks, respond appropriately, and support others? We should actively work to normalize the reporting of harmful content, promote positive online behavior, and challenge the bystander effect. Research consistently shows that bystanders often fail to intervene or report, not from apathy, but from uncertainty about whether intervention is appropriate or how to do it effectively. There is also the potential for the Commission to be a resource that helps all Singaporeans navigate digital spaces more safely and constructively. Enforcement is but one pillar of work for the Commission's global counterparts. Australia's E-Safety Commission and the UK's Ofcom also invest in supporting, conducting, and evaluating research on online safety. Conducting demographic-specific research can help us form a better, more up-to-date understanding of the changing nature of online risks, both in terms of content and medium, and help inform policymaking. It also feeds into the development of accessible, regularly updated resources to increase confidence, skills, and online safety of citizens. Mr. Speaker, I reiterate my support for the fundamental intent of this bill. Victims of online harmful activity need and deserve better recourse than what is available today, and the establishment of the Commission is a necessary step towards that. In the near term, with the establishment of the Commission, we may see more reported instances of online harm, not because more harm is committed, but because fewer people will suffer in silence. This will be a positive development, as it means that people trust the system enough to use it. In the long term, online harms will evolve as quickly as technology itself because they are driven by perverse incentives, financial profit, manipulation, or malice. This is why getting the Commission's design right matters. It needs to be capable, independent, and transparent enough to adapt to whatever comes next. Mr. Speaker, the true marker of Singapore's success in safeguarding our digital spaces will not be one that can be easily quantified. Instead, it will be in something harder to measure, but more important. Do Singaporeans feel better equipped to identify and respond to online risks? Do we feel supported and empowered to seek help? Are we more likely to intervene and report harmful content? Is our online discourse becoming more constructive and less toxic? If most Singaporeans can answer yes to most or all of the above questions, then we know we have made good progress in building not just a safer digital space, but a healthier digital society. Thank you.
Ms. Bellarelli.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill. The internet has transformed how we live, work, and connect, driving innovation, enabling ideas, and creating digital marketplaces where transactions occur at unprecedented speed. Yet, as with every invention, it has also created new opportunities for harm, for deception, harassment, and abuse. This bill is therefore both necessary and timely. It equips vulnerable individuals with tools to protect themselves and ensures that our laws stay relevant in the digital age. It allows victims of online harm to have faster access to justice, and we must ensure that in doing so, it does not introduce new obstacles that make it harder for victims to seek redress. So allow me to highlight three key aspects that mark a significant step forward in addressing online harm in Singapore. The first, empowering victims through civil remedies. The second, introducing a new thought of online impersonation. The third, and last, addressing inauthentic and manipulated media. Together, these measures strengthen accountability, protect dignity, and promote responsibility in our digital spaces. So I'm heartened that under Part 10, certain online harms, such as image-based child abuse and online impersonation, are recognized not only as criminal wrongs, but also as civil wrongs. This allows victims to seek redress directly without depending solely on state prosecution. This represents a crucial evolution. As the online sphere becomes central to daily life, individuals should have both the agency and responsibility to safeguard themselves, contributing to a safer shared online environment. Mr. Speaker, I particularly applaud the creation of the thought of online impersonation. By recognizing this as a statutory civil wrong, the bill offers victims a clear path towards justice. They no longer need to wait for perpetrators to be unmasked or for criminal proof beyond reasonable doubt. victims can act to restore their good name, remove false content, and prevent further misuse of their identity. This reform affirms that digital identity is personal identity, restoring dignity and control to victims and signaling that accountability does not end at the keyboard. Mr. Speaker, I also support the introduction of the thought of inauthentic material abuse. With the rise of generative artificial intelligence, manipulated images and fabricated videos are increasingly used to mislead the public, exploit reputations, and erode trust. As technology blurs the line between truth and fabrication, our laws must evolve. Timely action against false and deceptive imagery will help preserve the integrity of public discourse and protect individuals from reputational harm. Mr. Speaker, but I still like to seek clarifications on a few points. First, on the right of reply user directions under Clause 34. This mechanism offers a fast, low-cost way for victims to correct false or defamatory content. However, will it complement or substitute existing remedies under the Defamation Act? Can a victim pursue both concurrently or only if the Commissioner declines to issue a direction? Clarifying this interplay will help lawyers and users understand how best to obtain swift redress. Second, on directions and orders under Clause 26. While immediate intervention is sometimes essential, will the Commissioner conduct a preliminary screening before issuing directions? This ensures that powers are exercised not only quickly, but proportionately. Relatedly, would the Ministry consider issuing guidelines to clarify which harms will be prioritized for urgent attention? Such transparency would enhance trust and efficiency. And this would also help manage public expectations, streamline workflows within the OSC, and enhance confidence in its impartiality. Such a measure could serve as a more proactive alternative as compared to retrospective proposals like the annual report, which, for example, calls for the publication of an annual report and risk assessments for the preceding financial year. Third, on the Online Safety Commission, as the OSC is to be established by next year, I seek elaboration on its structure, its staffing, and its expertise. Given its wide-ranging powers over privacy, speech, and accountability, public confidence in its competence and neutrality is essential. Minister Edwin acknowledges that public education is essential, but I would also like to clarify if OSC is taking this educational role, promoting public awareness of online safety, informing users of their rights and responsibilities, and guiding victims to seek help. Because an informed public is our very first line of defense. In conclusion, Speaker, sir, I fully support this bill. It represents a comprehensive and forward-looking framework to make our digital space safer and more accountable. Globally, we see similar efforts from the UK's Online Safety Act of 2023, Germany's Network Enforcement Act, and the EU's Digital Services Act. Yet, Singapore's approach goes further by recognizing new civil wrongs such as online impersonation and inauthentic material abuse, empowering victims beyond mere takedown or criminal models. At the same time, I think we can also learn from others. Proactive risk mitigation in the UK, systemic harm prevention in the EU, and clear removal timelines from Germany. This reminds us that while the digital frontier is global, regulation can reflect and must reflect our local context. I commend the Ministry of Digital Development and Information, the Ministry of Law, and the Attorney General's Chambers, and all involved agencies for developing this landmark legislation. This bill continues Singapore's proactive response to online harms, giving victims real avenues for redress and ensuring that our digital space remains one of safety, trust, and accountability. Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill has my full support. Thank you.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendments filed by Sengkang GRC MP Herting Roo and further elaborated upon by NC MPs Andre Loh and Eileen Chong, and agree that these amendments strengthen the bill for victims and better calibrate the significant powers Parliament is vesting in the Commission. I have some queries that cover about 10 clauses in the bill as tabled by the government for second reading. First, Clause 5(6) of the bill allows the Minister to give the Commissioner directions of a general or special character not inconsistent with the provisions of the Act. The explanatory statement does not shed light on what the ambit or scope of these two types of direction are. What general or special character directions does this clause envisage, which are not already fully captured or foreshadowed by the bill? Can the Minister clarify what are some of the directions that the Minister envisages to give under this clause? Or is this clause to be understood as a general one that confers broad and inchoate powers to the Minister? Clause 8 empowers the Commissioner to issue advisory guidelines. As much as public attention on this bill has focused on online harmful activities and the statutory torts that arise from them, I believe one important barometer for the success of the bill will lie in its capacity for preventive education. The Australian government's eSafety Online Commissioner's website is a useful guide to take note of as a one-stop site to assist victims navigate the difficult terrain of online harms and educate young and old Singaporeans about the impact of their words and actions online with a view to establish acceptable norms of online behavior. To this end, can the Minister share the scope and outreach plans the government has under this clause to address online harms with particular focus on juveniles and young adults? Does it intend to copy the Australian approach with adjustments for the local context, or does it, for example, intend to work closely with the Ministry of Education to consider novel approaches? Are there specific autochthonous approaches on preventive education that pertain to online conduct and behaviors the Ministry plans on introducing, suited for local circumstances? Clause 11 on the non-consensual disclosure of private information is not clear as to what private information entails. While the clause leaves open clarity for future regulations, as drafted, it reads too widely to be of practical application and is thus unsatisfactory. On a plain reading, it begs more questions than it answers. The clause states that private information is information about a person that is not widely available to the public at large. The explanatory statement to the bill does not aid at all to clarify the ambit or context of, I quote, not widely available, and what it means. I hope the Minister can shed light on this clause and briefly outline how regulations will address the ambit of private information in this clause. If the private information is, for example, found behind a paywall of an exclusive and expensive online publication with limited circulation, would that information be construed as not being widely available? Clause 20 covers a specific online harm, namely incitement of the enemy, which means the communication of online material that a reasonable person would conclude incites or is likely to incite feelings of enmity, hatred, or hostility against any group in Singapore. To this end, in finding the same, Clause 20A of the bill considers relevant factors such as whether the material dehumanizes any person or persons, or otherwise portrays them as less than human. For example, in the event a foreign embassy puts up a post that tends to incite, would the Commissioner issue an order against the embassy, an online service provider, or Singaporeans who share the post, or all three? In connection to this, I seek clarity on the ambit of Clause 22, which states that a victim of online harmful activity can be anyone who is a citizen or PR of Singapore. Clause 22(1)(c) also includes an individual who has a prescribed connection to Singapore to make a report to the Commission. The interpretation section of the bill does not define this prescribed connection, unlike how it defines prescribed online service provider. Can the Minister clarify if the bill can be expected to extend to all work pass holders in Singapore, including foreigners or even diplomatic staff who make reports to the OSC seeking relief outside the excluded online harmful activities covering incitement of enmity and incitement of violence? And if not, what are the exceptions? I move to Part 6 of the bill covering information and end-user identity matters. The Commissioner is empowered to require any person to provide in any form or manner any information or document, whether kept in Singapore or not. This includes requiring the person to provide an explanation of the information or document, including providing access by way of username, password, or any other authentication information. Clause 49.4 states that the Commissioner is entitled without payment to keep any information or document. Can the Minister confirm, notwithstanding Minister's comments about the usual police procedures, if anything in this part of the bill allows the Commissioner to, for example, seize or retain a mobile device or laptop on grounds of an investigation into an alleged online harm under this bill? Clause 52 gives the Commissioner powers to obtain specified information about an end user, and it does not matter if that end user is outside Singapore. I would like to inquire how the online service providers the Ministry has sought feedback from for the purposes of the bill have reacted to this requirement and whether they would be able to comply, particularly online providers such as Telegram, an entity the government is reported to have had difficulty with in the past. In this connection, can the Minister provide an update to the House on whether Meta has complied with the competent authorities' implementation directive to strengthen Facebook's measures against scams by 31st October this year as part of the Online Criminal Harms Act? While I accept the relevant law is different, it would be useful for the House to understand how our laws interface with how promptly and the extent to which social media platforms can comply with them, and if not, why not? Part 7 of the bill covers reconsiderations and appeals. Clause 59(1)(d) requires the Commissioner to inform an applicant of the result of a reconsidered decision within a reasonable time. This clause does not require the Commissioner to provide reasons for his decision. In contrast, on the matter of the Appeal Committee in Clause 64(5)(a), the committee is required to state the reasons for the Appeal Committee's decision in respect of the appeal. Can the Minister share the rationale behind the treatment or the differentiated treatment? Because from a layman's perspective, both are essentially appeals. One approach to consider is for the government or the Commissioner to provide reasons in both cases, or the Commission to provide reasons in both cases. Doing so would be helpful in reducing the number of appeals if the Commissioner's decisions are clearly explained at the outset, subject to the usual privacy concerns. Can the Minister explain the approach taken in the bill so as not to give the impression that the first appeal to the Commissioner to reconsider the decision is not perfunctory? Clause 94 creates the tort of failing to respond reasonably to an online harm notice. In this particular case, while it is foreseeable that the form of an online harm notice will be forthcoming, can the Minister shed light on what constitutes a reasonable response time from the online service provider? The illustration to this clause makes reference to the word promptly when a social media service responds to an online harm notice. This suggests that the interpretation of reasonable ought to be construed as forthwith or almost at once. Would this be a correct reading and expectation of how quickly an online service provider is expected to react? So these are the clarifications I seek, and I look forward to the Minister's reply. Notwithstanding the amendments in the name of Herting Rue and subject to the clarifications from the three ministers, the Workers' Party will support the bill.
Order. We've been in the chamber for almost 6 hours, so I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and will assume the chair at 4:40 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Resumption of debate on the Online Safety Relief and Accountability Bill, second reading.
Mr. Zulkarnain Rahim.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of this bill. I wish to make 3 points. First, I speak from a position of advocacy that began in 2021. As a lawyer assisting claims and victims of online harms on a pro bono basis, I've seen firsthand how online abuse can devastate victims, not only emotionally, but socially and professionally. This bill will be a powerful tool to help victims stop the immediate harm, obtain justice swiftly, and crucially, avoid being re-traumatized by a long and painful process. Second, this is a novel piece of legislation. It places Singapore at the vanguard of legal innovation in the online safety space, with provisions not yet seen even in comparable jurisdictions such as Australia. Third, drawing from experience on the ground, I urge that we keep the victim's perspective front and center by ensuring process and access to swift, affordable, and final justice without unnecessary delay or re-traumatization. First, on advocacy. In 2021, I founded Defence Guild SG, a ground-up network of pro bono lawyers who assist victims of online harms and sexual harassment. This was started following the lewd online poll involving female religious teachers in our Malay-Muslim community. Together with fellow lawyers, we wanted to send a clear message that such acts have no place in our society and that victims deserve access to legal protection and recourse. The initiative, supported by lawyers at M-Cube Network and the M-Cube movement, provides legal advice and assistance for survivors who may not qualify for legal aid. But this is a small and important step to close the gap for those who fall between the cracks and those who cannot afford representation, yet they are in desperate need of justice. Through Defence Guild SG, I've seen how online harassment often extends beyond the screen, as it affects confidence, careers, and even the will to participate in the community. Many victims suffer in silence because justice feels distant, complex, and often expensive. In 2022, together with PAP MPs, Ms. Nadia Ahmad Sandin and Ms. Henny So, and the PAP Women's Wing, we developed an online harms resource toolkit to empower community activists, women and girls, with practical guidance on what to do and where to seek help. This effort complements existing legislation by building bottom-up community awareness, not just laws on paper, but empowerment in practice. In Parliament, I've also consistently raised questions on legal aid and tribunal access for online harm victims. I spoke on the Online Safety Bill in 2022 and the Online Criminal Harms Bill in 2023, pressing for accountability of platforms, standardized reporting, and swifter takedown processes. That's why I welcome this bill, because it directly strengthens the protection that many of us on the ground have been advocating for years. My second point on the forward-looking features and the novel features of this bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a lawyer, I believe that this bill is groundbreaking in several aspects. I highlight two. First, it introduces new statutory torts for online harms. Victims will now have direct civil claims, not just against perpetrators, but also intermediaries or platform administrators who fail to act reasonably upon receiving a victim's notice. This bridges the gap between the public regulation and private redress. Unlike Australia's e-safety framework, which relies mainly on regulator-led penalties, our model empowers victims themselves to seek justice directly with enhanced damages or an account of profits where appropriate. This is empowerment. This development does more than create new rights, it shapes societal norms. By codifying what responsible digital conduct looks like, the law educates all users that our online actions carry consequences and that respect, civility, and accountability are non-negotiable. Second, the bill introduces right of reply and engagement reduction directions, remedies that go beyond simple content removal. Platforms can now be required to push corrective replies to users who viewed the harmful content, ensuring that misinformation or defamation is counted in the same digital space. Further, the Commissioner may direct platforms to reduce engagement or amplification, tackling not just content, but the algorithms that fuel virality and the harm. This is both technically astute and morally sound, because this will address not only the symptom, but the system that can cause the perpetuation of online harms. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on justice with speed, with fairness, and in finality, I urge caution in two areas. First, the overextension of fair comment and public interest defenses, and second, allowing extensive appellate processes that risk re-traumatizing victims. Let me address the first. Some may argue that comments made in the public interest should be exempt from liability. But while fair comment is important, it must never be carte blanche excuse for online abuse or harassment. Singapore's jurisprudence has long recognized that freedom of expression comes with duties and limits, particularly when words cross into the realm of targeted harassment, doxing, or intimidation. Our current legal framework already strikes a careful balance by weighing public interest and fair comment alongside intent, tone, persistence, and also impact. This ensures that genuine whistleblowing or responsible criticism remains protected, while malicious campaigns disguised as commentary are not. We must retain this proportional approach by allowing robust discourse, but drawing a clear line where speech becomes conduct that harms. On the second issue, appeals and finality, in online harm cases, Mr. Deputy Speaker, speed is justice. Victims are often individuals like students, parents, working adults who are facing powerful platforms or determined harassers. Every day of delay compounds the harm. A specialized tribunal system offers the right balance: quick, affordable, trauma-sensitive decisions with limited appeal only on points of law. If we open the door to full appeals, victims may find themselves trapped in lengthy and costly litigation, thus defeating the very purpose of relief. Most of the time, it is the party with the deep pockets that can bear this war of attrition. In any event, the recourse to judicial review is always there as another check and safeguard. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in Singapore, the principle of judicial review serves as a cornerstone of our rule of law. It ensures that executive and administrative decisions are made within the bounds of legality, fairness, and rationality. Our courts have consistently held that judicial review is not an appeal on merits, but a safeguard against illegality, irrationality, and procedural impropriety. Within the context of this bill, that principle remains fully preserved. The decisions of the Commissioner and of any tribunal established under this bill are not insulated from scrutiny. They remain subject to judicial review on conventional administrative law grounds. However, the bill rightly limits appeals on the merits to ensure that outcomes are delivered swiftly and proportionately, especially where victims need urgent relief. I believe that this is a balanced approach. It maintains judicial oversight to prevent abuse of power, but avoids turning each case into protracted litigation. In doing so, we uphold both the integrity of our legal system and the need for timely justice for victims of online harm. Justice must not only be fair, it must also be fast and final for those in pain. In this regard, would the Minister agree that our current legislative framework already strikes a fair balance between safeguarding free expression and protecting individuals from harm, and that for the sake of victims of online harms, we must avoid approaches that prolong their trauma by allowing perpetrators or well-resourced platforms or providers or any other party to hide behind technical defenses, escalate legal costs, and drag victims through a drawn-out process that ultimately denies them the swift justice and protection they deserve. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan Speaker, sebagai seorang peguam yang telah membantu mangsa-mangsa gangguan dalam talian dan jenayah siber secara pro bono, saya telah menyaksikan sendiri bagaimana keadaan dalam talian boleh menghancurkan seseorang bukan sahaja dari segi emosi tetapi juga dari segi sosial dan profesional. Pada tahun 2021 bersama rakan-rakan peguam seperjuangan saya, kita menubuhkan Defence Guild SG, sebuah jaringan peguam pro bono yang membela mangsa gangguan dalam talian dan gangguan seksual. Ia lahir setelah tercetusnya insiden perbincangan dalam talian yang lucah dan menghina guru-guru agama dan asatiza wanita dalam masyarakat kita. Bersama rakan-rakan peguam, kami ingin menghantarkan satu mesej yang jelas bahawa perbuatan sebegitu tiada tempatnya dalam masyarakat kita dan negara kita. Tidak ada orang sekalipun yang dapat bersembunyi atau berselindung dalam talian dan membuat perkara-perkara tersebut tanpa menghadapi akibatnya. Dan bahawa setiap mangsa berhak mendapat perlindungan undang-undang yang membela maruah mereka. Inisiatif Defence Guild SG ini yang disokong oleh jaringan peguam di M-Kuasa 3 memberi khidmat, nasihat dan bantuan guaman kepada mereka yang mungkin tidak layak menerima bantuan undang-undang rasmi. Dalam masa seminggu sahaja, lebih 20 peguam tampil hadapan menawarkan khidmat pro bono mereka. Ia mungkin langkah kecil, namun maknanya besar kerana di celah-celah sistem perundangan kita, mungkin ada yang hampir tertinggal, tidak mampu menanggung kos guaman, namun terlalu pedih untuk terus berdiam diri. Melalui Defence Guild SG, saya melihat sendiri bahawa gangguan siber tidak berakhir di skrin sahaja. Ia menjalar ke dalam kehidupan, menggugat keyakinan diri, meruntuhkan kerjaya dan memadamkan semangat seorang dalam masyarakat. Ramai mangsa yang memilih untuk berdiam kerana proses penghakiman memakan masa dan kos. Namun hari ini, dengan rang undang-undang ini, ia bukan sekadar undang-undang. Ia membolehkan mangsa menghentikan gangguan dengan segera, mendapatkan keadilan dengan cepat dan yang paling penting, mengelakkan trauma berpanjangan. Dalam perjuangan kita ini, kita menegakkan bukan sahaja undang-undang tetapi juga nilai yang dituntut, bahawa keadilan, belas kasihan dan hikmah mesti berjalan seiring dalam dunia fizikal dan dalam talian. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me conclude by giving voice to some of the victims who have reached out to me and my colleagues. One victim, J, shared that she had been, quote, subjected to prolonged and persistent online harassment since 2014, unquote, but could not afford the cost and time for injunctive relief. Another, named Y, a Singaporean who was studying overseas, said she remained, quote, fearful of returning to Singapore, unquote, because the harassment had so deeply affected her sense of safety. A third victim, S, a single mother, suffered from severe depression and anxiety, described how her personal information was circulated in unsolicited emails to various parties. Now, each and every one of them are desperate for help quickly and would have to turn to the system for protection. Their stories remind us, all of us, that behind every case number, every matter is a human being, seeking peace, not revenge, dignity, not exposure, closure, not spectacle. They do not want sympathy, they want swift and humane justice. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let us ensure that our laws do not merely punish wrongdoing, but protect the vulnerable. Let's make the online world safer so that our generations to come may inherit not a space of fear, but one of respect and responsibility. As I once pledged with my colleagues, my pro bono lawyers at Defence Guild SG, let us stand together against violence and harassment here and online so that the world we live in today will be a better one when we leave it for our children. I stand in support of this bill. Thank you.
Ms. Cassandra Lee.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Austria bill is timely. I've met with residents affected by online harms, and Singaporeans have written to me asking for reforms. From how we stay in touch to how we work, shop, learn, and govern, the internet has evolved into more than just a means of communication. It has become a second life, and the divide between the online and offline worlds continue to blur as technology becomes increasingly interwoven into our daily lives. All laws need to keep pace with modern-day advances and the threat of today. The recent report by SG Her Empowerment, 404 Help Not Found, lived experiences of online harm survivors, shed light on the harsh realities that defines today's digital landscape. Let me share a story of one of the online harm survivors mentioned in the report. As a child, Zain experienced bullying in school. His peers took to online platforms weekly to spread negative remarks about him. Later in life, during his polytechnic years, Zain experienced doxing. The perpetrator shared his name, school, and course on Twitter and threatened Zain. These incidents had an impact on Zain in his growing years. He kept his pain to himself, fearing retaliation and judgment. The emotional toll eventually caught up with him. During his national service days, Zain experienced panic attacks and had to seek professional help. Zain's journey reflects how cumulative online harms can leave deep psychological scars, one that lingers long after the screen goes dark. And what happened to Zain isn't rare. It is a glimpse into a culture where online harm has become casual, even accepted, where cruelty hides behind screens and victims often suffer in silence, many times too afraid, too tired, and too ashamed to seek help. It is important for us to be deliberate in shaping the tone of our online world for our children, our friends, and our neighbors, because the wounds may be invisible, but they are real, and they last. This bill is a step in the right direction. The OSC is vested with the authority to issue directions and orders to online service providers, communicators, and administrators. Additionally, victims can turn to civil recourse and remedies for redress. In the age of AI, where false and harmful content can spread faster and cut deeper, such protections have never been more important. The youth, in particular, are particularly and especially vulnerable to online harms. To find out what the youth thought about the bill, I spoke with Youth Tech SG, formerly known as Cyber Youth Singapore. Youth Tech SG is a youth-led social movement and charity, and they help. One of their divisions is Youth Tech Institute, which focuses on helping young people navigate the risks and opportunities of technology, including online safety. They wrote to me and expressed their support for the bill, describing it as a signal for Singaporeans to foster a more cohesive, civil, and wholesome digital environment. They also welcomed the bill's introduction of new avenues for youth to seek help and relief when harmed online, options that previously did not exist. While the bill makes important strides in fostering a responsible digital environment, the online culture is ultimately one which requires users to build, and that endeavor goes beyond legislation. Having reviewed the bill, I find that the bill is a meaningful step forward. It is unlikely to be a quick or perfect fix, given how common online harms are and how deep-rooted they are in our daily lives. But it signals our shared commitment to build a kinder, safer Singapore. both offline and online. I support this bill and would like to share a few reflections and seek some clarifications. My first observation, the creation of the OSC and the scope of its enforcement powers is noteworthy. The speed of takedown is critical. While victims often suffer immediate harm, current means of redress are reportedly slow and sometimes ineffective. The IMDA's 2024 Online Safety Assessment Report found that major platforms acted appropriately only on half of the reported harmful content, often taking more than 5 days. The unfortunate reality is that victims are often left to navigate complex and sometimes opaque complaint processes, and structural challenges may further hinder platform responsiveness. The OSC plays a vital role in addressing these gaps. Its powers, such as issuing stop communication or restraining directions, enable victims to take timely and decisive steps to safeguard themselves. Moreover, Clause 26(1) provides that the Commissioner may issue a Part 5 direction if the OSC has reason to suspect that the online harmful activity was conducted. This allows OSC the flexibility to swiftly take down online harmful activity. I see that Australia had similar experiences from which we can draw some lessons. The Australian E-Safety Commissioner has the power to issue directives to address online harmful activities. Speaking at the 2023 symposium organized by MinLaw and SMU Yong Pang Hao School of Law, the E-Safety Commissioner from Australia highlighted the value of a dedicated and independent safety regulator in addressing online harms. In a Straits Times article, it was reported that she said, often, and I quote, often when people come to us, they want their images taken down. They don't want to be tethered to their former partner through litigation, which of course can take a long time. So what we provide is rapid assistance. I don't think we would have the same degree of success with the platforms, particularly where there are gray areas, if we didn't have these remedial powers. To this extent, I note that the there is a requirement for victims to first file a report to the online platform before approaching OSC. The duty imposed on the platforms also only starts when the report is accurately and properly filed to the platform. And therefore, the accessibility and ease of reporting on the platforms will be critical in ensuring access to justice for victims through OSC. I seek clarifications on how the ministries plan to work with the platforms to enable this. Secondly, I also seek clarification if the same content appears across different platforms and sites. How should the victim take action? Should the victim report all incidences he or she is aware of at the same time? Are OSC directions specific? Or will we land in a situation where the victim is required to repeatedly go through the process of reporting to the platform and then to OSC for each piece of material? Can a victim apply to OSC for the preemptive ban of similar materials resurfacing? Member Zulkarnain had mentioned the advantages that OSC offers in being a more responsive and less adversarial mechanism as compared to traditional litigation. I will not repeat that, but I stand in support of his point. My second observation is on anonymity. Victims of online harm may be reluctant to seek redress due to fear of repercussions, whether from the perpetrator, societal stigma, workplace consequences, or family pressures. This hesitation is particularly pronounced in cases involving intimate image abuse, doxing, or harassment, where the victim's identity is often central to the harm itself. I'm heartened to see that the ministry has been sensitive to these issues. In respect of court proceedings, the bill envisages that the rules of courts may be amended to empower the court to order the redactation of identifying information, including parties' names, in court documents, to conduct proceedings in private, and to issue orders preventing the disclosures of parties' or witnesses' identities. I'm concerned that in practice, however, victims may remain vulnerable, and additional administrative steps may be required to secure their anonymity during the interim period before such orders are granted. I wish to suggest for the Minister's consideration whether a more victim-centric approach would be to introduce automatic redaction subject to judicial discretion to lift such redaction where appropriate. This would mirror existing protections under the Children and Young Persons Act, CYPA, where proceedings involving minor are automatically anonymized, and the Women's Charter, which provides automatic identity protection in the form of prohibition of publication or broadcast of information identifying victims or witnesses. This would be especially helpful. This is applied under the Women's Charter in cases involving sexual offences. Extending automatic anonymity to victims of online harm, particularly those from vulnerable groups, would not only reduce procedural burdens, but also encourage victims to avail themselves to the options under this bill. Beyond the courtroom, I will be grateful for further clarity on how the ministry intends to safeguard the confidentiality of victims during the reporting process. Specifically, how will the ministry ensure that victims' personal information remains protected, while also upholding the rights of alleged perpetrators to be informed of the nature of the allegations made against them? My third observation relates to the new statutory tort of online instigation of disproportionate harm. Clause 87 of the bill introduces the tort of online instigation of disproportionate harm, which is designed to offer civil recourse to victims and their associates where public statements made in response to a victim's conduct are likely to incite others to act in ways that would cause harm to the victim. Civil action under this tort requires proof of actual or reasonably foreseeable loss or damage. While some heads of losses, such as financial losses, may be easier to prove, others, particularly psychological injury or emotional distress, have traditionally presented evidentiary challenges. I will be grateful for the Minister's clarification on how the latter cases will be treated. My fourth observation is that the bill seeks to address inauthentic material abuse, which is any audio, visual, or audiovisual material that has been digitally altered or generated that is false or misleading depiction of the victim's words, action, or conduct, but is realistic enough for a reasonable person would believe that the material emanated from the victim. In this regard, a depiction of a victim saying or engaging in anything includes a depiction of the victim's likeness saying or engaging in that thing. The bill would benefit from clarity on how likeness is assessed in the context of AI-generated content. For example, does resemblance alone suffice? Must there be an intent to impersonate or mislead? What evidentiary standards apply? In my view, these clarifications are especially important since resemblance may be subtle, stylized, or partial. In closing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I welcome this bill. It is a timely and necessary step towards preventing the propagation of online harmful activities. This is especially important today when many of us, including young and old, spend much of our time online. The youths, in particular, are especially vulnerable to online harms, and I'm heartened that this bill provides additional avenues for their protection. In particular, I am encouraged by the Ministry's efforts to consult widely and engage with the youth while drafting this bill. The youth form a significant demographic that will be affected and protected by this bill. In their letter to me, Youth Tech Institute shared with me that they participated in the public consultation and dialogues organized by the government. They voiced their concerns and provided feedback on how the bill can continue to stay true to its policy goals without chilling legitimate online participation by youths. They tell me that their feedback was seriously taken in and considered. By participating in the drafting process of this legislation, our youth felt seen and heard, inspired and empowered. The youth had this to say, and I quote, "Thank you for showing us that policy can be made with us and not just for us." I'm grateful for the government for allowing the youth's voices to be heard on a bill that affect matters close to their hearts. I thank the ministers and their team for their efforts, and I'm happy to support this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Gabriel Lam.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Online Safety, Relief and Accountability Bill not merely as legislation, but as an assertion of how we wish our digital society to function, justly, humanely, and with room for redemption. Let me start with a scenario many Singaporeans will recognize. Suppose a person commits a crime, the courts hear the evidence, the verdict is pronounced, sentence is spent. That is where justice should end. Yet far too often, the second sentence is delivered online by self-appointed vigilantes. Almost immediately, commenters weave threats of public shaming, images, addresses, workplaces, friends, all exposed, shared, argued about. This is not journalism or public interest. It is doxing, harassment, digital mob justice. In Singapore, we already see the signs. According to She Cares at SCWO, victims of doxing have risen from 13 in 2023 to 32 in 2024. Harassment and cyberbullying cases rose from 48 to 80 in the same period. Applications to the Protection from Harassment Court have increased steadily from 346 in 2021 to 520 in 2020, 526 in 2023, and 631 in 2024. One legal practitioner recounted a man in his 30s with mild autism, whose personal traits, speech, appearance, and insecurities were relentlessly attacked online in gaming communities. Whether or not the original crime was serious, the secondary assault online multiplies harm and deepens exclusion. The burden doesn't fall evenly. The person who already faces legal consequences now must contend with perpetual digital scrutiny, unable to move forward even after paying their dues. And sometimes the person targeted online is not even guilty at all. In 2020, many will remember the case of the woman who refused to wear a mask at Shun Fu Mat and claimed to be a sovereign. The video went viral almost instantly. In the rush to identify her, online users wrongly accused another woman of being that person. Within hours, her photographs, company details, and even the names of her colleagues were posted across social media. She and the firm faced a barrage of racist and xenophobic abuse, even though she had absolutely nothing to do with that incident. The victim later described feeling bewildered and frightened, a bystander suddenly thrust into the center of a public storm. It was a textbook case of doxing and mistaken identity, and it showed how quickly online outrage can spill over into real harm, even for those completely uninvolved. If this is what can happen to an innocent person, imagine what happens to someone who has actually made a mistake, served their sentence, and is trying to move on. We already have laws against doxing in Singapore. Amendments to the Protection from Harassment Act make it an offense to publish someone's details with intent to cause harassment, alarm, or distress. And yet, enforcement is limited. The Singapore Police Force, SPF, investigated fewer than 10 cases of doxing in the first 4 months of a recent year. Why the gap? Because doxing often lies in a gray area, where exposure is legal, example, a court report, but the layering of personal data and commentary turns exposure into attack. It tests the limits of what law can do alone. That's where this new bill is crucial. It gives victims stronger recourse and empowers the Commissioner to put across platforms to remove or restrict content, require the right of reply, or label harmful material. I return to the question, when someone serves their sentence, should society still punish them? When does justice become vengeance? Worse still, when harm hides under Worse still, when harm hides under the guise of public interest or fair comment. If a so-called fair comment is sent repeatedly every day to a victim, their family, or their employer, it ceases to be comment. It becomes harassment. We must be clear about where legitimate expression ends and abuse begins. and ensure that enforcement is consistent so victims do not hesitate to come forward for fear of uncertainty. If we allow perpetual online shaming, we deny redemption. We don't rehabilitate, we annihilate futures. Employers, neighbors, friends, all filtered by search results, by rumors, by what the digital crowd decided to publish. This bill helps guard against that unending sentence. It lets courts and the commissioner intervene. It says the past does not have to be a life sentence in the digital realm. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while I support the bill, I would like to offer 3 modest suggestions for its implementation. First, enforcement must be accessible. Many victims of online harm may lack the legal literacy, confidence, or financial means to approach the commissioner or file for redress. The process should therefore be simple, affordable, and trauma-informed with clear guidance and support for vulnerable groups such as youth, persons with disabilities, and lower-income users. A centralized one-stop reporting channel that connects SPF, IMDA, and the Commissioner's Office could make seeking help far less intimidating. Second, prevention must go hand in hand with enforcement. We cannot legislate empathy, but we can educate for empathy. Public campaigns and digital citizenship programs, especially in schools and workplaces, should teach not only what is illegal online, but what is unethical. It is as important to cultivate digital restraint as it is to punish digital harm. Third, we should examine the appeals framework carefully. The bill currently The bill currently limits further appeals after an online safety appeal committee's decision. That finality provides efficiency, but there is a risk that victims could still face drawn-out proceedings or repeat challenges from offenders exploiting procedural loopholes. We should ensure that the appeals process is fair but finite, one that safeguards due process while sparing victims prolonged distress. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support this bill, not because it is perfect, but because it is necessary. Because justice demands both accountability and mercy. Because our society should not allow people to be condemned twice, once by the court and again by the crowd. I ask that as we debate, we remember those caught in the crossfire of legal punishment and digital vengeance and build protections so that justice ends where it should. Thank you.
Ms. Tin Pei Ling.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, online harms, whether harassment, non-consensual intimate imagery, deepfakes, scams, or coordinated disinformation, inflict real damage to mental and physical well-being, economic security, public discourse, safety, and public trust in digital systems. Unlike physical or verbal harassment, online harms spread instantaneously, exponentially, and often beyond our immediate control. Content posted today can be duplicated, archived, indexed, and reshared, leaving permanent scars on victims' reputations and livelihoods. The asymmetry of power is stark. It is easy for anyone to publish, but hard for victims, especially ordinary users, to have harmful content removed. The burden of proof and the effort to seek redress often fall on those already traumatized. Hence, whether at the individual or society level, we must have in place effective and firm mitigation across policy, enforcement, technology, education, and civil society to tackle the ills of online harms. As mentioned, this House has debated these issues before. In January last year, I moved the motion on building an inclusive and safe digital society together with our then DDI GPC colleagues. During the motion debate, we reaffirmed our commitment to adopt a whole-of-nation approach to sustain trust by building an inclusive and safe digital society. Members who participated actively discussed, amongst all other things, online harms. In all, the then MDDI GPC members and PAP MPs who spoke set out a total of 13 calls to action, which included calling on social media services to be accountable for the proliferation of harmful content and malicious ads on their platforms, calling for the social media services and app distribution services to step up in measures to better protect young users from being exposed to age-inappropriate or harmful content, calling for these social media services and app distribution services to improve timeliness in responding to user reports on harmful content on their platforms. Here, I must stress that the importance of timely interventions cannot be understated. Thankfully, both sides of the House supported the motion. Therefore, I'm glad that we are now taking a step further in building an inclusive and safe digital society through stronger legislation and measures against online harms. The key features of this amendment are, firstly, a clearer definition of online harms. Secondly, the establishment of an Office of the Commissioner of Online Safety. And thirdly, powers to enable speedy interventions when harms are detected. These measures address the problems victims often face: speed and uncertainty. Allow me to share a story of my resident's fiancée back in 2014. She was a victim of revenge porn. This story remains pertinent today. My resident's fiancé's ex-boyfriend uploaded very compromising photos of her onto websites such as revenge porn, which was outlawed by California but was still available online because the sites were hosted overseas. These photos were taken while they were still in the relationship and when there was still trust. Following the uploads, there were many unsavory comments by people she knew and did not know. And after a while, even her friends started to notice it and asked her about it. Imagine the shame, the embarrassment, and the kind of distress that she had to endure. Quoting my resident, he stated, quote, "To complicate matters, the website is hosted in the United States. The company is registered in Amsterdam, and even the individual who happens to be my fiancé's ex-boyfriend who uploaded the photo is unable to remove them without the website host's approval, who ultimately will only do so if the removal fee is paid. Since then, my fiancé has lost sleep, could not eat or work in peace, especially not while witnessing the links to her compromising photos appear on search results while looking up her name," unquote. At that time, POHA was just introduced and yet to take effect. But the issue at hand was real and pressing. I recall we had to approach various agencies to try to figure out how to stop it and protect the fiancé. Eventually, we managed to block access domestically to protect her. Fast forward to today, things have improved. We have more legislation in place and stronger enforcement capabilities. There is greater societal awareness, and to be fair, the social media industry has also been more responsive than before. But online harms have not gone away. We may no longer find the revenge porn website now, but we can still remember the fairly recent SG Nasi Lemak Telegram chat group. The format and vectors have changed, from public websites to private chat groups and dodgy apps. And so, our legislation and interventions must change too. So, I believe the clearer definitions in this round of amendments will accelerate investigation and enforcement. Speed is critical. The longer harmful material remains public, the greater the lasting damage. Yet victims today still find the reporting process confusing and daunting. Reporting to social media platforms often feels like a lucky draw. You cannot be sure whether they will agree to remove the post or when they will do so if they agree to do so. The ordinary users, i.e. the small fry, are often disadvantaged. It is not that there are no legal recourse at present, but when a victim is already stressed out by the fire burning online, how can she or he find the mental space to navigate the laws and take the right actions? As it is, the relevant statutes addressing harmful online content and conduct include a wide range: POHA, BA, POFMA, FICA, and OCHA. How can a victim navigate these laws, and will OSRA, which is the bill that we are debating now, overlap with existing laws and frameworks? Must the victim make reports to multiple agencies, or will agencies coordinate amongst themselves? In the 2014 case that I shared earlier, my resident and his fiancée felt lost. Even I felt somewhat exhausted trying to help them navigate the various agencies. How will the new Office for the Online Safety Commission help or not help to overcome this? That being the case, we must also guard against abuse of this new mechanism. What measures are in place to prevent OSC being made use of by devious characters to make vexatious reporting or be weaponized to fix another person due to private disputes? Adding on, I wish to express my welcome to the amendment's focus on finality in appeals. Without timely finality, resourceful perpetrators can exploit appeals to delay takedowns, prolong exposure, and continue the abuse. All things equal, some considerations simply should take priority. Hence, here, protection against harm must be prioritized. I refer to Honourable Member He Ting-Ru's proposed amendment. I have a little bit of concern that I wish to set out here. I find the use of fair comments here somewhat fuzzy and highly subjective. Now, playing the devil's advocate, since the premise of this is to prevent the premature ending of the discussion of topics of public interest, possibly because of fear of political motivation, then does fair comment also mean that if a public figure happens to fall victim to baseless allegations, fake news, or even being sexualized online, that this fair comment will prevent or delay protection and justice just because the subject happens to be a public figure? Also, the members' proposed amendments suggest, or seem to suggest, the removal of finality to appeals and to switch from reason to suspect to reason to believe. These will drag out the process and extend a victim's exposure to harm. I do not think that these are helpful to victims of online harm. Perhaps the ministers in your responses can comment and shed more light on the possible consequences of such amendments as proposed by the honourable member. Ultimately, legislation and enforcement are necessary but not sufficient. Social norms and education matter. In 2021, PAP's Women's Wing launched a campaign, #ActionForHer, to encourage Singaporeans to take action to support women. In 2022, the campaign focused on tackling online harms. There were pledges to action and a toolkit on supporting residents facing online harms, just to name a few. And as part of the campaign, youth activists from my branch, McPherson, decided to do more and organized the Action for Her webinar series to discuss topics pertinent to their peers and with a strong focus on protecting women in the virtual space. I'm sure there are many other examples of positive ground-up efforts by different volunteer groups and organizations. We should certainly recognize and encourage such efforts to encourage positive social behaviors and norms. Allow me to speak in Mandarin. 网络伤害，无论是骚扰、未经同意的亲密影像、深度伪造、诈骗，还是有组织的虚假信息，都对身心健康、经济安全、公共对话以及公众对数码系统的信任造成损害。网络伤害与实体和口头上的骚扰是不一样的。网络伤害传播迅速，往往以倍数式扩散，且常常超出我们即时控制的范围。今天所发布的内容可能被复制、存档、索引，并反复转发，给受害者的名誉和生计留下长期乃至永久性的创伤。因此，互联网往往对肇事者有利，往往有对肇事者有利而对受害者不公的之嫌。任何人都能轻易发布信息，但受害者，尤其是普通的用户，却难以将有害内容去除。举证与寻求援助的负担常常落在那些已受创的人身上，这是一种权力的不对称。因此，无论在个人层面还是社会层面，我们必须在政策、执法、技术、教育与公民社会等方面建立有效且有力的缓解机制，以应对网络伤害带来的恶果。 因此，我很高兴，我们现在将通过更有力的立法和措施来打击网络伤害。本次的修订的关键要点包括：第一，对网络伤害基于更清晰的界定；第二，设立互联网安全委员会；以及第三，赋予在发现伤害时能够迅速介入的权利。这些措施能更好地解决受害者经常面临的问题，也就是速度与不确定性。随着科技持续发展，新的网络威胁和伤害手法也会不断涌现。因此，我们的立法和干预措施也需与时俱进。我们或许无法在一夜之间完全根除这些风险，但必须不断完善立法，并确保执法具备时效。同时，仅有这些硬性手段还不够，社会规范与教育同样重要。如果人人乐于承担更多的责任，我们就能保护更多的人，减少对个人的伤害，让普通的小市民人人都能够自由地过着充实且有意义的生活。As technology continues to develop, new methods of cyber threats and online harms will also emerge. We may not be able to totally stamp out such risks or threats at one go. But we must continue to evolve our legislation and ensure that there is teeth in our enforcement. That being said, it is also not enough to just put in place such hard measures. We need the whole of society to believe in upholding a safe online space as well. So, if we can do more, if everyone is willing to take on a larger share of the responsibility, we can protect more people and reduce the harms or damage to individuals so that ordinary citizens can be free to live full and meaningful lives. With that, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Alex Yeo. Before that, Ms. Herting-Rue, do you have a clarification of a speech by a member before you? May I know what that clarification is, please?
Thank you, sir. I have a clarification for Ms. Tin's, on Ms. Tin's speech from earlier. I think I heard Ms. Tin say that on my amendment to change the standard from reason to suspect to reasonable grounds to believe, I believe the member said that this might actually prolong the process and cause further harms to victims, and I just wanted to clarify how she thought that this would be the case. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Ms. Tin, would you like to respond to the clarification?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So from reason to suspect, it means that when the harm is first detected, that allows the agency or the authority to quickly step in and take measures to remove the harm. That's one. But to change it to reason to believe will mean that there must be sufficient grounds established to prove that there is indeed harm. And this process will take time. So during this period of time, I am fearful or I am worried that this will cause the victim who is already traumatized to be exposed to the harm further. And this is what I meant by if we change from reason to suspect to reason to believe, it may therefore extend that exposure to harm on the victim and therefore cause more harm to the victim. Thank you.
Ms. He, do you have a clarification arising out of Ms. Tin's response to you?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
I thank Ms. Tin for her explanation. I think the point that I just want to explain our thinking behind why we actually called for the amendment. And so our thinking behind is that if there is a serious harm needing immediate address, I believe the test of reasonable grounds to believe will meet the threshold up front and therefore allow a takedown of the content. However, when there's ambiguous harm that is worthy of further investigation, our thought process was that this might not satisfy reasonable grounds to believe, and therefore we will actually use investigative powers to look and for the commissioner to actually satisfy himself that it is appropriate to take action. Thank you.
So do you have a specific question for Ms. Tin or not? Ms. He? No. All right. Ms. Tin, would you like to respond to any of that?
Thank you to the honourable member for the clarification. I do have a question in response to that. I'm not sure whether I'm allowed to. Perhaps in the thought process that Ms. He had articulated, could she share some examples of what such ambiguous situation may be so that I can have a better understanding of your thought process? Thank you.
Ms. He, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, thank you. So I think for something that's ambiguous, for example, what is considered harmful to a reputation, that would be something that, sometimes it could be a little bit ambiguous, and therefore that's when perhaps there's a bit of a chance for the investigative powers to be used to investigate further. Thank you.
Do either Ms. Tin or Ms. He like to say anything before we move on to Mr. Alex Yeo, who's the next speaker? None? Mr. Alex Yeo.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the objective of this bill, if passed into law, is to enhance online safety for all in Singapore. We operate every day in the digital world. It is part and parcel of our lives. While digital connectivity has brought undeniable benefits, a potent side effect has been the proliferation of online harms. Online harms are all pervasive, have the capacity to go viral very quickly, and often bring immeasurable harm to the victims. Victims find it difficult and challenging to seek recourse or relief from the mental and emotional toil that online harms inflict on them. For many, there's an innate helplessness in not knowing how to make it stop, how to make it go away. Ironically, even though it's the digital world, they have nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Many jurisdictions, like us, are also grappling with this phenomenon. Australia, New Zealand, Germany, the UK, EU, and the US, and India have enacted varied legislation to address this. In Singapore, the introduction of this bill is therefore a timely one. I appreciate the policy intent of this bill and the actionable levers that it seeks to introduce to address online harms in Singapore. I shall highlight 3 aspects that stand out for me. 1, this is a victim-centric bill. Its main purpose is to provide quick and effective remedies and relief to victims of online harms through a straightforward and accessible reporting platform, the Commissioner of Online Safety. All 13 classes of online harms are addressed from the victim's perspective. 2, it addresses the pervasiveness of the online harm by factoring in considerations such as the number, frequency, nature, and circumstances of the online communication. The Commissioner will take a holistic approach in considering each report to carry out his or her duties effectively and in good time. Third, and importantly, this bill should not be seen as an attempt to regulate online content. Over time, it is hoped that this will promote accountable and responsible conduct that move us towards a safer online environment in Singapore. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this juncture, I would also like to address one aspect of the notice of amendment to the bill filed by the Honourable Member, Ms. He Ting Ru. I'd just like to make 2 observations to the inclusion of fair comment as an exception in certain clauses. Let's take Clause 9, online harassment, as an example. At the outset, I will say that I appreciate the good intent of the amendment. It is to carve out an exception of fair comment on a matter of public interest so that any such communication online, any such communication of online material will not constitute online harassment. Mr. Andre Low, for example, gave an illustration of a public official, a person who made or gave a purported fair comment to a public official that could be perceived as an online harassment. I will, however, make 2 observations. First, I note that the amendments do not propose a definition of what constitutes fair comment. As such, we'll have to look elsewhere for interpretation. One possible area is in existing defamation law where fair comment is a defense. There are 4 elements to the defense, but in simple terms, it's a comment or opinion that is fair-minded or reasonable, that a fair-minded or reasonable person could honestly make based on facts, and importantly, it must be made without malice. With that in mind, let us look at what constitutes online harassment in Clause 9 of the bill. is the communication of online material that a reasonable person would conclude is threatening, abusive, insulting, sexual, or indecent, and likely to cause a victim harassment, alarm, distress, or humiliation. So my first observation is this. If we are to compare both definitions of online harassment and fair comment side by side, could a fair comment reasonably constitute as online harassment? Even with the example provided by Mr. Andre Low, based on the definitions, is it possible for fair comment to be threatening, abusive, or insulting? If the answer is no, then the amendment, in my opinion, is unnecessary. In fact, I'm of the respectful view that a fair comment should be a comment or opinion conveyed in a respectful, civil, and courteous manner. I'm sure such a comment will not be captured under Clause 9 of the under Clause 9 as online harassment. This leads me then to my second observation. As I shared earlier, my reading of the intent of the bill is for the Commissioner to make an assessment that is first, victim-centric, how the online communication is received by the victim. Second, focus not on its content, but rather on the nature and manner in which the online communication is conveyed. And third, provide victims with quick and effective relief. To necessitate the Commissioner to make further legal assessment on whether an online communication is fair comment, especially in light of my first observation, will, in my opinion, distract from and potentially defeat the purpose of the bill. Having said that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, while I rise in support of this bill, I would like to take this opportunity to seek some clarifications on how the government intends to address online harms suffered by a particularly vulnerable class of victims, children or minors. In my maiden speech, I spoke about the concerns surrounding our children and their exposure to the digital space. Several members of this House also raised similar concerns. I had shared that as a father of 2 Gen Alpha children, one of whom will be a teenager soon, no matter how much we try to regulate their interactions with the digital world, my wife and I worry. Where parents once told their children to beware of the strangers outside of the home, today we must also guard against strangers and dangers lurking within. In the digital world, even the home is no longer a safe sanctuary for our children. Digital connectivity has dramatically altered the experiences of the growing up years. In the analog world of the past, if you had an unpleasant experience at school or with your friends, you could go home, get away from the problem. You could, in essence, disconnect. Today, these experiences follow you everywhere. In fact, they become viral, multiplying and reinforcing the awfulness of the experience or encounter. It becomes the last thing you read or see before you sleep, and the first thing you see or read when you wake. For a child or a youth, this incessant barrage could lead to unthinkable, devastating consequences. We have all read of such cases happening all over the world. I do not need to raise them here. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg your pardon. In this context, I raise 2 points for clarification. First, how will the proposed Office of the Commissioner of Online Safety distinguish online harms between adults and children or youths? Second, whether the proposed Office of the Commissioner for Online Safety will take a differentiated approach in the reporting regime and the provision of remedies and relief when the victim is a child or a youth. I will elaborate on each of the above in turn. Under the bill, most of the classes of online harms depend on the reasonable person test. This is the test that the Commissioner will apply to assess and conclude whether the reported online material fulfills the criteria of an online harm. Currently, this is a single uniform test to be applied to persons of all ages. I accept that the Commissioner is within his or her remit to apply a differentiated standard of the reasonable person depending whether the alleged victim is an adult or a child. This, however, as we can all appreciate, could be an extremely delicate exercise. There is at present little guidance provided in the bill. Other jurisdictions have drawn this distinction in their legislation. The Australian Online Safety Act 2021, for instance, draws a distinction between cyberbullying for children and cyber abuse for adults. In fact, it appears that the Australian E-Safety Commissioner has set up different channels in dealing with a range of persons: adults, educators, parents, young people, children, seniors, and women. I believe that the perception of harm, such as what is threatening, abusive, or insulting, between an adult and a child, and even between minors of different ages, is different. The type of online materials that may cause harassment, alarm, distress, or humiliation to an adult, as opposed to a child or youth, will also be different. In fact, I thought MOS Rahayu had actually, when she shared handout 4, if I can bring the House to handout 4, paragraph 7 under A, online harassment, says this. However, if the facts were different and B had disagreed with A only by calling A's stance stupid and flawed, this is not necessarily online harassment. Criticism, even if strongly worded, is not online harassment if it does not involve what a reasonable person would conclude is threatening, abusive, insulting, sexual, or indecent language, which is likely to cause harassment, alarm, distress, or humiliation. It's my humble opinion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, then when words such as stupid and flawed are addressed to a child or a minor, it is perceived very differently. And so, when we look at the reasonable person test, we must be mindful that it must be viewed in the context of age and maturity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a hypothetical, and I'm certain that any future commissioner will calibrate this accordingly. My only wish is to make the point that there needs to be a distinguishment between how we view online harms between adults and children. Studies have also shown that online harms impact children differently from adults. For example, online harms are likely to have a longer-lasting impact on children. Cyberbullied children experience depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, and self-esteem deficits that persist into adulthood. Secondly, I hope that the Office of the Commissioner for Online Safety could consider a differentiated approach when setting up the reporting regime and the provision of remedies and reliefs when the victim is a child or a youth. Reports and surveys suggest that in cases of cyberbullying of children, of minors, underreporting is prevalent. In February 2024, the then Ministry of Communications and Information, MCI, released findings from their youth online gaming survey. The results are as follows. 17%, or almost 1 in 5 gamers aged 13 to 18 felt that they have been bullied in video games by other players. Out of the 17% who felt bullied, nearly half, or 48%, did not take any action at all. Only about 8% spoke to their parents about their experience. Of the parents survey, 1 in 4 parents were not aware who their child gamed with. This is not unique to Singapore. Studies elsewhere have also reflected the underreporting phenomenon. In another survey conducted by researchers from UCLA on how 1,400 youths aged 12 to 17 deal with cyberbullying, 90% of the respondents reported that they did not tell an adult about the incident. The common reasons for this are the belief that they should deal with it themselves, that's 50%, the fear of losing internet access or face device restriction, 31%. In other surveys, embarrassment, shame, fear of judgment or reprisal are also reasons children or youths cite for not reporting cyberbullying. These surveys struck a chord with me. Ensuring that the reporting mechanism is one that provides confidence to our minors and a safe space to share their experiences and fears without judgment is vital and crucial. There are many reasons why a child or a youth may shy away from sharing cyberbullying incidents with parents or family, a compromising, indecent image of themselves, for example. Will there be a reporting mechanism that would allow children or minors to directly report cyberbullying, even in the absence of a parent or a trusted adult? How will we reassure and encourage our children and youth that such a reporting mechanism is safe for their use? To achieve this, it will likely entail a multi-pronged approach led by the Commissioner for Online Safety, involving the entire ecosystem that supports our children and youth, from parents, educators, social workers, child psychologists, and student guidance counselors, to name a few. In this context, I'll ask the Minister of the government's views and plans to address the complexities and nuances of online harms suffered by children or youth in the digital world, and if there are plans to augment the Office of the Commissioner for Online Safety with the necessary support, such as a professionally trained team of experts to address these issues. Sir, notwithstanding my clarifications, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Andre Loh, do you have a clarification of a member who gave a speech prior to you?
Yes, I do. I have a clarification from Mr. Alexio.
Of whom?
For Mr. Alexio.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Before I proceed with my substantive clarifications, I think I want to get a preliminary clarification from the member. Is the crux of his point on the fair comment issue that essentially he thinks the amendment we have proposed is extraneous because it's already covered by the definition of the harm?
Yes.
Thank you. So I think my response to that would be, I believe Mr. Yeo is referring to the defense of fair comment, the defense the tort of defamation. I think it has been stated that the test for fair comment involves 4 elements, but none of that refers to malice. So as stated in the case of Review Publishing versus Lee Hsien Loong, there are 4 elements to the test. The words complained of are comments, though they may consist of or include inferences of facts. The comment is a matter of public interest. The comment is based on facts. And finally, the comment is one of which a fair-minded person can honestly make on the facts proved. So the element of malice actually comes later as a rebuttal to the usage of this defense. I don't intend to belabor the court with an extended discussion on the legalese here. I think suffice to say—
This is not a court.
Yes.
This is the House.
Yes, sorry.
Carry on.
Belabor the House, sorry. So the crux of my point is that Section 19, also a definition of online harm, has the structure of first setting out a definition before proceeding to have a carve-out. So I don't see why we can't treat other definitions and other harms the same way, where we are proposing that you have a broad definition of what online harassment could be, and we explicitly and expressly carve out fair comment so that there's clarity for everyone who is reading the legislation. Thank you.
So is that a clarification of your own volition, or are you seeking a response from Mr. Alexio? I'd like to understand.
Yes, I'd like to seek a response from Mr. Alexio.
Very well.
Thank you.
Mr. Yeo, would you like to respond?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank Mr. Andre Loh for his clarification. My position is a simple one. When I say that fair comment is unnecessary, I mean that there is no example in my mind, given the definition of fair comment, and I agree with Mr. Andre Loh. I did not want to list out all 4 elements and then list out the rebuttal to the defense and so on, because I didn't want it to be too legalistic in my speech. Based on that definition, I cannot imagine that there could be any online communication, that would be caught under the definition of Clause 9, online harassment. And that is my point. And if you look at what it is, as I said in my speech earlier, online harassment under Clause 9 requires a communication of online material that is threatening, abusive, insulting, sexual, or indecent, and causes a victim humiliation, and something else. I can't remember, my notes are over there. But the point, suffice is that the point to be made, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that both a fair comment would not be caught under Section 9, and therefore it is unnecessary. Thank you.
Mr. Andre Loh, do you require a clarification arising out of that? No? Mr. Yeo, do you have anything else to add? In that case, we'll move on. Ms. Mariam Jafar.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this bill. This bill matters to every parent who has ever worried about what their children see online, to every small business owner targeted by scams or false associations, And to every young person who has faced abuse, ridicule, and humiliation online, sometimes spilling offline, this bill tells them something powerful, that the law sees their pain, that we are serious about safeguarding the dignity, privacy, and well-being of every person online without stifling creativity, innovation, expression, or enterprise. This bill is a major step forward. It is principled and practical, the product of years of careful consultation and iteration, including insights from last year's motion on building a safe and inclusive digital society in this House. In that debate, I called for an inclusive and safe digital society, even in the age of AI. I said that platforms that profit from attention must also take responsibility for harm, including AI-generated content such as deepfakes. This bill delivers. For the first time, victims have a single front door and a clear pathway to redress. Perpetrators and platforms can no longer hide behind the anonymity of code or contract or algorithm. It holds intermediaries and platforms accountable when they fail to act reasonably upon notices. It clarifies the shared responsibility. We move beyond blame the victim or blame the platform to reasonable duties on everyone with the power to prevent harm: users, group owners and administrators, and service providers and platforms, paired with liability for frivolous or abusive notices to prevent weaponization. It empowers good actors. By defining administrators' duties, we give WhatsApp, Telegram, Discord group owners clarity. Act reasonably and promptly when put on notice, and you'll be fine. Most community admins want safe spaces. The law should back them up with guidelines and safe harbors for good faith action. It empowers the OSC to issue right of reply directions, reduce engagement or amplification, and award enhanced damages for persistent offenders, strong but calibrated safeguards for each type of online harm. And it is forward-looking. Even though the first phase focused on 5 online harms, the planned inclusion of inauthentic material or deepfake abuse and online impersonation recognizes how AI is changing the very texture of online truth. The bill is also legally coherent. I have to admit that preparing to debate this bill was quite a challenge, given the number of consequential changes to related laws, such as harassment protection, remedies for identical reports, recognition of humiliation as harm. I commend the ministry for the hard work aligning our justice system with the digital reality. But I have 3 clarifications. First, for the new civil torts, what factors will courts consider? Speed of removal, context, labeling, prior warnings. A short practice note would guide platforms, admins, and users to act correctly and swiftly. Second, timelines, including for appeals. What are the expected service levels from reports to directions and typical reconsideration timelines? A fast track for high-risk harms would be reassuring. Third, data protection and identity notices. When identity disclosure is required to pursue relief, what privacy safeguards and purpose restrictions will apply? We should deter abuse while protecting victims and bystanders' data. I also have 5 suggestions where we might go further. First, moving from reactive to anticipatory protection. Today, duties are triggered after harm occurs, hence victim redress. Other jurisdictions now require major platforms to assess and mitigate certain risks before harm occurs, especially for children and vulnerable groups. A limited risk-based set of anticipatory duties, not blanket surveillance, but responsible design, would help to prevent harm. Second, enhance algorithmic accountability. Platforms shape what we see. Algorithms are the new gatekeepers of truth. Platforms should explain, in principle, how their systems amplify or reduce harmful content. Much like how banks must disclose material risks, systemic accountability requires visibility. Third, strengthen rehabilitation, digital literacy, and AI awareness. Not every harmful act online is malicious. Sometimes it comes from ignorance, inexperience, or immaturity. Courts should have the discretion to combine compensation with digital literacy or restorative programs, especially for younger offenders. Long-term safety is not just about punishment, it is about cultivating a culture of online respect. Fourth, extend transparency to outcomes. Platforms could publish anonymized statistics, notices received, actions taken, average response time, so that the public can trust the system and policymakers can measure progress. And fifth, as technology evolves, so must the law. Periodic reviews are essential to ensure the framework remains effective, especially for emerging technologies like generative AI and immersive platforms. Generative AI tools like ChatGPT can create harmful content. Left unchecked, this can put children and vulnerable users at risk. We should consider whether content-generating intermediaries should be prescribed under our online safety framework, with clear obligations on content moderation, age assurance, and transparency. This could include, for example, documentation of model training or data governance, or disclosure of AI safety plans, as has been passed in California. Any adaptation must also reflect the unique harm pathways, user prompts leading to AI outputs in contrast to social media, and be risk-based to safeguard Singaporeans without stifling innovation. Sir, I know these are difficult issues and balances to grapple with, but in times of rapid technological change, our task is not to fear the future. Uncertainty should not make us pessimistic. It should make us better builders of systems that are inclusive, safe, and resilient. Our laws must remain principles-anchored, technology-neutral, and future-ready. I have also studied the amendments proposed by the Honourable Member, Ms. Herting-Rue, and other members from the Workers' Party with interest. I appreciate the intent for safeguards against overreach, but as many have said today, the law must put victims front and center. A fair comment exception risks confusions and loopholes. Harassment is clearly defined. Fair comment, as seen by the debate earlier, is vague and legally complex, and may give bad actors an easy excuse. Raising the thresholds for OSC actions from reason to suspect to reasonable grounds to believe would raise barriers for victims and delay timely relief. Waiting for victims to produce evidence of reasonable grounds to believe before acting is not protection. It is delay, it is harm, it is injustice. The Honourable Member, Mr. Andre Loh, has made some comparisons to other jurisdictions, UK and Canada. We are not here to copy the UK and Canada. We are here to protect Singaporeans today. But can I also ask the Minister, but he also seems to believe that the threshold is a blanket threshold that applies, for this instance, also to victim redress. And I actually want to say if the Minister can clarify that. The UK Online Safety Act does use the reasonable grounds to believe in specific contexts, such as when defining the scope of regulated services, when defining the platform's duty of care, and for final enforcement, but I believe not to victim redress, which happens at the platform level. So it's not equivalent to the OSC stepping in to issue takedown or redress orders. In practice, Ofcom's own guidance shows it can and does act on complaints and indications of harm, when Ofcom or the platform can act to prevent further harm in the early stage assessment phase, while evidence is still being gathered. That doesn't seem dissimilar to the balance that this bill strikes. The reason to suspect threshold ensures victims are seen and helped immediately, while safeguards prevent abuse of the system, including appeals for reconsideration. This is practical, principled, and humane lawmaking, putting people over procedure. Can the Minister confirm my understanding? Removing the finality clauses from the appeals provisions and adding a right to appeal OSC cases to the High Court could turn quick relief into long and costly litigation. The bill already provides for a clear appeal architecture, reconsideration by the Commissioner, and then an independent online safety appeal panel and committees. This ensures that powers are reviewable, not arbitrary. Let me make this relatable. Parents worried about cyberbullying or professionals whose reputations are harmed online do not care about legal theory. They care about timely, practical action, recognition of their harm, real enforceable recourse, and real accountability, and a system that prevents someone else from being hurt in the same way. This bill gives them justice that is felt, not just written on paper. Our goal must be quick relief and effective accountability, not endless second-guessing and legalese. And that's why I did not support these amendments. Mr. Speaker, online harm is not faceless. It is the woman who is a victim of doxing, the honest small business owner whose reputation is destroyed overnight, the retiree who is targeted and manipulated online, losing his life savings, the woman whose private images become public forever, the young creator attacked for speaking up. But it's also every Singaporean who has ever hesitated before posting something kind for fear that cruelty will follow. Now, this bill protects all of them and reminds us all of our responsibility. Safety online cannot be legislated into existence. It must be built through culture, enforcement, and example. Some may ask, why does this matter so much for Singapore? Because the internet is where our children learn, our businesses grow, and our communities gather. When people feel safe online, they feel they belong. And when they feel they belong, they can speak, create, and care for one another. Our laws already protect people in physical spaces, at work, at school, in our homes, better than most other places. This bill extends the same promise into our digital spaces. Mr. Speaker, I recently met a teenage girl in Woodlands who was the victim of cyberbullying. When I asked what she wanted most, she told me, I just want to feel safe when I'm myself online. That, at its heart, is what this bill is truly about. This bill does not just respond to online harm, it rebuilds trust in the digital public space. It tells victims you are seen. It tells platforms you are accountable. It tells society we can be both open and safe. So I urge all members today, let us pass this bill with a united voice and continue refining it so Singapore remains not only the safest place to live, but the safest place to be yourself, online and offline. Online safety is everyone's right. Thank you.
Mr. Fu Che Xiang.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the internet has become the space where many Singaporeans spend most of our time on any given day. It is where we work, socialize, play, engage services, amongst many other things. Unfortunately, online has also become where and how malicious actors inflict harm on others. And the harm inflicted in the virtual world has far-reaching and deep implications in the physical world, because they tend to permeate the very being of the individual victim and our communities with potentially long-lasting damage. A resident teenager came to my MPS recently. She shared with me the daily fear she lives under, being subjected to online harassment from a perpetrator based overseas, and who has been able to somehow gain access to her private online accounts to blackmail her and even threaten others, her friends, on her social network. She yearns for effective enforcement action that can stop the perpetrator quickly and decisively. Sir, this landmark bill could not have come sooner for my resident and many others in Singapore. It reflects the government's commitment towards providing swift and decisive recourse to victims of online harms. This is why I cannot agree with the amendment proposed by the Workers' Party to raise the threshold for the Commissioner of the OSC to give directions from reason to suspect to reasonable grounds to believe. As Mr. Andre Loh says, this is not mere semantics. The higher threshold proposed by the Workers' Party will mean that the Commissioner will need to take more time to put together the reasonable grounds to believe before giving directions, during which the victim continues to suffer in silence. Now, I agree with Mr. Andre Loh that we need institutional safeguards to ensure fairness for all parties. But I will argue that these safeguards have already been provided for in the bill. Clause 58 provides for the application for reconsideration of the Commissioner's decision. Clause 63 provides for the appeal against the Commissioner's reconsidered decision by the Appeals Board. And further, Clause 69 makes the provision of false information, an offense to be dealt with in the courts. So what these institutional safeguards mean is that the Commissioner can act swiftly to protect the purported victims while also injecting urgency on the part of the accused to clarify, seek reconsideration, make an appeal if they feel that the order was not the right one or if it was made with incomplete facts. But it gives them urgency to do so and give the victims justice. So given the rapid and exponential impact of online harm, this approach strikes the right balance. However, this bill alone is not a silver bullet to the threat of online harms. Nothing can be, given the complexity of it. And we will require the enforcement capabilities as well as local and international partnerships to implement the bill effectively. So I hope you can allow me to raise a few points and clarifications for the Minister. First, given the severe mental and emotional distress that online harms have caused, I would like to ask the Minister whether the prescribed penalties of a fine up to 20,000 and a jail term not exceeding 12 months for the failure to comply with OSC's direction is adequate to serve as a deterrent to stop the offending actions promptly. Also, is the Minister able to provide guidance on how the courts should calibrate the penalties to be meted out? Because as a general principle, parliamentary intent is key in the application of the law, and we should, as far as possible, make it clear for the purposes of administration of justice. Next, I touch on the extraterritorial aspect of the offences under consideration. Clause 78 would empower our courts legally to deal with offences under the bill which are committed outside Singapore. But the court's ability to deal with such offences would be contingent on the OSC's efficacy in detecting the wrongdoing, getting the wrongdoers who are located overseas to comply with the directives, and apprehending them if they do not. Operationally and practically speaking, will the OSC's arm of the law be long enough to reach the wrongdoers who may be located overseas? Who will be our key regional and international partners? Will the overseas internet service providers and app distribution services comply with OSC's order? Relatedly, does the bill contemplate online harms perpetrated by foreign actors, perhaps even as a means of foreign interference? Sir, I now move on to the issue of less conventional means of disseminating malicious content. Like the non-digital world, the internet comprises dark and less overt corners as well. So while the bill provides a comprehensive framework to deal with offences committed through the mainstream channels, are there sufficient and effective safeguards and capabilities against circulation by dark social media, dark traffic, or perhaps even the dark web? For the membership or following of certain obscure forums can far outnumber groups on more familiar platforms such as Instagram or TikTok. Members of this House will know that SG Nasi Lemak Telegram chat group at its peak had more than 44,000 members. Now, the risk of involvement of organized or syndicated crime groups could further significantly enhance the scale of harm. And identity protection tools such as the Virtual Protection Network, or VPN, will also add a layer of complexity to detection and investigation enforcement efforts. To be clear, I am not proposing the policing of private conversations. However, we ought to do our best to eliminate or reduce the gaps where they are. Sir, my final point is on the resourcing of the OSC. Several members have made the same point. Has MDDI formulated a projection of OSC's work volume, workload? As a to-be newly established agency, the OSC will have to deal with multiple issues on various fronts, besides the core work itself, including administrative matters, logistics, HR, financing. How will MDDI ensure that OSC will be endowed with sufficient resources to meet its core mission? Also, has MDDI considered if OSC's officers will require enhanced powers, including possibly such as those under the Criminal Procedure Code, to be more effective in its investigation and enforcement? Sir, the OSC has a heavy and urgent task ahead of it. And in this starting phase, my view is that its focus should be on getting its effectiveness on the ground to stop cases of online harm. This is also why, while I understand the Workers' Party's proposal for annual reporting to Parliament, I'm not supportive of the proposed amendment to this effect at this point, given the administrative load it will add to the OSC in its current phase of development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding my clarifications, I stand in support of the bill. Thank you.
Dr. Wan Rizal, but before that, do you have a clarification, Ms. Chong?
Yes, I do, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Of a speaker before
Mr.
you
Fu
in this
Zhexiang.
debate?
For Mr. Fu Zhexiang.
Sorry?
I have a clarification for Mr. Fu Zhexiang.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Fu. I would just like to seek a clarification regarding your point on fair comment, and if you can elaborate on what you mean, because surely a person cannot be guilty until proven innocent, because anyone can lodge a report to this commission, and I would urge Mr. Fu to refer to Part 4 of the draft bill. And if the commission has to assess and take action based on a single person's viewpoint, however valid as it may be, surely it should be based on reasonable grounds to believe, right, that something has actually occurred, rather than just a reasonable suspicion. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry, just to confirm, did you say a person cannot be proven guilty until proven innocent?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I meant surely a person should not be guilty until proven innocent. Should not be assumed to be guilty until proven innocent.
I see, understand.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Fu, would you like to respond?
Yes, I would. I would just like to clarify that I don't think the order that is prescribed by the Commissioner presumes guilt. There is no judgment on whether somebody is guilty. In fact, that is why it allows the reconsideration of the order, and upon thereafter an appeal as well. So the orders serve that function. As for whether or not, the second clarification that the member made was, how would you come to the conclusion that there's something to suspect vis-a-vis reasonable grounds to believe? And I think that is something that the Commissioner will need to take judgment of based on the facts available to him or her. Because for them to have reasonable grounds to suspect, and I don't want to prejudge what the Commissioner's decision will be, but there must be information that is provided from the victim, admittedly, but it will also be based on actions that has been done by the perpetrator. Thank you.
Ms. Chong, would you like to raise any clarifications arising from Mr. Fu?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think to Mr. Fu's point about how the Commissioner's assessment, right, will be based on the report that is filed, as well as the actions taken by the perpetrator. Would Mr. Fu not agree that if it's based on a report filed by the victim, then it's alleged actions by a perpetrator, and the Commissioner or the Commission would then need to investigate to ensure that this action has indeed happened, and therefore warrants any directions or orders? Thank you.
And that is why I want, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Fu, would you like to respond to Ms. Chong?
Yes,
Please proceed.
Pardon my haste. I wanted to clarify that indeed, and this is why I mentioned that there are strong safeguards within the current framework of the bill, because if it is indeed found that the purported victim had made a false information, submitted false information to the commissioner, that matter will be dealt with in the courts and the punishments are severe. And that I refer to clause 69 of the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Andre Loh, do you have a clarification for Mr. Fu?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
Yes, my clarification for Mr. Fu is essentially these reason to suspect and reasonable grounds to believe, the two thresholds that we're discussing and we've proposed in our amendment. These are well-established legal tests, right? One's a subjective test, one's an objective test. And the reason we have, on balance, decided that the objective test is better is precisely to avoid situations where you have online harms that essentially have, basically where no parties are angels, right? He said, she said, we said, they said. We've all seen scenarios where influencers have catfights online. We want to avoid a situation where the bill is weaponized by one party against another, and that's why we have proposed that the threshold be set at a higher level.
Is that a clarification of your own volition, or are you seeking a clarification of, hold on, is that a clarification of your own volition, or are you seeking a response from the Honourable Member, Mr. Fu?
Yes, I'm seeking a response from the Honourable Member, Mr. Fu.
Mr. Fu, would you like to reply?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would indeed like to reply. I think the Honourable Member brought up the issue or the case of two different groups of bickering online influencers. And I would put it to the Honourable Member that in such instances where it's a bickering that is made out in the public online world, the Commissioner and all the officers in the OSC will have access to these informations, and they will be able to come to their own judgment whether or not there are reasonable grounds to suspect online harm. Thank you.
Now, would either Mr. Fu or Mr. Loh seek to raise any further clarifications before we move on with the debate to Mr. David Ho? None? Mr. David? Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the bill. The internet is central to how we learn, we work, and we connect. Yet the same space that empowers can also wound. Online harassment, doxing, and impersonation cause not only reputational harm and damage, but also emotional and psychological harm. In my years with working with students, I've seen how online words or even emojis can weigh heavily on a young mind. What begins as a passing comment or post can linger for weeks. It shapes how young people see themselves, how they trust others, and how they engage in the world. But we know that online harm affects beyond use. A 2025 survey by MDDI found that 1 in 3 Singaporeans had faced online harm, and 2 in 5 victims reported serious emotional distress. Now, behind every statistic is a person whose confidence, rest, or peace of mind has been shaken. A digital interaction becomes constant and instantaneous. The pursuit to respond, to perform, and stay visible have grown. You can ask many of the MPs here. For many, that brings new forms of stress and exposure, the kind that erodes rest and confidence, quietly but deeply. This bill, therefore, is not merely about regulating conduct. It's about reinforcing dignity, trust, and wellness and well-being in our digital lives. It recognizes that feeling safe online is part of feeling secure in daily life. So allow me to touch on 3 key areas of the bill: timely relief, accountability, and collective protection, and how each strengthens the well-being of our people. First, through timely relief. The bill establishes the Online Safety Commission, or OSC, to give victims a faster and more direct path to help. Each day that harmful content remains online, it deepens harm. So consider the Singapore Sports School deepfake case in 2024, where manipulated images of students were circulated. Counselors reported anxiety and social withdrawal among those who were affected. A faster redress system could have reduced that distress and restored a sense of safety to our youth. Now, this reflects a simple principle. We step in early, we support recovery, and we prevent harm from deepening. In the many community dialogues that I've held, parents often share that their child is targeted online and they do not know where to run or turn to. To them, police reports feels daunting. Platform responses are slow, or may I say, very slow. The OSC will fill that gap with a trusted, accessible pathway for relief. Second, on accountability, the bill introduces statutory thoughts for online harm such as harassment, stalking, doxing, and impersonation. It defines responsibility for both perpetrators and for platforms. Now, this is not about fueling litigation, it's about setting boundaries. When expectations are clear, behavior improves without constant enforcement. Ultimately, a safer online space grows from shared values, from individuals, from families, and institutions choosing responsibility over convenience. I stress, just in my last bill, platforms must do their part. For too long, victims have waited days for responses while hurtful content spreads unchecked. That is not neutrality. To me, that is neglect. These platforms hold immense influence over public life, and with influence comes duty. This bill reminds them that their responsibility to people cannot end at the server's age. The MDDI mystery shopper test found that more than half of valid reports of serious content were ignored or delayed. This bill changes that. Platforms will now have a duty of care, not merely a policy preference. And when young people see that harmful actions carry consequences, lessons on digital citizenship gain meaning. It teaches them that civility is not weakness, it is strength. Thirdly, through collective protection, through representation. So the third pillar extends protection beyond individuals to institutions. Authorized bodies, including trade unions and professional associations, can now represent victims. This is significant because it extends workplace safety into the digital realm. Unions such as the Healthcare Services Employees Union, HSEU, and the Singapore Teachers Union, STU, can now act when members face online harassment in the course of duty. Over the years, we've seen so many examples, and I'm glad that this bill comes in very timely. As a Labour MP, I have met educators, healthcare workers, and young professionals who face online criticism that turn pretty personal. They told me it's not just the comments, but the silence that followed, not knowing who to turn to and who would stand with them. That sense of isolation is something we must change. And I'm glad that this bill enables the unions and institutions to act swiftly, because the ability that can make the difference between despair and recovery is now here. When unions step in, they offer more than legal aid. They offer reassurance, solidarity, and care. Support that protects both moral and mental well-being. In May 2025, the Ministry of Health reported that nearly 2/3 of community care workers had witnessed or experienced abuse or harassment. Those numbers remind us that online harm is not abstract. It touches people who serve us daily with empathy and commitment. In my community work, I've also heard from residents and parents who say they feel exposed online, sometimes hesitant to speak up for fear that comments or images may be twisted or misused. That quiet fear undermines confidence. And this bill offers a safety net, from institutional support to clear remedies and assurance that no one has to face such harm alone. So despite my strong support for this bill, I have 5 clarifications for the ministry to respond. Firstly, on service benchmarks and triage. Will the OSC set clear service benchmarks, for example, acknowledgement within hours and resolution within defined days, and include escalation lanes for frontline public officers and workers such as healthcare workers or educators. A delayed response to these workers who serve us in the front line prolongs their distress and can affect their confidence in carrying out their duties. Second, on parallel duties for platforms. How will government ensure that platforms remain first responders even after the commission is activated so that they cannot delay or defer action? For workers who engage publicly, like the teachers, the nurses, the social workers, harmful posts can spread faster than formal action, and platforms must act quickly to protect those who serve the public. My third point is on protection of privacy when identity disclosure is ordered. How will personal data be protected even as the perpetrators are unmasked? Confidentiality is not about data, it's about psychological safety. The victims are more likely to seek help when they know their identity will be treated discreetly and with care. My fourth point is on sectoral readiness and guidance. Given that schools, hospitals, and community agencies are often the first to encounter online-related distress, will the relevant ministries consider developing practical guidance to help staff activate these protections and response with empathy? Such interagency readiness, even if outside of this bill scope, will make the OSCE's work more effective and ensure that victims receive consistent, trauma-informed support. My last point is on union and professional body activation. What will the process for unions or professional associations to act swiftly on behalf of their members? Unions are often the first line of support when workers face online abuse. Clear guidelines and authorizations allow them to move quickly to offer legal protection, pastoral care, and reassurance before harm escalates. And I hope the ministry can consider this. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan, rang undang-undang ini membawa 3 maksud utama. Memberikan bantuan segera kepada mangsa gangguan dalam talian melalui penubuhan Suruhanjaya Keselamatan dalam Talian atau OSC. Menetapkan tanggungjawab yang jelas kepada individu dan platform supaya setiap pihak bertindak dengan lebih bertanggungjawab. Dan ketiga, membolehkan kesatuan pekerja seperti NTUC serta persatuan profesional mewakili ahli yang menjadi mangsa supaya mereka tidak keseorangan apabila diserang di ruang maya. Pada asasnya, rang undang-undang ini bukan sahaja melindungi keselamatan digital tetapi juga menjaga kesihatan dan kesejahteraan mental, ketenangan keluarga dan kekuatan masyarakat kita. Kita mahu masyarakat yang berani bersuara tetapi tetap beradab, yang aktif dalam talian tetapi juga prihatin terhadap kesan-kesan dan kata-kata perbuatan. Keselamatan dalam talian adalah sebahagian daripada keselamatan sosial. Apabila rakyat berasa selamat untuk berinteraksi dengan sopan dan hormat, sama ada di alam maya maupun di dunia sebenar, kita memperkukuh kepercayaan, kasih sayang dan semangat kebersamaan dalam negara kita. Mr. Speaker, this bill protects more than digital boundaries. It protects peace of mind. It complements our wider efforts in preventive health and mental well-being by reducing one of today's quiet stresses, online hostility. When a teacher, a nurse, or parent knows that the law stands behind them, when a student or a young person feels that dignity will be defended, when the union can stand with its members in solidarity and assurance, then trust grows. Laws alone cannot guarantee kindness, but laws can make clear what we stand for: respect, responsibility, and care. And this is how we build a digital society that strengthens, not fractures, our people. Notwithstanding the clarifications I raise, I support the bill.
Leader of the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, as there's still quite a number of speakers, we will not be able to finish by the moment of interruption at 7. I therefore need to move to proceed beyond 7 p.m. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be exempted at this day's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order number 2.
The question is the motion moved by the Leader of the House. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Mr. David Ho.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is a significant step towards a more accountable digital space. Specifically, it gives victims of online harm new avenues through relief through Commissioner of Online Safety, impose clear duties on online service providers, and create civil rights of actions for victims. This bill is close to my heart because I've met Singaporeans who suffered from the harms described in Part 3 of the bill. For them, the humiliation and emotional distress that they've gone through are overwhelming. This bill, if implemented well, will go some way to deter perpetrators of online harm, give victims of online harm much clearer routes of recourse. Against this backdrop of my support for this bill, I would like to seek clarifications on how this bill works in practice across 5 areas. My first clarification is about operational tempo and service standards of Commissioner Office. On operational tempo, the bill rightly allows victims to seek the Commissioner intervention without first going to court. Beyond being fast, we must also communicate what is being done fast. This means the effort should be made to lay out the process as clearly as possible to the general public so that the victim knows what action will be taken and what to expect from the moment they decide to make a report. You see, it makes a difference by telling someone that within a certain number of hours they will receive a response versus telling someone over X number of hours, actions A, B, C will be taken and they will be updated at the end. As part of implementation, the Commissioner should also consider issuing advisory guidelines that sets out triage principles, communication milestones, indicative responsive time across various categories of online harm by severity. On service standards, Clause 23 in Part 4 enables victims to make a report alleged online harmful activity. But while the bill mentions that it aims to provide a timely means of redress, it does not yet prescribe what counts as a timely response. The point here is this: online harm spreads by hours, not by weeks or months. Hence, I wonder if the Commissioner Office can consider setting and publicly communicating service standards of target response time for various categories of online harm by severity. Saying this, I'm cognizant that speed also requires resourcing. The Commissioner Office should be staffed and supported to act with urgencies. I would welcome the Ministry plans for resourcing so that operational targets are achievable rather than aspirational. I also think that it is more appropriate to leave service expectation and operational KPIs as guidelines as compared to statute. Because hard timelines in primary legislation like this bill may risk overwhelming staffing when spikes in online harm cases occur. Hence, guidelines can be updated swiftly and calibrated to capacity at the agency level so that the bar can be set at achievable and meaningful. To strengthen this approach, the Commissioner should also consider having a standing advisory group of relevant practitioners, such as technologists, clinicians, child safety specialists, academics, to refresh workflows, KPIs, and give guidance on online harm periodically. My second clarifications involve accessibility and public readiness. Clause 23 of Part 4 provides that victims can report online harms to Commissioner. But it's also equally important that they know how to do it. Online harm victims will also include those who are less technologically savvy. It is hence vital that we ensure that the process of online harm reporting is kept simple, multilingual, and accessible. This could mean ensuring that the online and mobile service platform use plain English, not technical jargons, and official language to communicate to a public, and guide victims of online harm through reporting. Proactively providing step-by-step guides via major online and mobile platforms so that they know how to fill an online harm notice. At the same time, setting up offline helplines and community touchpoints for those who are digitally less confident users to keep informed of the work of the Commissioner and the Office. Clause 94 in Part 12 of the bill also allows victims to send an online harm notice to a service online provider. This is a positive step towards direct accountability. But for this to be utilized effectively, online service providers must make sure that reporting is easy to find and use. In this regard, will the government, along with the Commissioner and Office, study how major platforms will implement their online harm reporting in practice, consider whether they are accessible, especially to the vulnerable users? For instance, sending an online harm notice within a mobile app or website should never require a user more than 20 minutes navigating multiple different landing pages and entering unnecessary inputs that a provider would have already gotten from the moment they're registered for an account. You see, these features are not cosmetic because they determine whether victims can exercise their rights effectively. Thirdly, we should also consider the practical aspects of civil proceeding and course of justice. The bill introduces statutory torts which give victims the right to bring civil proceedings for defined harm, such as intimate image abuse, child abuse image, etc. Hence, civil action involves practical hurdles, legal costs, disclosure processes, emotional strain. I would like to ask the government to provide more clarity on what typical steps will be for a victim to bring such proceedings, and whether there will be support measures, especially for those who might not have adequate financial resources to do this. The Commissioner and Office should consider communicating the availability of these resources from the onset. Because at the end of the day, justice should never be determined by income. This upfront assurance will reduce the barriers to entry to report and deter actions of perpetrators. My fourth point of clarification is on issues related to damages, humiliation, and redress. Part 5 of the bill on the directions and order of the Commissioner, as well as Part 13 of the bill on damages and remedies, provide various reliefs and remedies to victims of online harm, such as removal of content, account restrictions, and compensation. However, I would like to seek clarification on whether non-monetary losses could also be considered within this bill framework. This may go further in helping the victims to rebuild their lives. Relatedly, public communications and victim-facing materials by Commissioner and the Office should be trauma-informed and non-stigmatizing. They should state plainly that the responsibility lies with the perpetrator and not interpretation that clothing, occupation, social activity has caused harm done to them. This is important because victim blaming deters reporting, and delay help speaking, and compounds humiliation and distress. My final point, prevention and safety by design. Deterrence after harm is necessary, but prevention of online harm upstream is better. This bill defines serious harm clearly, but we should also work to ensure that major online platforms operating here continue to prioritize user safety and privacy by design principles. This includes features, age-appropriate design, high privacy default applied for minors, safer recommendation setting for young users. Such upstream measures would ensure our protections are not only reactive, but proactive, making digital environments safer before harm occurs. Hence, I hope the government will actively work with major online and mobile platforms on this. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, this bill gives Singapore a strong framework, defines harm, swift administrative direction, civil routes for redress. But to make online safety real, we must pair with speed, prevention, and accessibility. This is how we build an online environment that is safe, fair, and inclusive, while upholding responsible speech and due process. I stand in support. Thank you.
Mr. Seah Yao Chuen.
Sir, it is worthwhile to take a step back and see where we are as a jurisdiction today in securing the online commons for our people and where we will be if we pass OSRA today. It was opportune that we debated and passed the Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendments Act yesterday. That bill provided enhanced penalties under our criminal laws for many of the same online harms that are the subject of this bill. Online harms such as image abuse, circulation of obscene materials, including child abuse materials, AI-generated images, doxing, and so on. Previously, Parliament had also passed other acts, like the Online Criminal Harms Act, to deal with online scams, hate speech, and so on. In other words, we have been keeping our criminal laws up to date and fit for purpose. And these updated laws provide our people the assurance of statutory retribution for online harms. Operating alongside our criminal laws, OSRA, before us today, will provide statutory relief, including injunctive relief, and statutory torts and civil remedies for online harms. Taken together, this body of laws, while providing justice to our people experiencing online harms, can also help deter online harmful actors, thus further protecting our people in the online commons. I will say that on the whole, the government has done a tremendous job architecting our laws to protect and secure the online commons for our people in a very thoughtful, thorough, yet calibrated and pragmatic manner. This is an important thought because after OSRA is passed today, if it is passed, the focus will increasingly turn towards the enforcement of these laws, the implementation of policy, and the painstaking work of building up organizations, capabilities, and practice to deliver on the intended legislative and policy outcomes. Implementation is policy, and the focus will turn towards implementation. And Minister Josephine alluded to this in her speech as well. And so the point I wish to make is this, that in implementation, let us have trust that the government will go about this implementation in the same thoughtful, thorough, yet calibrated and pragmatic way as it had architected our laws for the online commons. Now, being a later speaker in this debate, I've had the privilege to hear many colleagues who spoke earlier. Most called for sufficient resourcing of the Online Safety Commission to handle workload and do its job. And most also called for clear service levels, time taken between reporting and relief, to give Singaporeans certainty and assurance of the relief they can expect when they report to the Online Safety Commission. Now, I understand where colleagues are coming from. Speed of relief is indeed so crucial for victims of online harm. And this bill, which provides for the establishment of a dedicated agency to deliver such relief to victims of online harm, could not have come soon enough. And so our natural instincts will be to say, let's get the relief out to the victims who need it today, who needed it yesterday. Let's get this relief out quickly. But the reality is that building up an organization, building up capabilities, especially fast cycle capabilities, takes time. We cannot rush the building of fast cycle capabilities, paradoxically. So I hope all of us, including and perhaps starting from this House, can give the government the time and space needed to build up the Online Safety Commission properly so that it can deliver the quick, effective, on-point relief that we ultimately are all seeking out for victims, present and future. On workload and resourcing of the Online Safety Commission, my thoughts are as follows. MDDI's survey has found that 1/3 of respondents experienced online harm in the past year. Now we have more than 3 million Singaporeans alone in our population. And so if the MDDI survey is representative of the general population, we could well be looking at hundreds of thousands of potentially reportable online harms every year. How might we be able to resource the Online Safety Commission to deal with a potential workload like this? I'm going to posit that we may never be able to resource it enough. Because fundamentally, there will be, to a large degree, what we call supply-induced demand for the Online Safety Commission's services. Meaning the more services the Online Safety Commission supplies, the more demand it may actually induce. And therefore, demand will likely keep running ahead of supply. And so beyond doing our level best to resource the Online Safety Commission to keep up with demand, the central task of implementation, in my mind, is to keep the gap between supply by the Online Safety Commission and demand for the Online Safety Commission tight. This means we must also find a way to manage demand, to manage expectations, manage our expectations on the Online Safety Commission. On service levels, report to relief times, and having clear guidelines and standards at the outset, especially given the Australians' experience with operationalizing their e-safety commission, I myself have thought about this issue a fair bit. And I've come to the conclusion that it may be better for us to not impose definitive performance guidelines on the Online Safety Commission at this stage, as we are building it up. Rather, I say, let us give time and space for the Online Safety Commission to establish a baseline, to establish its rhythm, and give time and space for supply and demand to find an equilibrium, and most importantly, give time and space for all of us to go through the necessary discovery process on relief standards collectively as a society. And then we can look to codify these service levels and standards at the right time. Because as Minister alluded to, we have very few precedents to refer to, and the Online Safety Commission has to pretty much create its own playbook. So the best way to set the Online Safety Commission up for success, borrowing honourable members, Mr. Sharul Taha's words, the best way to set it up for success is to give it the time and space to build itself up properly. In the meantime, like I said, let's trust that the government will go about implementing the Online Safety Commission with the same verve and in the same thoughtful, thorough, yet calibrated and pragmatic manner that it has architected our laws to secure the online commons. Sir, I support the bill.
Mr. Ng Shi Xuan.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the bill. For the young, or whom we call the digital natives, the internet is their classroom to the world, where they learn, play, and form friendships. Yet, this classroom has few teachers at the door. I've met parents who tell me their children can mute a chat or delete a post, but they can't delete the hurt or the humiliation that came with it. Online harms, whether harassment, doxing, or intimate image abuse, can follow a child home long after the device is switched off. This bill gives victims faster, cheaper routes to seek help. It also holds platforms more responsible for keeping their spaces safe. I support this bill because it recognizes two simple truths: that people need protection and platforms need accountability. However, I would like to seek clarifications on the points below. Sir, I seek clarification on how the statutory torts under the OSRA interact with those already in the Protection from Harassment Act, or POHA. Both laws allow victims to take civil action, but if their boundaries are unclear, victims may end up falling under multiple laws, OSRA, POHA, and common law all at once. That could inflate time and cost, which runs counter to the OSRA intent for quick and affordable relief. I hope the ministry can issue guidelines or practice directions to make these boundaries clear on when OSRA applies and when POHA remains the battle channel. Clarity will help claimants, lawyers, and judges navigate cases efficiently, reducing unnecessary litigation. Sir, one key motivation behind this bill was to protect children and youth from cyberbullying and emotional harm. Yet, the current text does not distinguish between victims who are minors and adults. I hope the Online Safety Commission, or OSC, will develop tiered response protocols that give priority to victims under 18, especially when harm is ongoing. If we can respond quickly to a child being targeted online, we can often prevent lasting damage. Online safety should be seen as part of raising happy and healthy children, not separate from it. Our online space must give children room to explore safely, to learn, play, and make mistakes without being preyed on. I hope that the OSC can also work closely with relevant government agencies and non-governmental organizations to educate and empower victims to speak up. It is imperative that the protections and recourse available to victims, especially those from vulnerable groups, are easily understandable and accessible. Doing so will help to encourage victims to seek help early and safely. I have received feedback expressing concerns that victims may run the risk of being exposed to further harm by seeking recourse under the proposed new legislation. To ensure that the new legislation achieves its intended purpose of protecting victims, adequate safeguards should be implemented, including to safeguard the victims' identities and to ensure that the process is fair. In this regard, I'm heartened to see that the bill contains certain safeguards, including Clause 54, which imposes secrecy obligations on persons who may receive sensitive information in the course of carrying out their duties, and Part 7, which establishes mechanisms for reconsiderations and appeals. In addition, I have received feedback that seeks clarity on the types of information that will be considered private information for the purposes of Clause 11 of the bill, including sexual orientation, gender identity, sexual diseases, or sex-related occupation status. Although the definition of this phrase in the bill is worded in wide terms, and the illustration makes it clear that non-public information relating to medical conditions constitutes private information, it will perhaps provide clarity and assurance to potential victims if regulations which are contemplated under Clause Section 11, subsection 2 of the bill are swiftly introduced following the passage of the bill. I have also received feedback regarding the list of persons who are eligible to make a report to the Commissioner on behalf of a victim under Clause Section 22, subsection 2A of the bill. In particular, there are concerns that there may be victims who are under the age of 18 who may either be estranged from their parents or guardians, or are fearful of informing them of the online harm that's occurring to them. For example, due to shame associated with the information that's being published about them online, a minor could be fearful of informing his or her parents. Could the Minister clarify the recourse that the minor would have in such a scenario, please? This bill builds on lessons from other countries. The UK and Australia have implemented similar online safety laws, and it will be useful to understand whether their experiences led to fewer harms or faster response time. if certain measures have proven effective, we should localize and adapt them early. For example, the Australia Online Safety Act requires platforms to comply with removal notices relating to children within 24 hours. Could the Minister clarify the principles that will give the Commissioner's imposition of deadlines for compliance with directions issued under our Act, and whether guidelines embodying such principles will be published, please? Sir, as someone who supports a pro-enterprise environment, I recognize that compliance must also be realistic. Large platforms have legal teams, moderators, and automated filters. Smaller and community-based platforms, including startups and local networks, may not. To keep the playing field level, I hope the Commission will provide clear workflows and templates for reporting and response, set service benchmarks on how quickly cases are acknowledged, investigated and resolved, and offer capacity-building support, such as training, reporting templates, or open-source moderation tools for smaller platforms to plug into. Otherwise, we risk a two-speed digital economy, where global platforms comply easily, while smaller innovators struggle to keep up. Regulation should lift everyone, not leave the smaller players behind. So the success of this bill will also depend on how the OSC is set up and supported. The OSC will carry heavy responsibilities, from handling victim reports to issuing directions to platforms and coordinating with law enforcement. It must therefore be adequately resourced, not only with technical and legal expertise, but with experienced officers who understand the social and emotional dimensions of online harm. To build public confidence, the OSC should not only set, but also publish clear service benchmarks publicly on how quickly cases are acknowledged, investigated, and resolved. However, this is different from an annual reporting, as service standards are listed out clearly and preemptively, rather than post-incident. This is akin to how teachers would set out clear rules in their classrooms prior to conflicts and bullying. The success of the OSC should lie in whether parents, children, and all users of our online space feel safe even before logging online. In time, I hope the Commission will also act as an educator and facilitator, promoting digital literacy and empathy across communities. Deputy Speaker, sir, the OSRA is like a set of classroom rules in our digital school to ensure every Singaporean, especially our young, can learn, share, and express themselves safely. Sir, in Mandarin, please. 副议长先生，我支持这项互联网安全援助与问责法案。互联网就像我们的数码校园，应该是让人安心交流、学习和成长的地方。这项法案能帮助受害者更快获得救济，也要求网络平台承担起责任。不过，政府在执行时也要注意以下3点：第一，阐明这项法案与防止骚扰法令的区别；第二，优先处理未成年人的网络伤害个案；第三，确保网络安全委员会有足够资源和能力，协助中小型平台提升信息控制水平。So, in conclusion, I support this bill because it protects our people, strengthens accountability, and encourages a healthier digital culture. But beyond regulation, it also reminds us of our shared duty to build a safe digital environment for our young. Thank you.
Dr. Chu Pei Ling.
Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, please. 我支持互联网安全援助与问责法案的出台。这项法案的出台有如及时雨一般，恰逢其时。它可以使新设的互联网安全委员会能够有效应对滥用网络伤害他人的行为。对于那些遭受网络恶行的受害者，法案将提供更及时、 更有效的保护，并赋予他们索赔的权利。委员会也可指示传播有害内容的人、平台和业者删除内容，限制施害者账户。受害者也可以适时地发布解释，作出回应。这些措施将有助于遏制网络恶行，营造一个健康的网络生态环境。这项法案的出台，对于塑造文明的、负责任的、可信赖的网络环境，具有里程碑的意义。我衷心感谢各个相关部门以及公众在过去这5年中的努力和贡献。看到大家齐心协力，让网络环境更加安全、更加文明，我感到欣慰和鼓舞。互联网的魅力在于连接世界、沟通思想、促进理解与团结。然而，它有时也被滥用于传播色情与暴力、网络欺凌以及煽动种族或宗教冲突。许多网络恶行都以匿名身份进行，而且有愈演愈烈之势。目前，互联网受害者可寻求的求助途径十分有限。除了直接的身心伤害，我们也看到越来越多的时间影像。许多人开始自我审查，甚至选择减少上网，以保护自己和家人。如果我们不及时应对，这种网络环境将进一步恶化。我欢迎互联网安全委员会的成立，让受害者可以更快获得求助。我也赞赏政府加强信息与身份披露的决策。尤为重要的是，引入法定侵权行为，为受害者追求责任提供了坚实的法律依据。我理解执法需要投入大量资源，因此委员会将首先聚焦13种网络恶害中的5种：网络骚扰、恶意公开隐私、网络跟踪、亲密照泄露和儿童性虐待影像。我支持该部门逐步扩大监管范围的计划。同时，我也想询问，其他8种网络危害何时会逐步纳入监管范围？我仅代表一些隐私遭受恶意公开的居民们表达感激。有些居民表示，他们的住址、车牌号码、作息时间等被泄露，甚至连家人、邻居、访客的照片与视频都被上传。我想请问部长，互联网安全委员会是否会处理 WhatsApp 和 Telegram 等在线私人聊天群组中的此类问题？如果会，委员会将采取哪些措施？还有就是，防止骚扰法也提供针对网络骚扰的保护。受害者如何决定何时向互联网委员会、安全委员会寻求帮助，或通过防止骚扰法寻求帮助？有了这项新的法案，网络行为与沟通将树立新的标准。这些标准必将引导网民形成良好的网络气氛。我敦促相关部门继续提高公众对这项新的法案及其相应处罚的认知。网络滥用者必须明白，他们再也不能轻易躲在匿名的头像背后实施违法行为，否则必将受到惩罚。根据该法案，个人若不遵守网络安全委员会的命令，最高可被处以2万元的罚款和12个月的监禁。机构若不遵守委员会的命令，最高可被处以50万元的罚款。 我恳请相关部门审慎考虑，提高罚款及监禁的上限，并适当纳入鞭刑，以赋予法官对严重案件更大的裁量权。在英国，违反网络安全法最高可处以3100万新元的罚款。最后，我想询问：若成年受害者因害怕施害者而不愿投诉，在特殊状况下，是否可以由他人代为投诉，即使受害者尚未授权 ？Mr. Speaker, online harm is real, and its impact is deeply personal. This bill sends a clear message. Our digital spaces must be safe, accountable, and respectful. Victims deserve swift protection, and perpetrators must know anonymity is not immunity. This new online safety framework enhances protection online and provides an additional option for victims who want quick termination of online harm. We currently have several statutes to deal with harmful online activities, content, and interactions. Protection from Harassment Act, Broadcasting Act, Protection from Online Falsehoods and Manipulation Act, Foreign Interference Countermeasures Act, and Online Criminal Harms Act. I hope that there will be public education and awareness campaigns to help Singaporeans and residents understand their users, and hotlines or centers where victims can approach for advice and assistance. With this, I would like to conclude with my support for the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Cha Ing-chou.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise today in support of the Online Safety Bill. A recent survey by the Ministry of Digital Development and Information found that in the past year, more than 4 in 5 Singapore residents encountered harmful online content across platforms like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, X, Reddit, Telegram, and WhatsApp. This highlights a clear and urgent need to enhance current mechanisms for help seeking relief. The bill is therefore a crucial and timely step to ensure that the safety and civility we value in the physical world on our streets extend to our digital lives, an anecdote that Minister Edwin Tong had alluded to as well. An IPS survey found that sexual content depicting voyeuristic or intimate images recorded without consent was overwhelmingly perceived as the most severe of online harms. Victims need fast action. The current reality, as an IMDA report reviewed, is that major platforms often took 5 days or more to act appropriately on user reports of harmful content. For a victim whose intimate images have been non-consensually recorded and distributed publicly, 5 days can be catastrophic. I am therefore concerned about the need for timely relief and clarity of the administrative process for victims of online harm. The bill rightly grants the Commissioner wide discretion to carry out its own investigation and empowers to issue legally enforceable directions to take down content and restrict accounts. But I understand that it will take time and extensive consultations after the appointment of the Commissioner and other relevant office holders to formulate detailed rules governing how Commissioner may exercise investigative powers. I therefore seek clarifications on the Commissioner's investigative process, specifically on the following questions. Will the Commissioner publish advisory guidelines indicating the expected timelines for the investigation and resolution of a complaint, with processes put in place for urgent investigations to take place? Will the perpetrator being investigated be made aware of the investigation, and at what stage? What information will be disclosed to the perpetrator about the complaint made against them? I understand the Commissioner is already working with SG Her Empowerment or SHE in the design of this initiative. including referral to She Cares at SCWO for counseling and pro bono legal advice. Will the Commissioner consider engaging other organizations who provide victim care and support, like AWARE's Sexual Assault Care Center and Project X, to improve trauma-informed processes and joint case management and outreach to encourage more victims, especially those in minority communities, to be assured when seeking help? For victims under immense stress, clarity on the steps involved for bringing a complaint and the expected time for resolution is vital. With great power holds great responsibility, and the transparency of the process can help reassure and encourage help-seeking efforts. Mr. Speaker, sir, I appreciate how this bill is a product of extensive consultation, a month-long public consultation on the proposed legislation, which received broad public support and directly informed the final bill. Our citizens have asked for accountability, and this bill delivers. This legislation strikes a critical balance. It empowers the victim, yet holds the perpetrator accountable, and sets clear expectations for platforms. It is a necessary act of legislative fortitude to protect our citizens in an increasingly complex digital world. Notwithstanding these clarifications, I support the bill.
Ms. Lee Hui Ying.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Online Safety, Relief and Accountability Bill is one that I, as well as many Singaporeans and my residents, support fully. With the growing prevalence of cyberbullying and the rise of illegal black markets and harmful online chat rooms that benefit and profit from disseminating obscene and dangerous materials, this bill could not have come at a more timely moment. It is even more important that Singapore will be among the first countries to introduce comprehensive legislation on this issue, a significant milestone that did not happen overnight. It took years for us to get here, years of hope and hard work by the many stakeholders and public officers. In supporting this bill, I have 4 clarifications. 2 concerning the contents of the bill, and 2 concerning its enforcement. Part 12 of the bill imposes obligations on online service providers to respond to reports against certain harmful content in a timely and adequate manner, with the potential for tortious liability if they fail to do so. Currently, many major social media platforms, such as Instagram and TikTok, have internal reporting mechanisms and community guidelines, which will need to be aligned with the new legislation. Some of these platforms already provide warning labels for potentially distressing images, for example, content that may contain self-harm, violence, or sensitive materials. However, I note that there may still be grey areas. Certain artistic or educational materials which are excluded from the definition of obscene materials under Clause 9(2) may still be distressing for some users. In the UK, for example, their online safety framework has included protections for what is called epileptic trolling, content that is designed to trigger seizures, and other materials that may trigger individuals with mental health conditions. To ensure that such Singaporeans do not fall through the gaps, may I ask the Minister whether the government will consider requiring online service providers to implement warning systems for potentially harmful content? My second question concerns an issue close to the hearts of many Singaporeans, especially our senior youths, and that is cyberbullying. This has become an issue of serious public concern in recent years, and there is growing anxiety that our youth and senior youth's young children are being exposed to obscene and harassing behaviors online. It is critical that we create a safe online environment for our young. So I'd like to ask the Minister whether we are considering to introduce strict liability for certain classes of offences under the bill to strengthen deterrence and provide stronger protection for members of the public, especially our young children. A further concern relates to enforcement, especially in cases where harmful content is disseminated through transnational online platforms. A lot of these harmful materials are transnational in nature if not, the online platforms themselves that host these materials are transnational themselves. Some global companies have proactively aligned their internal policies with global legislations on online harms, while others have not been as forthcoming. Given that parts 5 and 6 of the bill will require the cooperation of entities and individuals beyond our borders, I'd like to ask the Minister how the government intends to work with these transnational stakeholders, and if the work has already started. What are the current stakeholder sentiments and negotiations done to ensure that such online platforms, in particular, adopts and abides by the online safety bill? Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill matters deeply to Singaporeans because the harm it addresses are personal and oftentimes deeply traumatic and can be financially burdensome to some. Under the current framework, victims must first report harmful content to the relevant service provider and in some more serious cases, escalate it to the newly established Online Harms Commission. The bill also provides for victims to bring civil actions against offenders or platforms in cases of online harm. As the Honourable Member, Mr. David Ho, has also mentioned, many Singaporeans may lack the financial resources to pursue such claims. May I ask if we could consider allowing online harms torts to be heard before the small claims tribunals, or alternatively, provide legal or financial assistance for victims seeking redress through civil action. The technology and social landscape will continue to evolve. And while this bill marks an important step forward, the work should not stop here. Ensuring a safe and trusted online space requires a holistic approach, one that looks beyond the legislation to how we can build a supportive and resilient ecosystem. And this includes strengthening community networks and drawing on the support of stakeholders such as social and religious organizations, as well as deepening public education efforts. Together, these efforts will foster a culture of responsibility, empathy, and care in our digital spaces. This bill represents a crucial step forward in safeguarding our digital spaces and ensuring our laws keep pace with the realities of the online world. I hope this brings safer spaces online with protection and recourse for all. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding these clarifications, I support the bill.
Ms. Elisa Chen.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Online Safety Relief and Accountability Bill. This legislation is a thoughtful and compassionate response to the growing challenge of online harms such as cyberbullying, intimate image abuse, doxing, and online stalking. These are not just breaches of privacy, but attacks on dignity and are harms that leave deep scars on victims, scars that are no less real for being inflicted through screens rather than in person. When people experience online harm, every hour of delay multiplies their suffering. That is why we need to act quickly. The establishment of the Online Safety Commission by the first half of 2026 demonstrates the government's commitment to protecting Singaporeans in our increasingly digital lives. Our citizens deserve an agency that can act swiftly on their behalf, providing the support and relief they need during what can be a highly vulnerable moment. I'm deeply grateful to the Minister and the entire Ministry team for their dedication in crafting this important piece of legislation, and I hope to explore several queries where additional clarity and detail would help us achieve our common goal of protecting Singaporeans online. First, on extraterritorial enforcement and international cooperation for cross-border protection. The bill wisely grants extraterritorial reach, recognizing the global nature of online harm. Online harms rarely stop at our shores. A perpetrator in another country can cause immense damage here. I appreciate that the bill includes important tools such as access blocking in Section 44 and app removal in Section 45, and that it establishes calibrated penalties that reflect the seriousness of non-compliance. These provisions show careful thought about practical enforcement. Like Mr. Fu Zhexiang, I hope the Minister can share how the government intends to enforce this law outside Singapore's territory other than access blocking and app removal orders. I note that access blocking can be circumvented with technology like virtual private networks. Apps can be accessed by means other than app stores, for example, through web versions. What are the concrete steps for enforcement of directions and orders against overseas actors? Are there plans to expand the available slates of mechanisms and means of enforcement, or if there are any international cooperation protocols for extraterritorial enforcement? Let's build international partnerships that match the borderless nature of the internet with equally borderless protection for victims. Secondly, many members have already pointed out the need to adequately resource the Commission. I will not belabor this point. The Commission's promise is clear: to offer swift relief for those facing online harm. The Commission will also seek to handle reports across 13 categories of online harms with a phased approach, implementing 5 categories by mid-2026 and others following progressively. Could the Minister share what is the estimated caseload expected for the new Commissioner's Office and Appeal Panel, and how resourcing will scale with time? The victims who turn to the Commission will be in their most vulnerable state. Let us make the system they encounter make sure the system that they encounter is not just efficient, but also humane, staffed by people who listen, understand, and act with compassion. Third, on appropriate oversight and accountability, Section 64 establishes an appeal committee to review the Commissioner's decisions. The appeal committee has been granted powers to affirm, revoke, or vary decisions and directions, providing an important internal check on decision-making. Given the significant powers being granted to the OSC, including directions carrying criminal consequences and orders with substantial penalties, I believe that clear accountability mechanisms will strengthen public trust and confidence in the system. I would like to ask if the decisions of appeal committees regarding the Commissioner's reconsidered decisions may be further appealable to the courts. Judicial oversight by direct appeal would ensure accountability, fairness, and transparency, and thus strengthen the credibility of the OSC. To address concerns of ensuring swift and low-cost resolution for the relevant parties, there can be prescribed short timelines, standard forms, and low court fees. This would be a similar approach to that under the Protection from Online Falsehoods and Manipulation Act. Fourth, on interagency collaboration. I appreciate that Section 5(1)(e) requires the Commissioner to collaborate with IMDA and other public agencies, and Section 24(4)(d) allows appropriate referrals. This reflects understanding that protecting Singaporeans online requires coordinated effort across government. Many situations, including doxing with intent to harass, non-consensual sharing of intimate images, and image-based child abuse, constitute both harm under this bill and criminal offences requiring police involvement. How will the Commissioner's actions and investigations coordinate with possible police investigations into potential criminal offences arising from the same online activity? Will there be a framework to automatically refer certain types of online harm cases to the police? When agencies work seamlessly, victims won't need to repeat their trauma at multiple doors, ensuring that the system itself becomes a source of healing, not exhaustion. Fifth, on potential over-censoring by online service providers and administrators. OSPs and administrators may over-censor content to avoid risks. They may err on the side of caution and may remove content upon receiving any purported online harm notice that superficially appears to have some basis, unnecessarily silencing voices. Unlike the Commissioner's decisions, which can be reconsidered or appealed against, their decisions are not statutorily subject to reconsideration or appeal. While there is a statutory tort available to OSPs and administrators against people sending frivolous or false notices, people adversely impacted by their decisions have no statutory recourse. In most cases, there will be an imbalance of power and resources such that those impacted will have little or no means to pursue recourse. Can we avail to people whose content have been removed by OSPs and administrators statutory torts similar to Sections 91 and 94 if OSPs and administrators fail to respond reasonably to online harm notices by unreasonably removing their content? Would the Ministry consider mechanisms for recourse, a form of appeal or review, to ensure that fairness applies not just to victims of online harm, but also to users who are wrongly penalized by overzealous moderation. I would like to end off this speech by calling for comprehensive online protection for our children and young people. Today, the Code of Practice for Online Safety covers 6 designated social media services and a new Code of Practice for app distribution services effective 31st March 2025, and introduces important age assurance measures. Building on this strong foundation, I hope we might explore opportunities to extend these protections even further. Our young people are creative and curious, exploring online spaces we might not immediately think of as social media. Games like Roblox, Minecraft, and Fortnite bring children together but include private messaging functionalities where risks can emerge. Messaging platforms like Discord, WhatsApp, and Telegram enable connections, but can also expose young users to unwanted contact and harmful content. Would we consider extending privacy safeguards and age assurance to gaming platforms, messaging apps, and other services where young people gather by requiring these platforms to implement similar protective features, such as disabling unwanted messages, restricting profile viewing, disabling location sharing, and empowering parents to guide the content their children access? Furthermore, as our young people increasingly engage with generative AI services and chatbots, I hope we might consider whether age assurance and safety features should extend to these emerging technologies. Children approach AI with trust and curiosity. We should ensure these powerful tools are designed with their safety in mind. The Broadcasting Act amendments and codes of practice represent genuine progress. I hope we can continue this important work, advancing safety by design principles across the entire digital ecosystem our children and young people inhabit. This must be coupled with continued public education across all segments of our society, especially parents and young persons on digital safety, so every child and young person can explore, learn, create, and connect safely. Mr. Speaker, sir, when there is a fire, we do not delay while the flames spread. Online harms spread in the same way a fire does, fast, invasive, and devastating, and every second counts. With this bill, we are ensuring that when victims cry out, the system answers not with delay, but with decisive, immediate protection. A law is only as strong as its capacity to be enforced. Let us ensure that this commission has the teeth, resources, and clarity to deliver justice by providing clarity on how legal pathways work together, guidance that helps everyone understand proportionality, robust international cooperation, adequate resourcing, appropriate oversight, seamless interagency coordination, balanced platform responses, and comprehensive protection for children. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill.
MOS Rahayu Mazam.
Mr. Speaker, I thank members for their support and interest in this bill. We are all in agreement that victims should have access to swift and effective relief. Statistics and stories tell us this is what victims primarily want. We also all agree that the implementation of OSRA is key, and that the OSC must always be fair and consistent in its decisions with accountability through due processes. There is consensus that platforms also need to do their part in creating safer online space for their users. I'm heartened that both sides of the House are aligned in wanting to do more to help victims of online harms. Where we differ is in some of the details. We thank the WP for proposing the amendments, which we have considered seriously, because we share the common goal of helping victims of online harms. We think OSRA strikes the right balance as it stands between swift protection for vulnerable victims with sufficient accountability through reconsideration and appeal. What is important are the outcomes when the OSC commences operations. We all want the OSC to succeed, and in this vein, I ask members to give OSC the time and space to stand up what we all agree are new and novel functions, so that it can progressively build its muscles to help victims. I acknowledge that members have questions about the statutory reporting mechanism and how the Online Safety Commission will carry out its functions, understandably so, given that this is a new agency that we are setting up. I will address members' questions thematically. First, on the scope of the OSRA bill and its interaction with other laws. Members have noted that there are several statutes addressing harmful online content and conduct. Mr. Speaker, when faced with an online harm, what most victims want is direct and timely relief. This includes removing the harm as soon as possible. With the OSTRA bill and the setup of the OSC, we hope that victims will be granted more timely relief with a new channel for support. Besides timely redress, the OSTRA bill also expands the scope of online harms covered in our current criminal and regulatory regime. From the research and surveys on online harms in Singapore, we know of emerging issues like inauthentic material abuse, also known as deepfakes, and online instigation of disproportionate harm, or cancel campaigns. With this, we hope to protect victims not just from existing but future harms. Therefore, the OSTRA bill is complementary to the existing laws and frameworks. Most importantly, it supports victims in ways they have asked for, putting a stop to the online harm as soon as possible. Ms. Tin Pei Ling, Mr. Henry Quek, and Dr. Chu Pei Ling have asked how victims can navigate the various laws and whether they would need to make multiple reports when seeking help for online harms. Mr. Gabriel Lam and Ms. Alyssa Chen raised the need for clear processes and guidance on how victims can approach various agencies like the police, IMDA, and the OSC. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure members that we will adopt a no wrong door policy for victims of online harm. The OSC will work closely with other agencies, including the police, to ensure back-end coordination and minimize the need for multiple reports. This means that regardless of which agency a victim first approaches, they will be guided on the appropriate help. I also take Mr. David Ho's point that the process of online harm reporting should be kept simple and accessible. We will bear this in mind as we refine the OSC's operational details. Some members have also asked about the scope of harms covered by the OSTRA bill. Ms. Tin Pei Ling raised the point that victims' exposure to online harms may be prolonged if we are unclear about what constitutes online harms in the OSTRA bill. With the OSTRA bill, we sought to clearly capture the key characteristics of each harm. To aid public understanding, explanatory notes and illustrations are included, where appropriate. I would also like to refer members to Handout 4, which gives further illustrative examples. While we have given definitions for each of these harms in the OSTRA bill, the OSC will assess each case based on its unique context and facts. I think members would know that no two types of online harm will be the same. Some flexibility must be accorded to OSC to act according to the harm concerned. Ms. Herting-Ru suggested that we consider including sexual grooming and the publication of online material that encourages or promotes suicide or acts of self-injury as specified online harms that OSTRA covers. We agree with the member that these are egregious harms, and I have explained why these harms would be better addressed through other legislation in our online safety framework. Under the Broadcasting Act today, the IMDA would already be able to issue directions to platforms to disable Singapore users' access to egregious content on online communication services such as social media services and app stores. Such content includes child sexual exploitation material and content advocating or instructing on suicide or self-harm. If such online content is connected to the commission of criminal offences, action can be taken under the Penal Code or Online Criminal Harms Act. If sexual grooming is displayed through online harassment or stalking conduct, the victim will have recourse to seek directions from the OSC. For the victim who is under 18 years old, a parent or guardian can make a report on their behalf. On the suggestion to add fair comment exception to online harassment and public interest exception to the harms of non-consensual disclosure of private information and online instigation of disproportionate harm, I would like to highlight to members that these factors will be taken into consideration as the Commissioner assesses each case. If we included the suggestions and make them exceptions to the online harm, communication that meets the fair comment or public interest criterion will automatically not be actionable by OSC. In comparison, the current formulation allows the OSC to consider a basket of factors when deciding whether to issue directions. Specifically, Clause 27 states that the OSC can consider whether the comment was reasonable and the circumstances the comment was made in deciding whether OSC should issue a direction. This allows the OSC to weigh whether something counts as fair comment or public interest, while also considering the features of the post and not immediately say it cannot act. So if a member of a public raises in good faith or exposes serious wrongdoing, this will be taken into account as part of OSC's case assessment. We should not preemptively restrict the OSC from considering any one factor. Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Pritam Singh, and Mr. Ng Shi Xuan sought clarity on what would be considered private information. Private information refers to information about a person that is not widely available to the public at large. As explained in Handout 4 that members received earlier, this includes someone's medical history. Mr. Ng have asked whether the harm of non-consensual disclosure of private information would cover information such as sexual orientation and gender identity. We believe as a matter of principle that generally everyone in Singapore should be protected against having their private information shared publicly without consent. Hence, if such information was not public before and disclosed without consent, the person can file a report to the OSC. As we implement this harm in future, the Minister may issue regulations to clarify the types of information that is or is not private information. Ms. Mariam Jaafar highlighted the need for the OSRA bill to be technology neutral and future-ready to deal with harms generated by algorithms and artificial intelligence, or AI. I wish to assure member that the 13 harms under the OSRA bill are generally technology neutral. As shared in Handout 4, if person D uses an application to digitally alter an image of person C fully clothed into a nude image and posts it online without consent, that would be intimate image abuse. We recognize that online harms are constantly evolving and new harms may emerge over time, especially with the proliferation of new technologies. The OSRA bill allows the Minister to prescribe additional types of online activity that are likely to cause harm to persons in Singapore. We will continuously review the online landscape and expand the list of harms, if there is a need to in future. This will be done judiciously. For the harm of inauthentic material abuse, Ms. Cassandra Lee asked for clarity on how likeness would be assessed in the context of AI-generated content, and whether there needs to be intent to mislead. The OSC will assess based on objective standards whether the content is a false or misleading depiction of the victim's words, actions, or conduct, and if it is realistic enough, such that a reasonable person would believe that the victim said such words or did such actions or conduct. Such content may cross the thresholds of likely to cause the victim harassment, alarm, distress, or humiliation, even if there was no intent to mislead. Ms. Alyssa Chen asked about how the harm of publication of statement harmful to reputation interacts with defamation under common law. For the harm of publication of statement harmful to reputation, the only direction that may be issued by the Commissioner is a right of reply direction. This enables the victim to put out their reply or their side of the story quickly in order to protect their reputation, which matters especially in the online world where allegations spread with great speed and ease. We see this as a complementary pathway for the victim that may be an alternative to or concurrent with a defamation suit. A victim may find sufficient relief in a right of reply direction that they no longer need to resort to a defamation suit. Or they may still need or want to sue, for example, to seek monetary damages. In either case, putting their reply out helps to limit the damages suffered. Ms. Alyssa Chen asked how the OSC would ascertain disproportionality in the case of online instigation of disproportionate harm, OIDH, and if there will be guidelines published for what constitutes disproportionate harm. As illustrated in Handout 4, disproportionate harm can take on various forms, such as physical harm. The bill currently lists non-exhaustive factors that the OSC may consider when assessing the requirement of disproportionality, such as whether the act instigated is or is likely to constitute a criminal offence and the nature and severity of the harm mentioned. The OIDH's framework does not mean that members of public can no longer call out problematic behaviours or express views on issues of public interest. Even as we reject mob behaviour, we continue to uphold the principle that there must be space for online discussions within the bounds of civility and respect. Some members, including Ms. Valerie Lee, and Ms. Elisa Chen and Ms. Eileen Chong ask about the setup and composition of the OSC. The appointed Commissioner for Online Safety will be someone of suitable seniority and experience. We will also ensure that the OSC is appropriately staffed with individuals that have the relevant experience and expertise and have a good understanding of our society and online norms so as to address reports as they come in. Mr. Henry Quack and Ms. Herting Roo ask about training for OSC officers and if the OSC will be working with community partners to support victims of online harms who need psychological and legal support. OSC officers will be trained in communications and victim management to ensure that each case is handled sensitively. They will also refer victims requiring further support beyond the mitigation of an online harm to community partners. Mr. David Ho suggested having a standing advisory group of relevant practitioners to provide the guidance on online harms periodically. I thank Mr. Ho for the suggestion. Under the OSTRA bill, the Commissioner is empowered to consult with any person that the Commissioner thinks appropriate for the purposes of performing the Commissioner's functions and duties. This could include the relevant experts and practitioners in the field of online safety. Ms. Elisa Chen, Mr. Fu Chexiang, Mr. Sharil Taha, Ms. Yo Wan Ling, Mr. Xie Yao Chuan, and Mr. David Ho ask about the expected caseload of the OSC and how it will be adequately resourced to provide effective and timely redress. We estimate the initial caseload of the OSC to be high, based on various factors, including Australia's e-safety caseload for similar harms, adjusted for Singapore's population. We also took into account Singaporeans' internet use practices, such as time spent online. Depending on the volume of the case, we will calibrate and reallocate resources as necessary to resource and size the OSC adequately. Mr. Chai Ying-zo asked about the rules that will govern how the OSC carries out its investigations to determine further action. Each case will be assessed based on the nature and severity of the harm, and investigations will be carried out fairly, working with the relevant agencies to determine the appropriate follow-up actions. The relevant parties will be notified at the appropriate junctures, as the OSTRA bill accords the OSC powers to require documents or information and to examine and secure attendance of persons for investigations. To Mr. Pritam Singh's question, the Commissioner's power would not extend to the seizure of devices. Overall, the focus will be to ensure that the victims are not denied timely relief, even as we accord due process to all involved. Mr. Fu Chexiang also proposed expanding the OSC's powers, such as by giving its officers powers under the Criminal Procedure Code. The scope and nature of every law is different. Hence, the respective officers are accorded different powers to ensure that they are fit for purpose. In considering how the OSC might conduct investigations in various scenarios, such as investigating reports to determine whether to issue a direction or offences under OSTRA, we had accorded the OSC the appropriate powers. On the suggestion for the Commissioner to submit an annual report to Parliament, the OSC will consider publishing regular reports on its website for public awareness on online harms and the OSC's work. The OSC will require time to assess what and how to put out information that would complement its processes as it gradually stands up its operations. We are therefore taking a more adaptive approach towards the OSC's publication of reports as opposed to legislating this as a requirement. The regular reports may include information on aggregated caseloads and anonymized case information insofar as these do not re-traumatize victims. Members are also welcome to file parliamentary questions to request such information if it is not already published in the public domain. On the suggestion for the OSTRA bill to require platforms to publish annual reports on their measures to enable users to seek recourse from harm and response times, among others, I would inform members that under the Code of Practice for Online Safety, social media services, designated social media services with significant reach or impact in Singapore are already required to submit annual reports to be published on IMDA's website. These reports contain information on the DMS's DSMS's measures to combat harmful and inappropriate content, and metrics such as number of reports received from users as well as the DSMS's response time to act on these reports. The IMDA also publishes an online safety assessment report. We will continue to drive the point on platforms' accountability through the OSRA bill. On the phased implementation of the OSC's reporting mechanism, Mr. Shahril Taha, Ms. Yeo Wan Ling, and Dr. Chu Pei Ling asked about the timeline for introducing remaining categories of harm. Mr. Shahril Taha and Ms. Yeo Wan Ling also asked what happens when a victim experiences a form of harm covered only in a later phase. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned in my opening speech, we want to do right by the victims. A phased implementation approach is necessary so that the OSCE builds its capabilities in a sustainable and scalable way, focusing the right level of attention to each case to ensure a positive user journey. It will also manage the OSCE's caseload, allow officers to properly develop the necessary guidelines and frameworks to ensure that the OSCE's decisions are consistent and appropriate. For a start, the OSCE will focus efforts on addressing the most severe and prevalent harms, such as online harassment and intimate image abuse. The remaining harms will follow progressively. If victims write in to the OSCE regarding the experience of a specified online harm that is not covered in the first phase, officers will nevertheless guide the victims on the appropriate process. This could be making a report to the platforms, filing a police report, or reaching out to community partners for support. Ms. Cassandra Lee asked about measures to safeguard victims' confidentiality during the reporting process. I assure members that all victims' reports will be stored securely and the agency will adopt practices to ensure victims and all other parties involved are treated with sensitivity and care. We have also built in legislative safeguards on preservation of secrecy. Unauthorized disclosure of information is an offence. Any information published for public education and awareness will be in an anonymized form. Members, including Dr. Chu Pei Ling and Mr. Alex Yeo, sought clarifications on who can or cannot file reports to the OSCE. Dr. Wan Rizal asked about the process for unions and professional bodies to file a report on behalf of their members. Generally, victims have two options. They can submit a report on their own or authorize another individual or entity to do so on their behalf. Where the victim is under 18, their parent or guardian can file a report on their behalf. To Dr. Wan Rizal's question, unions and professional bodies can file reports to the OSCE if they obtain written authorization from the member who suffered the specified online harm. Mr. Andre Loh and Mr. Pritam Singh asked for clarity regarding those with a prescribed connection to Singapore. I mentioned in my opening speech that we intend to prescribe foreigners who stay in Singapore for the long term. For a start, this would include foreign spouses who are in Singapore on a long-term visit pass. We're still studying the full scope and will share more details in due course. Mr. Ng Shi Xuan and Mr. Alex Yeo had suggested for the OSCE to take differentiated approaches between groups of victims. I thank members for the suggestion. For a start, the response time will likely be shorter for more severe harms. Ms. Tin Pei Ling and Ms. Yeo Wan Ling asked about the measures to prevent devious characters from submitting vexatious reports or weaponizing the OSCE reporting mechanism. Dr. Chu Pei Ling also asked how the OSCE can minimize mischief reports. The OSCE will have mechanisms in place to filter out and dismiss trivial, frivolous, or vexatious reports. Those submitting a report will have to explain how the content or conduct is a specified online harmful activity and be required to declare that the information that they have provided is true. Submitting false information to the OSCE will be an offence. If these complainants persistently make such reports, the OSCE will also not consider any further reports from them. This would allow the OSCE to focus its time and resources to the real victims who need redress. On the OSCE's assessment of reports, Mr. Shahril Taha asked how the threshold for online harassment will be determined. Mr. Andre Loh asked whether victims who publish identity information of their harasser would be caught under doxing. Mr. Low and Mr. Eileen Chong also asked about consistency in the OSCE's decisions, and Mr. Pritam Singh sought clarifications on the information that the OSCE will share at the reconsideration stage. As drafted in the OSTRA bill, the OSCE will take an objective approach when assessing reports, and the thresholds for online harms are based on objective standards. While each case will be fact-specific, the reasonable person test is a well-established legal standard, including in tort and criminal law. The question will not be whether someone personally feels offended, but whether the OSCE has reason to suspect that online harmful activity was conducted before issuing a direction. Members discussed the thresholds of reasonable grounds to believe versus reason to suspect. I would like to reiterate the points I made in my opening speech. First, that reason to suspect is an established legal threshold that applies in other legislation, such as the Online Criminal Harms Act. Second, we have assessed this threshold to be appropriate to meet the intent of ensuring that online harms can be stopped in a timely manner. As mentioned in my opening speech, the OSCE will also publish guidelines that will inform its decisions to ensure consistency and objectivity. These guidelines will inform the public on the factors that the Commissioner will take into account for present and future cases. Victims and recipients of OSCE's directions will be able to seek the OSCE's reconsideration if they disagree with it and appeal to an independent appeal committee thereafter. Ms. Cassandra Lee asked about the requirement for victims to file reports to the platforms first before the OSCE. We believe the platforms should be the first port of call, or as Dr. Wan Rizal puts it, first responders. They have a duty to protect their users, and the statutory torts will make this clear, especially when notified by the users of harms on their service. The OSCE will continue to work closely with the platforms to ensure that they comply with directions in a timely manner. Where platforms fail to act on online harms within 24 hours, victims can then file a report to the OSCE. Mr. David Ho, Ms. Yoan Ling, Ms. Lee Hui Ying, and Ms. Mariam Jaafar raised broader points on platforms' design and accountability to prevent online harms beyond OSTRA and the OSCE. In this regard, we will also continue working with the major platforms to ensure that they strengthen their online safety measures. That said, we recognize that some harms are simply so serious or urgent that they warrant immediate intervention. Ms. Valerie Lee asked for clarification on the categories of online harm that will be prioritized for urgent attention. For a start, victims can file a report directly to the OSCE for the following harms: image-based child abuse, intimate image abuse, and doxing. In such cases, speed is of the essence to minimize the harm that may be caused to the victims. Several MPs like Mr. Ng Shi Xuan, Dr. Wan Rizal, Mr. Sharil Taha, Mr. Chai Ying-zo, and Ms. Yoan Ling have asked or spoken about the OSCE's service benchmarks to respond to and resolve cases. Mr. David Ho also suggested laying out the operational process clearly so victims are aware of the actions to be taken. We want to ensure that victims get the help they need as soon as possible. The OSCE's response time and corresponding compliance timeline to a direction will likely to be shorter for more severe harms. Practically, some cases may be more easily resolved than others. For example, it may be easier to make out if the harm of intimate image abuse is present as compared to a report on online harassment. For the latter, the OSCE officer will have to go through the details more carefully to understand the nature and the severity of the case. Ms. Valerie Lee asked whether the Commissioner will be required to conduct a preliminary assessment before issuing directions. The answer is yes. The OSCE will assess if it has reason to suspect that online harmful activity was conducted before issuing a direction. To recap, the Commissioner will be empowered to issue directions to stop online harms from continuing to occur or to prevent further online harms from affecting the victim where there is reason to suspect that the online harm was conducted in respect of the victim or the victim group. These directions will be used judiciously. Mr. Andre Loh raised a few clarifications on specific directions. First, on the engagement reduction directions. Mr. Loh had asked about the scenarios where engagement reduction directions should be considered. Mr. Speaker, I refer the member to handout 4, where we had illustrated a case where an engagement reduction direction could be considered for an online harassment case to temporarily limit end users' ability to make posts mentioning a victim's name, thereby reducing engagement with insulting posts regarding a victim. The intent for such a direction would be to stem the virality of online harms which can spread quickly through similar posts. Second, Mr. Low also asked about potential overreach when OSC issues a stop communication class of material direction. This direction protects victims from floods of harmful content, sharing common identifiers such as a coordinated harassment campaign. Rather than requiring the Commissioner to identify each harmful post individually, the direction covers all such content in proportion to the scale of the harm occurring. Ms. Ng Shishan raised the need to keep the playing field level for smaller platforms. We recognize that we must take a pragmatic approach when engaging the platforms on compliance with directions. This is why we intend to engage online platforms with significant reach or impact first, noting that the harms on such platforms have the potential to travel further and faster. Such platforms would also have the technical capabilities to implement more complex directions. Mr. Shahrul Taha asked what qualifies as an online service provider and whether the term extends to closed or encrypted platforms such as WhatsApp, Telegram, and WeChat. He and Dr. Chu Pei-Ling also asked how the bill would deal with cases arising from private or semi-private chat groups. Under the OSTRA bill, online service providers would include social media services and online messaging services such as WhatsApp, Telegram, and WeChat. While we have no intentions to proactively intervene in private communications, I believe members know how quickly something harmful can spread via private messages or in online chat groups. The OSC's reporting mechanism is victim-led. For all harms except incitement of enmity, if a victim files a report to OSC and brings its attention to the specified online harms made via private communications, the OSC can then assess the case. I refer members to the example case given for intimate image reviews in handout 4. Here, B posts an intimate image of A in an online chat group without A's consent. In such a case, the OSC can issue a stop communication direction to the administrator of the group to remove B's post. If this online chat group continues to circulate A's intimate image on subsequent occasions or intimate images of other persons, if made aware, the OSC could also consider an access disabling direction to the platform whose service the chat group is maintained on. This will disable access to the chat group for Singapore users. Next, members sought clarifications on the OSC's reconsideration and appeal processes. Mr. Zulkarnain urged caution against allowing extensive appellate processes that risk re-traumatizing victims. We are still working through the implementation of the appeal committee, including its powers to affirm, revoke, vary, or substitute a reconsidered decision by the OSC. But I want to assure the public that each case will be given the necessary time and due consideration. Ms. Alyssa Chen would also be assured to know that it is possible for persons who are still dissatisfied with the decision of the appeal committee to seek to challenge it in the courts by way of judicial review. We will provide more details on the appeal process at a later stage. Ms. Alyssa Chen and Mr. Fu Chesyang asked how the OSC will take enforcement action against bad actors who are overseas, noting the added complexity that technology like virtual public networks or VPNs brings. Ms. Lee Hui Ying and Mr. Henry Kwek also asked how we would ensure that transnational or cross-border online platforms comply with OSTRA directions. As mentioned, the OSC's directions apply to all communicators, administrators, or platforms, regardless of where they are based. This applies as long as the harmful content is communicated in Singapore or accessible by users in Singapore. Where access disabling directions are issued to overseas platforms, the platform will be required to geo-block the content to prevent Singapore end users from accessing it. Non-compliance with OSC directions is an offence. Further, in such cases of non-compliance, the OSC is empowered to take escalatory measures to require providers of internet access services to block access to non-compliant online services and online locations, or to require providers of app distribution services to remove non-compliant apps from their app stores. The issuance of these escalatory measures will be carefully considered and used judiciously. Lastly, the use of VPNs to circumvent restrictions and detection affects all internet laws and regulations, including the OSRA bill. We will have to take a practical approach and do our best to deal with those within the bounds of our law. Mr. Fu Chesiang asked whether the penalties prescribed under OSRA are adequate. Dr. Chu Pei-ling also suggested increasing the maximum penalties. The bill sets out maximum penalties for non-compliance with OSCE's directions and orders. These were determined with reference to similar offences already on the books, such as the Online Criminal Harms Act, the Foreign Interference Countermeasures Act, the Protection from Online Falsehoods and Manipulation Act, and the Broadcasting Act, because these are statutes that have directions similar to the OSCE's directions. You will see that while there are similarities, the penalties are not exactly the same because we have calibrated it against the different purposes of these laws and the gravity of the situations that would usually give rise to non-compliance. Mr. Fu asked if guidance could be given on how the courts should sentence. Sentencing is a multifactorial exercise and highly context-specific. It is a matter for the courts to decide in applying general sentencing principles with the benefit of submissions by the prosecution and the defense. The court would generally treat the maximum penalty in legislation as representing the appropriate sentence for the most serious form of the offence and calibrate accordingly for the case before it. This can be adjusted in view of aggravating factors such as defiant conduct and mitigating factors like being a first-time offender. Ms. Mariam Jaafar suggested incorporating digital literacy or restorative programs, especially for younger offenders. Ms. Herting Roo also asked whether perpetrators could be issued counselling orders to stop them from reoffending. We agree with the members that in some cases, rehabilitation may be the more appropriate action than prosecution. As shared in my opening speech, the Commissioner may put in place an online harmful activity remedial initiative, which consists of the completion of volunteer programs. This may be taken into account when deciding whether to prosecute a person for non-compliance with the OSCE's directions. Mr. Shahrul Taha, Mr. Chai Yin-so, and Mr. Henry Kwek suggested ways that the OSCE can work with partners in the public and people sector to strengthen victim care and support. Dr. Wan Rizal asked whether practical guidelines will be issued to schools, hospitals, and care agencies on how to activate the OSCE's remedies. I thank members for their suggestions. Better support for victims of online harms is at the heart of what this bill serves to do. Firstly, the OSCE will work with other government agencies and community organizations to ensure that victims can access the OSCE's reporting mechanism. Secondly, we recognize that OSCE remedies may not meet all the needs of victims. Should they require further support as they cope with an incident, OSCE will refer cases to its appropriate partners. One such partner is SG Her Empowerment, SHE, who partners with the Singapore Council of Women's Organisations, SCWO, to run She Cares at SCWO. She Cares at SCWO is an online harms support centre that provides counselling services and legal assistance if needed. The centre is supported by full-time counsellors and volunteers and offers pro bono legal clinics with the support of Pro Bono SG. Mr. Gabriel Lam, Ms. Valerie Lee, Ms. Tin Pei-ling and Ms. Eileen Chong have highlighted the importance of public education in the promotion of responsible online behaviour. Mr. Pritam Singh also asked about outreach and preventive education programs. Indeed, legislation is not a silver bullet. As Ms. Tin Pei-ling said, social norms and education matter. Beyond legislative measures, we will improve public education and outreach to make online safety resources more accessible, practical, and action-oriented. In collaboration with community, industry, and corporate partners, more ground-up initiatives such as workshops and webinars will be organized to foster healthy digital habits and raise awareness of key online safety and digital well-being issues. These efforts will equip Singaporeans with practical skills and knowledge to navigate the online space safely and responsibly and empower them to support others in their communities. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today seeks to protect victims from online harms. Let me conclude by leaving members with 3 takeaways. Firstly, the OSRA Bill's victim-centric approach in offering relief from online harms plugs a gap in the online safety landscape. It complements our existing measures to address various harmful online content. Second, the OSC will provide timely redress for victims of online harms. This will be done in calibrated manner, starting with most severe and prevalent harms. Third, the OSRA Bill will strike a balance between protecting victims from online harms while preserving space for healthy discourse. The road ahead will bring its share of challenges, but also opportunities to make a real difference. I seek members' support for the Office of the Commissioner of Online Safety and your understanding as we refine the details of OSC's implementation. We are committed to doing right by victims of online harms and to do so in good time with care. I urge all members to support this bill. Together, we can foster positive norms of online behavior such that Singaporeans can go online safely and confidently.
Minister Bin Tong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I also thank all members who have spoken in support of the bill and for their thoughtful contributions to this very important debate. I'm very heartened to see that actually we are on very common ground, not just in our thoughts and in the way in which we want to advance the bill and the work of the OSC, but also in our views and in our values on what this means to society. And I think ultimately, after almost 8 hours, I think we are not really disagreeing on much. And I found speeches on both sides of the House thoughtful, with good suggestions, and even if we are not able to take them on board today, I think they will be relevant for future iteration of this bill. Members have raised a number of questions, in fact, many questions, and I thought I will take them thematically, as Mos Rahayu has done, but I beg your indulgence that I'm not going to be able to respond to every member's specific question, nor I suspect would you want me to. But let me quickly recap the fundamentals of this, what this bill seeks to achieve, to set it in perspective. The OSC is set up as an independent agency to provide quick relief and can grant directions quickly in respect of platforms, something that today, if you wanted to do with the platforms directly, you almost certainly would find that you have a huge hurdle to scale. Second, we provide, in complementary to that, a private remedy framework by way of the statutory torts. The law on torts itself is not new. Is established and the jurisprudence is well established, but to allow victims, individuals, to avail themselves of that framework is something that is new and novel. Finally, the end-user identification, which supports the tortious framework, because without understanding and knowing who it is, you can't bring the action. It is important to remember that we don't have any of these tools today. And this bill, therefore, in my view, will create a low barrier and accessible framework for victims to obtain remedies. In many ways, this has democratized relief for victims. And as I respond to questions, I'd like to say that I hope we can keep it that way, because it is a key design feature, as I said at the outset, for this bill to be speedy, to be efficacious, and to allow there to be a low barrier to getting the relief obtained. And I think we would like to keep it that way as far as possible. And I like the way in which Mr. Shell Taha and Mr. Seo Chen put it. Give it space to grow up, build up, and let it take off. And I think that's what exactly we would like to see it do. Many members spoke about the statutory torts framework, and I will respond to this as much as I can. The courts have contended with issues of establishing liability, quantifying damages, enforcing judgments for as long as the law of torts has existed. And it is not going to be a novel area in which they look at the way you assess breach of duty, the way in which you assess proof for damages, and also whether the damage is foreseeable or too remote. But I think the speeches have put the different issues that are at tension with one another into perspective. On the one hand, Ms. Eliza Chen made a very thoughtful speech and cautioned against over-censorship, that administrators and platforms might then remove content too readily. On the other hand, Mr. Henry Kwek said, but we should be careful not to allow this to be weaponized. Ms. Hertingru also said that over-censorship is already happening today. People today are already, in some cases, withdrawing from social media entirely. So you can see the tension pulling in different directions. What this bill tries to do is to set up a framework that allows individual relief, but also one which allows you to go to a third party, in this case the OSC, for quick relief by a regulator. Now, on top of that, I want to also emphasize that this bill is, however, not intended to remove discourse. You take, for example, the explanatory statement on incitement of enmity. You will see in there that we have specifically provided in the explanatory statement that when you have statements that express an opinion, you're free to do so, even if they may be an opinion on the law or on government policy. That alone, an opinion, is not something that would fall foul of the provisions of this bill. Neither is expressing a person's belief or practices of a group of persons inconsistent with another set of beliefs something that will fall foul of this bill. It would not. It is you are entitled to your views, expressing your opinion, and pursuing discourse as much as you can, as long as you keep to ensuring that you don't fall into one of the buckets of online harms. To do this, we have carefully calibrated the statutory tort framework, and I thought I would just reiterate in answer to members' questions how this framework is designed to work. First, we are dealing with online harms with a very clearly defined threshold. There's a formula that is set out in the bill, and in respect of all the online harms, the OSC must make an assessment, and the statutory tortious framework must reach that standard. Those are the duties that are set out in this bill. And those duties, you must fall below those duties before it becomes actionable. So there's a threshold that's fairly clear-cut. And in fact, many of them, you will find that these standards are not inconsistent with what the platforms self-profess to be their standards as well. Second, I think members will know that there is no criminal offense or liability or criminal punishment for the online harm. This is not the design architecture of this bill. When there's an online harm, OSC determines it, it then makes a direction as may be appropriate, one of the directions as may be appropriate. Third, by and large, liability under this statutory tortious framework is compensatory. It seeks to compensate victims, sometimes for loss of earnings, sometimes for distress, but it is compensatory in nature by and large. And to Mr. Henry Quek's question, the courts will know when a case is frivolous or taken on trivial or unmeritorious grounds. It's well established. There are cost consequences. There are ways in which you can stop a vexatious litigant. Fourth, liability for platforms is conditional on them receiving proper notice. We designed that framework because we don't expect the platforms to trawl the internet, trawl the social media to look out for these harms. But once you get notice, then that duty arises. That duty arises, and you then have to act in a manner in which that duty will be commensurate with the remedy. Mr. Pritam Singh made the point about what is reasonable, and I think the honourable member talked about an illustration and asked whether a prompt means it must be forthwith and so on. We have put the formula as reasonable because in some cases you can simply disable access with a flick of a switch. Now in that situation, then unless you have some other reason why you can't do that, excuse me, very quickly, then otherwise we expect the time frame to be much shorter. In other situations where you might take a bit more time to comply with the order and some steps might be taken, you might have to make some inquiries, or there are some technological issues or challenges, then the framework that we have for reasonable allows the court to take all that into account. And so it's not a single standard. We're not able to say it must be X number of days in every case, but reasonable in the context of the particular circumstance of that case. Fifth, we will prescribe the contents and mode of service of these notices. I know many members have talked about, is it going to be difficult to fill up? Is it going to be something that we will have to go back and forth with the platforms? The answer is, as far as we can, we will prescribe the contents and the way in which you would do service of these notices, so that you have almost like a fixed framework of information that you will have to provide, and once the platforms receive it, they will have to respond to this. I know what the honourable member, Ms. Chen, said about how there might be an overreaction. Platforms might then be a bit more conscious when dealing with online harms. So in many ways, I would say it's not a bad thing, that with this framework, the platforms, the administrators, the communicators, there is a pause for thought to think about whether an item crosses the threshold or not, and whether you should be doing it. And I think that is the kind of mindset that we hope to build, for everyone to be a little bit more conscious, not self-censor in the way which I told you. All opinions are welcome, discourse is welcome, but to have a care, to think about it one more time, whether that is something that passes muster for online harm. And I think if we have to take a second look and thereby improving protections for users and for potential victims, then I think we have achieved something. Mr. David Ho, Mr. Sharil Taha, Ms. Lee Hui Ying, and Ms. Herting Roo observed that some claimants might lack the means to pursue a claim. Let me just put it in perspective. We have introduced this now as an additional avenue for victims to pursue this claim. Previously, on whatever resources you might have, it is not possible. But today, you now have an additional framework. We will always, in the context of how we discuss and enhance access to justice, we will have people who fall at the margins and may not be able to be well-resourced enough to pursue the claim. In those cases, my ministry at the MinLaw will continue to work on access to justice principles to ensure that those who deserve assistance, whether through legal aid, with the usual means and merits tests, or Pro Bono SG, or the community law centers, or various other legal clinics or pro bono schemes around Singapore, we will continue to support these schemes and ensure that those who are at the end of the spectrum, who are unable to have resources to pursue their own claim, will not be left by the wayside. In many ways, that is, just as an aside, that's precisely why we've also created the OSC framework, that it is simple, really cost-efficient, and fast. You don't have to pursue a claim in court to get the immediate relief of having the takedown or right of response or any other of the measures that OSC can prescribe. I note that Ms. Herting Roo talked about the prospect of engaging in court proceedings will be daunting for victims and asked what simplified processes could be introduced. In a similar vein, Ms. Lee Hui Ying made the same point and talked about a small claims tribunal. I am not immediately currently persuaded that a small claims tribunal is set up to investigate and hear tortious claims like this, but the points are taken, and we will see whether there is a way in which we can introduce a simplified framework and process that will be able to handle these cases, as particularly the simpler ones, much quicker and much more cost efficient. Mr. David Ho suggested that it should be easy for victims to send online harm notices to them and avoid unnecessary information. I covered this earlier. I'll just make one other point. We will also be working with the platforms to ensure that the process is straightforward and accessible. So we'll be designing this process with them in mind. They will tell us what is it that they need to identify the harm appropriately, and we'll work with them as well to design this into the information that will be needed to trigger the process with the platforms. Mr. David Ho and I think Ms. Cassandra Lee asked whether non-monetary damages or losses can be considered under the bill's framework, the statutory tort framework. The short answer is yes. The claimants are not limited to monetary compensation. And indeed, many of the harms that is contemplated in this bill, they lead to, whether it's harassment or intimate image abuse, they lead to distress and humiliation. And the bill does empower the court to grant damages as it thinks just and equitable. Of course, the usual tortious principles, as I outlined earlier, will have to apply. Is it foreseeable? Is it too remote? And so on. Ms. Cassandra Lee asked if the identifying information of victims who commence civil proceedings can be automatically redacted. I would say that whilst redaction is appropriate in some cases, there will also be many where it would not be. And I think you got to put it in context. You are now having to face a civil suit, and you have to understand and know who is bringing the claim. And so in most cases, I think that would not be the case. Not all, but most cases. And once an assessment has to be made as to whether it is appropriate, then an automatic redaction upfront would not be suitable for this scheme. Mr. Ng Shu Xuan and Ms. Tin Pei Ling asked for clarification on how the statutory torts framework in AUSTRA might interact with that in POHA. Let me just quickly explain this. Victims of harassment, doxing, and stalking should continue to sue the communicator or bring action under POHA. And I made the point in my opening speech that we will provide for remedies against the administrator and the platforms for these harms under OSRA. We did consider, but ultimately decided not to subsume the POHA statutory torts under OSRA. Harassment, doxing, and stalking under POHA all have offline dimensions to it as well, which continue to call for protection and is therefore necessary to preserve this. OSRA deals with online harms, so we thought it would be more expedient and better coverage to not subsume that under OSRA. Mr. Ng also suggested that guidance be issued to help parties understand the interaction. We will do so. I noted what you said, having a healthy online culture, and I think that's what we would like to promote. The OSC and the courts provide complementary avenues for victims to obtain protection from online harms. Some members ask, what happens if there are inconsistencies? In most cases, victims will want to use the OSC's directions at the first instance. It's, as I said, it's quick, it's fast, swift relief. Many might consider to go further. For example, you might need to seek an injunction from the courts. Like OSC directions, injunctions are also intended to be quick and can protect the victim. But for tort claims, claims in court, it seeks to impose a civil liability on the other party. And so for these reasons, the courts are better placed to address such cases, which sometimes will need a more complex evaluation of the evidential positions on both sides, and also considering the legal position and the arguments of parties. Mr. Quek asked what happens if the OSC and the courts take a different view on whether an online harm occurred. The decisions of the OSC and the court will not bind the other. The former is an administrative decision by an agency, and the latter is a matter of law decided by the judiciary. But the OSC may take the court's decision, and after a while, a body of case law and jurisprudence into account. I mean, it's nothing to stop the OSC from having regard to the body of jurisprudence over time, developed as a result of this framework. And the OSC is empowered to also revisit past decisions and to vary or cancel them to the extent relevant or appropriate. Mr. Andre Loh asked whether the OSC would be bound by Minister's clarifications made in the House today. Sir, it is usual that parliamentary attention, as discerned from the debates that we have engaged in and as recorded in Hansard, this can and should be taken into account when interpreting the bill. And this is not just by the OSC, but also by the courts at a subsequent juncture when construing the interpretation and construction of a particular provision in this bill. Ms. Valerie Lee asked whether the right of reply directions which OSC may issue are intended to complement civil remedies for defamation. Short answer is yes, and it is because they serve different purposes. Currently, a successful claim in defamation provides compensation for reputational loss. But as I said at the outset, not all victims want that financial compensation. They don't want just to go to court for monetary compensation. And we've learned this from many consultations from the stakeholders. Instead, many of them want to set the record straight as quickly as possible before their reputation is further harmed. And that's where the right of reply mechanism meets this need. And victims can choose to pursue either or both remedies. And I would say that it is not a prerequisite to seek a right of reply direction first before commencing court proceedings for defamation. But the court may consider the claimant's duty to mitigate loss. And if an avenue is available for you to have a right of reply and you don't trigger that for good reason, then that might be taken into account as part of the claimant's duty to mitigate. Several members asked questions about the balance between the desire to ensure accountability of wrongdoers and the need to safeguard personal information. This is under the end user information. Let me explain the framework in this context. In my opening speech, I covered the safeguards to ensure that information disclosed is not misused. The OSC may impose any condition in disclosing the information, including limiting the use of the information to the approved purpose. Further, any misuse of information may be an actionable wrong in itself. So, for example, if the victim uses the information to dox the perpetrator, that may be an offense under POHA. It may also be an offense under OSRA. These safeguards would protect the information disclosed and prevent misuse. The foregoing answers the questions of Dr. Wan Rizal, Mr. Henry Quek, and Ms. Mariam Jaafar. Mr. Henry Quek also asked about the OSC's directions under the end-user identification measures and how they interact with PDPA. The short point is that the obligations imposed by the PDPA do not prevent platforms from complying with the OSC's directions. Ms. Eileen Chong also asked I think, similar questions on the end user identification. Apart from what I've just said, I would like to refer to Clause 53, which allows conditions by the OSC to be set in the course of providing information. I know Ms. Chong, the Honourable Member Ms. Chong said that these proposals have, and I quote you, real value, and I thank you for that. But that giving information to the victim is a one-way door. That's also correct. But likewise, posting an online harm online to the world is also a one-way door. And so the question for us really is, with most of the issues in this bill, is to grapple with the right balance to be struck. On the one hand, you have information or a post to the world that is harmful. On the other hand, you're getting information that might be subject to conditions, and there are also consequences of which, some of which are penal in nature if you misuse it. So we believe overall that this provides the right balance to redress the victim's harm, provide an avenue to pursue the action. Without the identity, you can't pursue the action, and also ensure that the information is not used in a collateral way. So I hope that answers Ms. Chong's question. Mr. Henry Quek noted that some anonymous perpetrators may abandon their account when a platform subsequently, after finding out that there's an online harm, attempts to collect their identity through the collection notice. Sir, that's possible. In such cases, the reality is that the information will then not be collected, and both the OSC and victims will then not be able to identify the perpetrator. But we did consider what the alternative would be. And the alternative would be to require all platforms to collect all information upfront, regardless of whether or not anyone has conducted online harm. And as I said at the outset, the vast majority of users will not fall in that category. So it would inconvenience and in some cases perhaps add an additional hurdle, and there's also a burden on platforms. So taking into account, as I said earlier, that balance, we decided that we will require the platforms to do so once we've established the online harm. And we know that with doing that, there is a real risk that in some cases they will just abandon. But at the very least, with the provisions that the OSC has under this bill, OSC will be able to take action to deal with the harm being continued online. So I believe I've covered most of the points. I would just want to address Mr. Lowe's point about Clause 4. I think you raised a point about Clause 4. The general position in law is that the government is not bound by legislation unless it provides expressly for that to be so. And in Clause 4, Mr. Lowe will be aware that neither the government will be bound by this legislation, nor can the government avail itself of this legislation. So on that basis, we don't think that it is suitable to include the government either way, and for the reasons that we've set out in the explanatory statement. And I hope that answers your question. So I think that's really all the questions. And as I said, I apologize if I've not been able to go into the specifics, but I think what I've said on both end-user information and the statutory thought framework elucidates our thinking behind those two measures in this bill. And we ask for members' support because, like Mos Rahayu, I believe that this will be a game changer in the online space, not just in what we do online, but it will translate into how we interact with one another offline as well. With that, sir, thank you very much.
Mos Rahayu.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a clarification regarding my speech earlier. I had made reference to Ms. Elisa Chen's speech, and I note that she actually did not ask about how defamation interacts with the harm of publication of statements harmful to reputation and how OSC will ascertain disproportionality of OIDH. Instead, my reply actually addresses the general point on how victims can put out a reply quickly to protect their reputation and how it interacts with other laws. And I shed further on the threshold for online instigation of disproportionate harm.
Thank you. Now can I invite Minister Josephine Teo?
Speaker, I thank all members who have spoken on the bill for your thoughtful comments and suggestions. Minister Edwin Tong and Minister of State Rahayu have responded to all of your comments comprehensively. Let me share just a few more observations about the overall thrust of the debate today. The first observation is that members agree no one should be beyond accountability when their actions harm others. Ms. Mariam Jafar was most emphatic about it. The stories shared by members today illustrate the mental toll that victims of online harms experience. They are visceral and emotional, and it is why it is so important to help victims get closure through restitution. It goes to the heart of the OSCE's mission to provide timely, effective, and accessible relief for victims of online harms. My second observation, sir, is that members recognize the complexity and tensions within the online sphere. Online interactions and the nuances of harmful activities can shift and evolve rapidly. No two cases of online harms will be the same. Every hour that passes by makes a difference to victims. This is why the OSCE's work will be very challenging. Mr. Xie Yaoquan posits that it will also be voluminous. The government has explained how the OSCE's processes strike a balance between speed and due process, efficiency and effectiveness. As much as possible, we will rely on clear criteria for action. We will also provide avenues for independent review of decisions so that outcomes are consistent and fair. Our framework will hold all stakeholders accountable, from platforms to perpetrators, for the safety of users. The OSCE will not be undertaking this work alone. We have regularly worked together with our network of partners. Many have been on this journey with us since the beginning. The bill itself has been years in the making. At every stage, local community organizations and advocates provided valuable insights that shaped our approach. Feedback from industry stakeholders further refined our framework. I'm heartened they see Singapore as a determined yet pragmatic regulator. I also hope they will continue to actively contribute to improving online safety. The OSCE will draw upon the extensive experience and expertise of our partners. It is essential to how we navigate the evolving digital landscape. It will also help us improve our practices and stay responsive to victims' needs. My third observation is that members agree the OSCE must earn the trust of Singaporeans that it is effective and impartial. There are different thresholds for acting on online harmful activities that may occur. The Commissioner and the OSCE have the delicate job of assessing reports and issuing directions on a case-by-case basis. We need to consider, for example, that what causes distress to a child may not be distressing to an adult. Mr. Sharil Taha, Ms. Eileen Chong, Ms. Eliza Chen, and Mr. Alex Yeo have rightly pointed these out. We may adopt a victim-led approach to filing reports, but OSCE will need clear guidelines, adequate oversight, and accountability mechanisms. This is so that all parties, whether victims, alleged perpetrators, platforms, and administrators, know that the OSCE makes its assessment based on objective criteria. The OSCE's directions should only go so far to protect any immediate or further harm to victims. It should not be seen to be taking the side of one party over another. This is important whether or not political personalities are involved. Trust in the OSCE's objectivity and fairness will be critical to its success. MOS Rahayu has explained how the OSCE will take an objective approach in assessing online harms. These thresholds are not met simply because someone says they feel offended by the content, no matter who that someone is. Clear definitions of each harm have been provided in the bill, supported by explanatory notes and illustrations. Mr. Alex Yeo, and Mr. Fu Zhexiang acknowledged and agree with this approach. In time, the OSC will also publish guidelines on factors that it will consider in its decision-making. This is important to aid public understanding. The transparency also ensures that the OSC's decisions can be held to clear standards. It is a necessary safeguard for fairness and consistency. I hope these assurances address Ms. Chong's concerns on the independence of the Commissioner. To Mr. Pritam Singh's question on the use of ministerial directions, I would like to assure him that there is no intent to issue directions to interfere in the day-to-day workings of the Commissioner in specific cases. An example of a type of direction that may be provided for is on resource prioritization for the Office of the Commissioner of Online Safety. At this juncture, let me also thank Ms. Herting-Ru for her proposed amendments to the bill. Over the years, many MPs have given suggestions on strengthening online safety for Singaporeans. The government has welcomed them. I spoke about this when I opened the debate. As with all well-intentioned suggestions, the government's approach is to review them carefully and rationally. MOS Rahayu and Minister Edwin have comprehensively addressed why the amendments filed by Ms. He are either already provided for in the bill or could inadvertently limit the work of the OSC in providing relief for the victims. For instance, we agree that public interest is an important factor. In fact, the bill provides that the Commissioner may consider it. But making public interest an overriding exemption could inadvertently provide a shield to bad online actors. Ms. Tin Pei Ling underscored this risk. Under the pretext of public interest, these bad actors can continue to undermine victims' recourse. To be clear, the government has no disagreement with the intent behind Ms. He's amendments. We will also operationalize the law in the same spirit. But as with any law, we must strike a careful balance between being specific to make the law clear and operable and being too specific as to inadvertently make the law less effective. MDDI and MinLaw have tried to get this balance right. OSC has both the latitude to act quickly and the duty to act responsibly within clear bounds. In designing the OSC's remit, we have taken every care to scope it precisely, proportionately, and as practicably as we can, so that it fulfills its mission. The OSC will learn from experience, continually refine its processes, and always strive to do better. It will continue to monitor and report on its progress, refining the system openly as needed. We welcome the Workers' Party's shared interest in ensuring that the OSC is well positioned to achieve its objectives. Our end goals are aligned. We all want better support for victims of online harms. I hope members will agree that our priority is to allow the OSC to focus on building its capabilities, clarifying its policies, and cultivating its partnerships. It will take time, and things may not work perfectly at first. But, step by step, we will get it right. I thank Mr. Singh for stating that the Workers' Party supports the bill. If the Workers' Party agrees, I hope it will also consider withdrawing its amendments. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
It's time for clarifications. Ms. Herting-Ru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Workers' Party still believes that the amendments we tabled would enhance the effectiveness of our laws in working for victims of online harms while providing careful consideration for the bill's powers. We disagree that these changes will cause the protection regime to be problematic or toothless. Nevertheless, I am grateful that we have had the chance to have a debate on these important issues and to the office holders who have provided substantial clarifications. I think we all agree that the legislation covering online harms is very much something that will need continued review, refinement, and development as the scale and nature of online harm shifts alongside changes in technology and our society. On MOS Rahayu's point that the Broadcasting Act covers the two categories of harmful online activity covered by our proposed amendments, we note that the Broadcasting Act does not allow victims to seek a swift recourse. As I stated earlier, both these categories were also rated by respondents as the most egregious of harms, and thus we believe that they should be explicitly covered. Regardless, IMDA should work with the new agency under the bill and study the types of reports received, emerging trends, and effectiveness of the Broadcasting Act. And we believe that victims should more appropriately lodge a report to the OSC, not IMDA, to seek redress, and for the OSC to issue directions and orders fast. Additionally, the Broadcasting Act is more of governance for entities, which does not provide recourse for victims. Also, I believe that the new agency's powers are wider and contain more remedies that will be available to victims. Thus, would the MOS clarify how our concerns outlined above will be addressed?
MOS Rahayu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank member for her further question. As I've explained in my opening speech as well as my response, the nature of this particular bill is really in a form of a victim-led and in the form of a manner in which there are certain specified online harms that are created as a result of that interaction online. In the case of the sexual grooming, for example, as explained, if the victim actually realizes that he or she is being affected and there are actions that are causing harassment, alarm, distress, or humiliation, and that there's content for the OSC to act upon, we can still act upon it. So it is really just the nature of which you're describing that action, because sexual grooming in itself is a whole transaction and it is a crime that can be dealt with better with the penal code. With regards to the materials that are online, if the materials are something that is causing harassment, distress, alarm and humiliation to the victim, that person can file to OSC and we will address it. So it is really a function of whether the victim sees a particular content that is triggering certain characteristics pursuant to this bill, they can pursue it through the OSC. The other point I would make is that the OSC, we are taking a no wrong door approach, no wrong door policy with the OSC. So in the event some of these issues are raised to the OSC will assess it and make appropriate references to make sure that the appropriate help is given to the victims.
Mr. Andrea Low.
Thank you, Speaker. My clarification is directed to Minister of State Rahayu. So I just have a quick clarification to make. In addressing a point made by Honourable Member Ms. Elisa Chen, I believe Minister of State stated that Ms. Chen would also be assured to know that it's still possible for persons who are still dissatisfied with the decisions of the appeal committee to seek to challenge it in the courts by way of judicial review. We will provide more details on the process at the later time. So I just wanted to clarify if MOS Rahayu is still referring to the existing statutory power of the courts to exercise supervisory jurisdiction over executive actions, or is this envisaged as a distinct process?
MOS Rahayu.
I am referring to the existing power of judicial review.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick clarification. I'm assuming this will be to Minister Tong. On one of the clarifications I had sought, I thank the Minister for addressing a number of those that I had put out. The point about the Online Criminal Harms Act, a sister legislation, and the directions that the the implementation direction that the government had issued to Facebook on their measures against scams. I think they had a timeline that was first end of September, then end of October. I asked that question actually not specific to that, but just to have a better understanding of how the platforms will respond to the bill the government seeks to pass today. As an example, handout 2 states the platform, a victim will essentially go to the platform at first instance, except in a few different circumstances, and these pertain to intimate image abuse, doxing, image-based child abuse. That one you go straight to OSC. In the first case, trying to understand from a victim's perspective, how quick can we expect the platforms to respond to victims of online harm? I think this aspect of it is really the substance of that particular clarification, where I sought to understand how promptly and the extent to which the social media platforms would be able to comply.
Minister Edwin Tong.
Thank you, sir. I understand where the leader of the opposition is coming from. I will provide information on the first question, because that's not the subject of OSRA. But I think on your more general point, the question really is this. 2 points. First, as I mentioned, we did have extensive consultations, including with the platforms. The idea here is, obviously, we don't want to devise a framework and a scheme that would be unworkable and inoperable, practically speaking. So we have been consulting with them. I mean, if truth be told, and you start from blank canvas and you ask the platforms, would they want to see a bill like this? The answer probably is no, if they had a choice. But we were quite determined to ensure that there would be a bill of this nature, and a bill of this nature would not have the teeth if it didn't involve the platforms and have powers over the platforms. And I think they quickly understood that. So we have been working with them. There will be differences of views on what can be done, what can't be done, but we've navigated a path forward, and we will continue to do so. To your point about how quickly it can be done in this case, I'd like to say that all of the provisions, they work with one another. The OSC, on the one hand, the statutory tort framework on the other. And bear in mind that in the statutory tort framework, we have now prescribed, in the case of platforms, administrators, communicators, tortious duties that are triggered from the time they get notice. So unlike in the past, where you can get notice, and you heard what Minister Joe said earlier about the requests from individuals being ignored, in the case sometimes 5 days or more, it won't happen here, because the time runs from when they get the notice, and thereafter their conduct as to what's reasonable will be measured by how easy it is to disable in the case. If it's very easy, then it should be very quick, as I mentioned earlier. Or if there's some reasons why they can't do it so expeditiously, all that will be taken into account. But the conduct, they can't sit on it. The conduct from the time they receive notice will be under scrutiny. And in a way, that statutory tort framework complements the OSC framework in ensuring that the platforms respond, react, and do something about the harm that is complained of.
Are there further clarifications from the ministers? No, just to be clear, Ms. He Ting-Ru, you're not withdrawing the amendments, right? All right, thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Online Safety, Relief and Accountability Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, members, this committee stage will be a rather long one, so please bear with me. Clauses 1 and 2. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 3. There is an amendment. Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Chairman, I move the amendment to Clause 3 standing in my name as indicated in the order paper supplement. The reasons for the amendment have been addressed in my speech during the debate on the second reading of the bill.
As the amendment to Clause 3 is related and interdependent with new Clause A and new Clause B, I shall allow the debate on the amendment to Clause 3 to range over new Clause A and new Clause B. Ms. Hertingru, is there anything else you would like to add to the debate? You're entitled to speak. Not that I'm asking you to speak, but you're entitled to speak if you wish to make any additional points.
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is as proposed by the member. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The original Clause 3 is now before the House. The question is that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 4 to 8. The question is that clauses 4 to 8, inclusive, stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 9, there is an amendment. Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Chairman, I move the amendment to Clause 9 standing in my name as indicated in the order paper supplement. The reasons for the amendment have been addressed in my speech during the debate on the second reading of the bill.
The question is as proposed by the member. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The original Clause 9 is now before the House. The question is that Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 10. The question is that Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 11. There is an amendment. Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Chairman, I move the amendment to Clause 11 standing in my name as indicated in the order paper supplement. The reasons for the amendment have been addressed in my speech during the debate on the second reading of the bill.
The question is as proposed by the member. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The original Clause 11 is now before the House. The question is that Clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 12 to 18. The question is that clauses 12 to 18 inclusive stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 19. There is an amendment. Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Chairman, I move the amendment to Clause 19 standing in my name as indicated in the order paper supplement. The reasons for the amendment have been addressed in my speech during the debate on the second reading of the bill.
The question is as proposed by the member. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The original Clause 19 is now before the House. The question is that Clause 19 stands part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 20 to 25. The question is that clauses 20 to 25 inclusive stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 26. There is an amendment. Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Chairman, I move the amendment to Clause 26 standing in my name as indicated in the order paper supplement. The reasons for the amendment have been addressed in my speech during the debate on the second reading of the bill.
The question is as proposed by the member. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The original Clause 26 is now before the House. The question is that Clause 26 stands part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 27 to 62. The question is that clauses 27 to 62 inclusive stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 63. There is an amendment. Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Chairman, I move the amendment to Clause 63 standing in my name as indicated in the order paper supplement. The reasons for the amendment have been addressed in my speech during the debate on the second reading of the bill.
The question is as proposed by the member. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The original Clause 63 is now before the House. The question is that Clause 63 stands part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 64 to 111. The question is that clauses 64 to 111 inclusive stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. New Clause A. Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Chairman, I introduce a new clause entitled Publication of Online Material Encouraging or Promoting Suicide or an Act of Deliberate Self-Injury.
Publication of online material encouraging or promoting suicide or an act of deliberate self-injury.
Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the clause be read a second time. The reasons for the new clause have been addressed in my speech during the debate on the second reading of the bill.
The question is that the clause be read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. New Clause B. Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Chairman, I introduce a new clause entitled Sexual Grooming of Any Person Below 18 Years of Age or Vulnerable Adults.
Sexual grooming of any person below 18 years of age or vulnerable adults.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Hertingru. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the clause be read a second time.
The question is that the clause be read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. New Clause C. Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Chairman, I introduce a new clause entitled Appeal to General Division of High Court.
appeal to General Division of High Court.
Ms. Hertingru?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the clause be read a second time. The reasons for the new clause have been addressed in my speech during the debate on the second reading of the bill.
The question is that the clause be read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. New clause D. Ms. Hertingru?
Mr. Chairman, I introduce a new clause entitled Risk Assessment, Reporting and Accessibility.
Risk Assessment, Reporting and Accessibility.
Ms. Hertingru?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the clause be read a second time. The reasons for the new clause have been addressed in my speech during the debate on the second reading of the bill.
The question is that the clause be read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. New clause E. Ms. Hertingru?
Mr. Chairman, I introduce new clause E.
New clause E.
Ms. Hertingru?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the clause be read a second time. The reasons for the new clause have been addressed in my speech during the debate on the second reading of the bill.
The question is that the clause be read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The schedule. The question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for Digital Development and Information.
Speaker, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Online Safety Relief and Accountability Bill.
Leader? Our Deputy Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Ms. Polisan?
Mr. Speaker, I must first thank members for staying back for this adjournment motion, despite this late hour. In this adjournment motion, I will outline the significance of the problem of microplastics, the need for sacrifice from all of us to address it, and to propose 2 carrots that the government could implement to reduce single-use plastics. Doing so will not only be good for the environment, it will make a material impact on our health. Plastics are artificial beings called into reality by humans. Often, they are used only once, but live forever. Today, we are living with the disastrous consequences of global plastic waste because of its non-biodegradable nature. Plastics poses a significant threat to wildlife when animals ingest plastics debris. Production of plastics relies heavily on fossil fuels and contributes significant greenhouse gas emissions. burning plastics releases toxic chemicals into the environment. The damage to our health from microplastics leaching is even more urgent and deadly. Microplastics enter our body because of what we eat and drink. We breathe them in and absorb them through skin contact. Some researchers show that we are probably ingesting the weight of a plastic credit card every week without realizing it. When we drink from low-quality, single-use plastic cups or microwave food wrapped in plastics, we are sprinkling microplastics into our food and drinks. While the research on microplastics and their health impact is still developing, there is significant evidence that microplastics are related to health issues in the gastrointestinal, respiratory, reproductive, cardiovascular, and autoimmune system. According to a recent release by Harvard School of Public Health, microplastic exposure can lead to damage to cells, DNA, and the immune response. Observational studies have shown an association of microplastics with increased risk of heart attack, stroke, dementia, or even early death. We need action on two fronts. First, internationally, everyone on this planet, countries, businesses, people, need to limit plastic pollution and to find environmentally safe alternative. Second, on the individual consumer front, we can and should make changes to our habits and lifestyles to reduce the use of single-use plastics in Singapore. Here, let me speak about two carrots. The first carrot is to incentivize reuse of plastics. First, let me talk about why reuse and not recycle. Reuse is always greener than recycle, but in the case of plastics, especially so. Singapore's plastics recycling rate is a dismal 5%. This single-digit phenomenon is not just prevalent in Singapore, but also in the United States and many other countries. It is not the fault of NEA nor Singaporeans. It is just an intractable economics problem because it simply costs more to recycle plastics than to produce new plastic products. Global plastics production jumped from 234 million tons in year 2000 to 435 million tons in year 2020, and is expected to jump by another 70% by year 2040. Last year, in Singapore alone, we produced 957,000 tons of plastic waste, and about 4 in 10 items are single-use plastics. Since plastic recycling rate is very low at around 5%, even if we double plastics recycling, 9 in 10 items will still become trash. Hence, there is an urgent need to step up upstream prevention. And this is the real solution in the long run. Economics also fails for single-use plastics because the price does not reflect its true cost. Because when we include the cost of removal to collect, transport, and burn, plus the cost of carbon emissions to the environment, the real costs are actually much higher. It's just that they are unpriced or not paid directly by consumers, unless we count the price of poor health. Government, businesses, and communities can work together to encourage and incentivize businesses to offer reuse solutions. In every household, many consumer items can be stored in reusable containers, and if there are more options for refill stations for common household items such as laundry detergents, dishwashing liquids, or even hair and body shampoos, especially if they're offered at a discounted price, consumers will be motivated to switch to reusable options. This shift in consumer behavior would directly cut down the use of single-use plastics. One good ground-up commercial solution is the EcoWorks vending machine that dispenses laundry detergent and washing liquids. Residents save money too, as the average cost of $3 per litre is about 20 to 30% cheaper than individually packed ones. I'm happy to share that 4 out of 8 members in the GPC for Sustainability and Environment have implemented the EcoWorks vending machines in their respective constituencies. The residents of my colleagues, Mr. Fu Cexiang, Ms. Valerie Lee, Mr. Ng Shixian, and myself, have been enjoying the convenience and cost savings from refilling laundry detergents and washing liquids into their own bottles. I call for the government to do more to support startups with environmentally friendly and commercially scalable ideas. Currently, NEA's 3R instruments have strong collection and recycling levers. I recommend an explicit prevention and reuse pillar with budget lines for pilot siting, rental offsets, measurement, reporting, and verification, as well as community engagement. I ask NEA to consider grant schemes to incentivize reuse solutions on top of its current emphasis on recycle and waste collection. The 3R Fund, Eco Fund, and related grant schemes should also recognize measurable avoidance, so prevention is funded on outcomes, just like in the case of recycling tonnage. Recently, it was reported that 84 paper SG recycle bins were removed due to lack of sponsors. The government could consider reclassifying some of these recycling points into reuse or refill points as waste prevention infrastructure so that public sites can host them under green allocations. Such reuse or refilling points would help to reduce packaging upstream, avoiding what would otherwise go into the blue recycling bins or the green general waste bins. I hope the Minister for Sustainability and Environment will consider this request and review the scope of its incentive schemes. The second carrot is to incentivize BYO, or the acronym for Bring Your Own. Businesses in support of sustainability have put their money where their mouth is to reduce single-use plastic cups. For instance, customers of Starbucks and Toastbox who bring their own cups will enjoy savings of 60 cents and 10 cents respectively for their beverages. This practice is a 4-time winner because customers save money, businesses enjoy green branding, governments spend less on waste collection and incineration, and toxic waste and CO2 on our planet is reduced. In August, a BYO campaign was started in NUS campus to encourage the community to bring their own cups, bottles, and tumblers. Previously, a takeaway drink would cost $1.70, whereas it is now $1.90 if a disposable cup is used. If one brings his or her own cup, one would get a 60 cents discount, making it $1.30. This BYO campaign is supported by all 9 food courts and canteens across the entire campus. 3 months in, many students have started to bring their own cups, so they feel that this discount has incentivized them to reduce plastic waste, and they are quite happy about the money they are saving. This is a positive example of how concerted efforts by NUS and their business partners can change consumer behavior. The government and businesses can certainly do a lot more to accelerate the BYO movement. I would call for all our coffee shop and food court chains to join in this BYO movement to give a discount to customers who bring their own cups. After all, for every cup that is not used, the drink stores will also save on their operating costs. The government could also encourage large F&B chains and public venues such as malls, campuses, and hawker centers to adopt returnable cups and containers for dine-in customers. Where feasible, they should track return rate and litter reduction metrics. The government can give a carrot to reward businesses that are pro-health and pro-environment. This carrot will hardly cost the government any resource. I would ask the Singapore Food Agency to consider adding a new criterion in their food hygiene recognition scheme. A green mark rating could be given to F&B operators that adopt environmentally friendly measures, such as offering BYO discounts to customers or use sustainable packaging materials. This green mark rating will be an effective differentiator for discerning customers who care about the planet and their health, and saving some money will be a bonus. From 1st April 2026, NEA will roll out the Beverage Containers Return Scheme. This is a good scheme to incentivize recycling and reduce waste by returning 10 cents for each plastic or metal container returned to the reverse vending machines. Hopefully, over time, there will be fewer plastic bottles and metal can trash on our streets. More importantly, I hope the BCRS will boost our dismal plastics recycling rate. We also need to drive greater consumer awareness about the harmful effect and impact of single-use plastics to both our environment and our health. Perhaps what we need now is a new slogan to reignite the BYO movement. It could go like this: BYO, a greener planet, a healthier you. I was recently in Switzerland. The streets and the lakes are clean, and there was hardly any trash. In cafes and supermarkets, few items were placed inside plastic containers. People bring along their own cups and bottles. The BYO culture is a big part of the Swiss society. Back in 1984, our then Prime Minister, Mr. Goh Chok Tong, had set a target for Singapore to meet the Swiss standard of living. In terms of GDP per capita, we have indeed caught up with the Swiss. But in terms of our respect for the environment, I think we will need to do more. I hope our government and our people will continue to strive towards the Swiss standard of sustainability. In fact, a standard of living will be better measured in health and sustainability than it is by GDP, because all the wealth in the world cannot buy back ruined health nor a damaged environment. So I hope the government will carefully consider my two proposals. In fact, we should continue to incentivize and implement more good ideas that will drive the reduction of single-use plastics in our society. Additionally, with less trash generated, the cost of waste collection and incineration will reduce. The savings should be plowed back to promote more circular economy solutions. This move will not come without sacrifice, inconvenience, time spent, old habits disrupted, new behavior and change is seldom welcome. But it will be worthwhile. Every big change starts with a single small act. Ultimately, it's our choice. I choose good health and a green environment over the convenience of single-use plastics. I hope more Singaporeans will make the same choice, and I call for our government to make the right policies that will help people make the right choice. Because the real carrots are not the two small ones I have outlined, but the innumerable benefits we reap in good health and a green planet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
SMS General.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Ms. Polisan for her interest, her passion, and her hard work on this important issue, and for urging us all to reduce our plastic waste. We share her concerns about the impact of waste and plastic waste in particular, and welcome her efforts to reduce, reuse, and recycle. She has highlighted areas where we can, and as a society, do more, and she has also made it clear that a key shift is necessary in our behavior. In my speech, I'll highlight the efforts that we're already making, as well as program funding that already supports initiatives to reduce waste. I would urge members of the House to encourage further participation in these programs by community stakeholders. Sir, the topic of plastic waste and pollution has been widely debated around the world. And each country has its own unique context and challenges. Let me start by setting the context for Singapore, as these directly shape what effective interventions would look like. In Singapore, we have a robust waste management system. All of our plastic waste is collected for disposal or recycling. Any waste that cannot be recycled is treated at our waste-to-energy incineration plants before the ash is sent to Semakau landfill. This robust waste management system and strict anti-littering regulations limit the leakage of plastic waste into our environment. One study found that about 97% of plastic waste found on Singapore's beaches originate from offshore sources. Ms. Polisan has a concern about the potential health impact of microplastics that leak into our environment. NEA, PUB, and the Singapore Food Agency, SFA, regularly monitor the latest scientific developments on this issue. Our agencies are also monitoring the levels of microplastics in our drinking water and our food. While we've been successful in limiting the leakage of plastics into the environment, managing our consumption and disposal of plastic remains a challenge. In 2024, almost 14% of all waste generated was plastics, with a large proportion being packaging and single-use plastics. Recycling of plastics is also low, with only 5% recycled in 2024. This, in turn, results in carbon emissions when we incinerate plastic waste. However, plastics serve many useful functions, and some will continue to be essential to our daily lives. For example, plastic packaging protects goods such as fresh foods from moisture, contamination, and damage. And in our daily lives, many of us also use plastic bags to dispose of our household waste. This is why our approach has been to reduce the use of disposables, minimize irresponsible consumption and improper disposal, and encourage reuse and recycling as much as possible. In line with this approach, the government has implemented several initiatives to promote individual behavioral change and help industry become more sustainable. Let me share about the initiatives and progress we have made, which span across the 3 Rs: reduce, reuse, and recycle. To encourage sustainable individual consumption patterns, we introduced the disposable carrier bag charge in 2023 to encourage shoppers to bring their own reusable bags when grocery shopping at supermarkets and hence reduce the use of disposables. A survey by the NEA a year after its implementation found that more than 90% of shoppers brought their own reusable bags, with supermarket operators reporting a 70 to 80% reduction in the number of disposable carrier bags issued. Industry is another key partner in our efforts, and we have a suite of measures to support industry in adopting and scaling up more sustainable practices. To build industry capability, we launched the Packaging Partnership Program, PPP, in 2021, and under this program, NEA conducts regular outreach sessions and training, supporting companies in adopting sustainable packaging waste management practices, such as improved design to optimize packaging size and weight. The PPP today has over 570 members and is an important platform for industry collaboration on sustainable packaging. These efforts have paid off. We have seen industry players stepping up in response. In March this year, the Alliance for Action on Packaging Waste Reduction for the e-commerce sector, which comprises 14 companies across the e-commerce supply chain, published a set of practical guidelines on sustainable e-commerce packaging. The guidelines provide a comprehensive list of practical 3R solutions for e-commerce, and this is a much-needed resource given the rapid growth of e-commerce in Singapore. Government efforts alone will not be enough. Reducing plastic waste is a shared mission, and this requires the participation of everyone. I'm heartened to hear Ms. Po's 2 suggestions to incentivize reuse and encourage BY or bring your own. We've worked with community members, NGOs, and businesses to implement similar ideas. To encourage more ground-up initiatives, we've launched the SG Eco Fund in 2020 to support community projects that aim to advance environmental sustainability, including those that reduce, reuse, and recycle waste. The SG Eco Fund complements other sources of funding provided by NEA, including the Closing the Resource Loop funding initiative, which promotes research and development on resource recovery solutions, and the 3R Fund, which supports organizations in the implementation of projects that reduce waste generation by promoting reuse or recycling systems. I'm glad to hear that Ms. Polisan and her colleagues are actively supporting ground-up commercial solutions that promote reuse, such as refill services for laundry detergent. I would like to highlight that the SG Eco Fund can support projects promoting reuse or BYO initiatives such as refill services. One example is Muse, M-U-U-S-E, which ran a pilot project to provide reusable containers for customers at a hawker center. If you have more of such innovative sustainability ideas that can benefit the community, I encourage you to apply for the SG Eco Fund. The idea of encouraging BYO is a good one. At a national level, we have seen many like-minded organizations come forward to offer such incentives. This year, we welcomed 99 new partners to NEA's annual Say Yes to Waste Less campaign, with several such as NUS and AT&T leading the way in introducing incentives for customers to bring their own reusable tumblers or lunchboxes for takeaway food and drink. We welcome more to join these efforts, including coffee shops, who offer discounts on drinks when patrons bring their own reusables. F&B operators who are interested in additional recognition for their sustainable practices can also apply for the Singapore Environment Council's Eco F&B certification. Small changes in habits can have a big impact when adopted widely. I thank Ms. Poh for highlighting the beverage container return scheme, which we will introduce next year to encourage the public to return used plastic and metal beverage containers for recycling. Like other initiatives to encourage reduction and reuse, this scheme will require support from the public to deliberately collect and return your beverage containers for recycling. We seek everyone's support to participate actively and make this scheme a success. Mr. Speaker, sir, the global challenge of tackling plastic pollution requires everyone to pitch in. While the government has a significant role to play in supporting this journey, sustained change will be dependent on our choices to cultivate new habits and choices to adopt greener practices. With the right mindset, habits, and systems in place, we can build a more sustainable Singapore together. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Ms. Poh, there are no provisions for you to make a response. The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 2, Section 3A, I wish to inform honourable members that the sitting tomorrow will commence at 11:30 a.m. Order, order.